Hey everybody, this is Vicki Irvin. I wanted to stop in and say what's up. And I wanted to thank you for joining my training. I am super excited to be a part of Shay's Comeback Champion Summit. He is like one of the most prolific entrepreneurs that I know, always creating great content, always putting out great products, always having great speakers, and just people giving you great information from all different types of industries. And so when he asked me to be a part of this, be one of the facilitators, of course I said yes, because I love what he does. And I also want to be able to give back some great information. Now, we are talking about comebacks, right? And as an entrepreneur, I am a firm believer that you are always going to have to be prepared for some type of a setback, right? Entrepreneurship is all about failures. It just is. Like, nobody just wakes up and becomes a successful entrepreneur overnight and never hits or stumbles or has a pitfall, right? And so this is perfect because it's never too late to start over. It's never too late to scrap something, to tweak something. It's never too late. And as an entrepreneur, you always want to be armed with the knowledge and the skill sets to be able to even come back. I've seen so many people go out of business from a setback, and they just didn't have the skill set to rebuild again. And so one of the things that I learned really early on is to arm myself with knowledge and to be prepared for anything to happen. Governmental interference, how about a pandemic, right? Personal setbacks that knock you for a loop. In life, it's inevitable that you are going to need to rise again like the phoenix, right? And so the best way to do that is to arm yourself with the knowledge and the skill sets to be able to pick yourself back up again and rebuild. And I don't think enough entrepreneurs have grasped this. A lot of them get started, they make some money, they get lucky, but they aren't focusing on the things that could potentially be coming their way. We think it's always going to be smooth sailing, and that's just not how life works. And so I love what Shay is doing by bringing so many professionals together to give you great information so that you can add some tools to your arsenal and be prepared for that setback, and you'll be able to come back no matter what comes your way. All right. So I'm happy to be a part of the training and to be able to give you some of those tools and give you some key points that I think are really important that you can just really take with you and start to think. My style of teaching and my style of training is I can overwhelm you. You know, I've been doing this a really long time. I can give you a whole bunch of stuff. And so I try to sit back and remember how it was when I was learning in the way that I learned. And one of the things that I think that I am really good at is putting myself back in those shoes of where I'm in different trainings. I don't quite understand what people are talking about or what they're saying, or I can come up with a better way to be more relatable and relate the information to people that they really need. And one of the things that I don't want to do is overwhelm, because I can, you know, I can overwhelm you all day, but I want you to be able to walk away with my training, understanding the couple of concepts, the key concepts that I'm going to be teaching today, and actually think about yourself and your business and your brand and how you can implement these couple of key things that I'm going to actually give you, how I can kind of shift your thinking a little bit. How you can start to listen to my stories and the information I'm giving you and see it for yourself, your brand and your business. And even if you can't get started on implementing this stuff right away, even though I would love for you to, right? You are going to have a really good understanding and a different way of thinking about your business, okay? So that's my goal for today, all right? So I am going to go ahead and share my screen so we can get started with this training. Okay. All right, so today what you're going to discover is how to build a profitable brand for what? Longevity, okay? That's really, really important. I see a lot of people. Now, have you ever seen, because everybody's a business person now, right? So have you ever seen entrepreneurs who are like something new every day? It's like every other week they're rebranding. And that's a clue that what they're doing is not working, right? And that's because you need to build something that makes sense. It needs to be built on a foundation. The goal has to be clear. There has to be things in place to support the goal. And you want this brand to carry you for a very, very long time, all right? You don't want to be one of the people who is every other day coming up with something new that you want to be and who you want to be known as, and you know, you don't want to get caught up in that, all right? So that's what we're going to be focusing on. So some of the stuff that we're going to discuss, what a brand is and is not. Now, you have to have heard a million definitions of what a brand is. Everybody's a branding coach and brand me and do this and do that. So we'll talk a little bit about, what a brand is and is not, how to set up a brand that you can actually monetize, which is important to me. Like I'm a money coach. I'm a money person, right? I believe that there's no other reason to be in business except to make money. Like that's the definition of business, is to turn a profit. Otherwise you don't have a business, right? So I want for you to have a brand that you can actually monetize. If you're, you have something you think is a brand and it's just not attracting money and opportunity to you, then you're not monetizing it. And everything in business is supposed to be set up to help you make money. Just like when you're at your 9 to 5, when you did your job so you get that paycheck, I need you to do everything in your business so that you can make money, all right? We're gonna talk about how to take an unpopular market position, okay? Everybody, we're all in certain industries, right? And we all have our respective markets. And instead of doing what everybody else does, I want to talk about how to take something on, become a little unpopular. Like this is not high school. In high school, everybody want to be popular. When it comes to branding in your business, it's okay to be a little bit unpopular. In fact, that is, one of the ways that you can actually monetize your brand. And we'll talk about how to become an authority in your industry, which is just one of the positions that you can take when you're creating a brand. There's a million. There's no way I could take you through all the different types of positions that you could possibly take when creating a brand or when you're thinking about right now whether your brand is working for you. So again, I want you to get in the mind frame that if you're brand new and you're trying to figure out, well, who do I want to be in this market? How do I want to be recognized? How do I want to brand myself? Or whether you had a brand for a while, but you don't feel like your brand is really working for you, like what you're trying to convey, people aren't catching on because let me tell you, your crowd, your people, how they respond to you, if they buy or not, the things they say to you when they meet you in person or on phone calls or whatever, that tells you if your brand is working or not, okay? And so if you've had a brand for a while and you don't think you're getting out there the message that you meant, and that you're attracting the wrong people, then what I'm going to be talking about today, I want you to think about how you can use what I'm going to teach today to restructure your brand, retweak it, or scrap it. People relaunch all the time. Don't even worry about it, okay? So I just really want to focus on what's going to make your brand the most money. All right, so when you stay on with me to the end, and this isn't going to be a super long training, it's going to be succinct, and I'm just going to focus on, like I said, just a few key things so that I don't overwhelm you and that you're able to walk away and with some stuff that you can actually implement and really change your mindset and give you some clarity on it, because I think branding is super convoluted. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I just see a million definitions. I see people who think they have a brand, they don't have a brand. Okay, and I want to clear up some confusion. So if you stay out with me to the end, I do have a free gift. I'm going to give everyone access to my 7-day business and branding bootcamp, which is an amazing training that I created years ago that is still cranking. Love this training. I literally spent an entire day filming a video series on branding that I give away for free. So it's a really good, solid training, and I'm going to give you the URL where you can get that at the end of the presentation. All right, just for hanging out with me. I'm not selling a dang on thing today. All right. So who is Vicki Irvin? For anyone out there who does not know me, I am the owner of the Superwoman Lifestyle and coming soon, Black Woman Lifestyle. And I also own a cosmetics company, SWL Cosmetics Collection. And I've been a business consultant since 2006. I started out coaching in real estate investing. And then I did a bit of like I talked about, rebranding. I did a bit of a rebrand a few years later out of just teaching real estate investing to working with other women entrepreneurs, okay, no matter what business they had, giving them the skill sets that I used in my real estate business that made that into a multi-million-dollar business the first year, which is not typical, not normal, totally unexpected. But I do know what helped make that business so lucrative so quickly. And so I wanted to take what I did in that industry and rebrand and help other women. So many women were coming out to my real estate seminars and asking, like, how do you do this? My son was young at the time, and they were like, I would love to be able to do what you're doing. I was all over the radio and doing big marketing, and people were hearing me all the time. And other women were just like, I need help in my business too. And so I did a rebrand, okay, into Superwoman Lifestyle, which is my current brand. And so I've been working with people since 2006 as a full-time entrepreneur. So I've been doing this for a hot minute, right? So I've created more than $1 million business and brand. I consider myself a consultant, a marketing expert. I'm an author. I'm a speaker, but I really only like to speak at my own events. I don't do a whole lot of speaking just because I don't want to, except for my own live events. And I am now an e-commerce junkie. So with my cosmetics business, I have a full line makeup company for Black women. I am a e-commerce junkie because that's a whole other animal, right? So I have an online business now, and that's what I spend most of my time doing right now. So that's where I'm at today, full-time in my e-commerce business. I only work with a handful of my clients. I scaled that back because I wanted to focus on my e-commerce business, because my dream was always to have an online business where people were buying from me from all over the world who, didn't necessarily know, they weren't buying Vicki Irvin per se, they're falling in love with my products. And, for the guys who don't know, for the women who know, when you love a certain color lipstick, or what color foundation you wear, and you go to the store, or you go to MAC and say, I want NC45, you know what your makeup color is, your foundation. I wanted my brand to be like that. Okay. And so that's why I'm working full time in my e-commerce business, because I just love the idea of people falling in love with, my product, not necessarily me. I am attached to the brand somewhat, since we're talking about branding, but I always wanted something where even if people didn't know me and just read a little bit about me, and didn't know me personally, they were falling in love with my products or services. And that's kind of how I want to write out, waking up with just, money just falling into your bank account every single day without you, interacting with people all the time. It's just always something I wanted to do. So that's what I am up to now. And I am in the midst of another brand expansion. So this training is actually perfect for me to get back into all this stuff too, because I'm coming out with an extension of Superwoman Lifestyle brand with Black women lifestyle, okay? So if you follow me, you'll be hearing more about that. You can follow me on Instagram at Vicki Irvin. You can follow me on all social medias at Vicki Irvin, VICKIIRVIN, because you'll be seeing like that brand coming out soon. All right. So my goal for you today is to give you real life data from personal experience and successful teachings from others. I have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in my own education to be an entrepreneur since 2006. And so I've worked with some of the top internet marketers belonging to mastermind groups. I'm part of that old school crop of Dan Kennedy and Bill Glazier. You may or may not have ever heard of them, but they're like the godfathers. Everybody big in internet marketing, male or female, kind of comes from that lineage, if you will, lineage of marketers, if you will. And that's where we were, that's where we learned. And so I have a lot of stuff that I've invested in that I've learned from people who are successful. I don't teach or give information from anything that I'm just like making up theory or my opinion. I only want to be, I've always only wanted to be a coach or a consultant who gave you what I know has personally worked for me or successful people in my circle. Okay, so that, I'm not just saying, yeah, just go try this and maybe it'll work. I don't do that. Okay, I'm giving you real life experience. And so I like to teach and interject with things that I've done that can also work for you. And I can also tell you stuff that didn't work, same thing. So I want to give you some wins and I want to give you some ideas. And I want to have you shortcut the process and only focus on like income generating tasks as it pertains to your brands. And here's the tip, beyond just your brand and other areas of business, you always want to focus the majority of your time on income generating tasks. I find through working with thousands of people through the years that, when we don't know what to do, we just do things to keep ourselves in motion, and we fool ourselves into thinking we're really working on our business, but we're doing things that aren't generating income. It's just busy work, and we lull ourselves into a false sense of security that we're actually working on our business, and we're not. And so I have always focused my teachings on the income generating portions of business, okay? And so that's what we're going to talk about today as it pertains to a brand. Because when we talk about the different definitions of branding, I don't see a whole lot of people telling people, well, what makes the brand actually work? You know what I mean? So that's the goal for you today. So let's have fun. I'm definitely deviating a little bit from my normal style. I'm cutting out a lot of stuff that I would normally do, but I'm only doing that to give you the most valuable content in this little bit of time that we've had. And I'm trying to give you stuff that you may not have ever heard of before. So I'm just want to be laid back, have fun. I'm not selling anything, it's pure content. And I'm literally going to give you some of the best advice on branding you'll probably ever get to kind of just, re-engineer your thought process when it comes to your brand. So good branding gets noticed. These are just some of the publications where I've written articles for, or been interviewed for, or appeared on TV, CNN Headline News. I've been in Investors Business Daily, which is a straight financial newspaper. I've been on Lifetime TV, Black Enterprise, but good branding gets noticed. And this is here because one of the key things about a good brand is it should attract opportunity. Your brand should make people interested in you. If you're doing things right with your brand, people are going to take notice, because what are the media and the news always looking to do? They're always scouring to see what's new, what's fresh, what's hot, what's news, right? Like, they're looking for things that they think people are going to be interested in. And when you have a good brand, these are some of the opportunities that it can attract. So good branding definitely gets noticed, all right? So we're going to switch it up now here. So if you were on like one of my webinars and I was selling you one of my courses or trying to get you to do something and give me some money, right? This is kind of where in my presentation I would load up on credibility slides. I would give you case studies. I would show you all this stuff that I've done over the years and everything. But because I'm not selling, I'm not following my normal format. So the purpose of this training, I'm going to show you some of the stuff that I would normally put here later on, because I'm actually going to use it in the training to show you how I use it for my brand, right? And a lot of this stuff you probably have too. You can have a lot of stuff too. This will get you thinking about what you already have in your arsenal that you can use to help support a brand that you're able to monetize and have for longevity as well, all right? So we're gonna kind of switch it up. So the stuff that I'm gonna show you later on is to help support my brand. And my brand, and there's different positions you can take, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but there's different positions you can take when you decide to create your brand or rebrand or whatever you're doing right now. And my particular position is I always wanted to have an expert, authority, celebrity type of brand, right? And so the stuff that I do helps support that position for me. And like I said, there's a million other positions. I could probably do a 2-day training on branding, right? But can't do that today. So I'll do everything based on the type of brand that I chose, all right? Just to simplify everything and have something to talk about. So most people don't have a brand, right? Most people don't have a brand because they don't have a brand. And they may have a brand in theory, right? They did something and they said, okay, this is going to be my brand, but the brand is not working for them. Most people focus on catchy business names and taglines, right? You know, everybody's like, I'm going to be the this, I'm going to be the that. I remember when I did my real estate investing business, that the business I told you was my first $1 million business. My name was the real estate investment queen. Remember when everybody was the queen of whatever, and that was like really hot back then? I was the real estate investment queen. So that was a catchy name, right? But there were things that supported it as well. So had I just focused on, well, I'm going to call myself the real estate investment queen, and that is going to be, you know, everybody's going to want to work with me. That in itself is not enough, because that's just a name, right? And then people come up with catchy taglines. I do this, this, and this, and everyone has their elevator speeches and stuff. That's not what makes you money, okay? Color coordinating websites and business cards, all that stuff. Spending time trying to appeal to everyone. Okay, we're not doing that, okay? Spending time trying to appeal to everyone. Now, I work, over the years, I have always worked with mostly women entrepreneurs. And my mentors have always been guys. Like I said, I came up with like the biggest internet marketers that are out there. I was in a mastermind with all those dudes, right? And I'm like one of the only girls. And they focus on very different things than women. And one of the things that I find my clients try to do is they try to create a business that they want everyone to want their stuff. They think it's great for everyone. And I'll be like, well, who is your target market? And they go, women. Women? Do you know how many different types of women there are? When you break down the demographics, right? Black women, white women, Spanish women, the income level that they're making, you know, how much money they're making, their income bracket, their habits, what they do, what they like. You can't, you know, how old they are. You can't be so general and just say women. You can't try to appeal to everyone. And people feel so strongly like they have a product or service that everyone should want and love. Everyone's going to want and love this. No, they're not. Okay, so many people are going to hate it, right? So it's a waste of time to try to appeal to everyone. And a lot of people are doing that with their brand. They think everyone should want it. And it's just like banging your head against a brick wall, right? And then the other thing is following what everyone else in your market is doing. Nah. Now, the natural inclination when you're starting a business is you get into a certain industry and you look around to see what everyone else is doing in your industry. And that's okay and that's smart and you should. That's called market research, just to see what's going on. But you shouldn't be doing market research for the purpose of emulating what everyone else is doing. And that reminds me of kind of like the yellow pages, and I'm dating myself a little bit here. And if you don't know what the yellow pages are, you are way younger than me. But remember the yellow pages back in the day? In the phone book, and you needed a carpenter, or you needed someone to come out and fix your air conditioner, you could literally just open up and just close your eyes and pick anyone, because all their little square ads in those yellow pages were all the same. There was nothing to make you say, oh, I'm going to go with this one over this one over this one. Everybody just put their stuff in there. And that's kind of what everyone does now when they're looking to get into an industry. They want to do what everybody else in their market is doing. So how do you create something that stands out if all you're doing is emulating what the majority of the people in your market are doing? Okay, so when you do your market research, do it for different reasons than saying, okay, this is what I should be doing too. No, see what's going on, see what everyone else is doing, and then figure out what you can do, the opposite, right? All right. So a little bit about my definition of branding, because remember I said there's a million, everyone has their own ideas. First of all, nobody can wave a magic wand and brand you. Okay, nobody can say, you can't say, oh, I'm going to go work with this branding coach, and when I leave her house for that VIP day, I am good. My phone, by the time I get home, my phone is going to be ringing. My email is going to be flooded with people because I have been branded, right? It doesn't work like that, okay? Nobody can wave a magic wand and just brand you, okay? Creating a brand is not going to automatically have clients beating down your door. A brand is more of a symbol of what you offer, how you offer it, what you stand for unapologetically, right, with your brand. That's going to attract the perfect prospect or lead, right? And so when people hear your name or your business name, these certain images pop up in their head, and everyone should pretty much have the same idea or image of you when they hear your name or your business name, okay? So it's not enough to just come up with your position in the market, we'll talk about that, and who you want to be. There has to be things in place to support that, okay? And again, the way you know it's working is you have to pay attention to what people say when they meet you, when they talk to you on the phone, when they send you emails. Everyone should kind of know what you stand for. And if they don't know what you stand for, you need to work on your brand. If they don't know what you stand against, you need to work on your brand, okay? So crowded markets and competition, another huge thing that comes up with people in business and entrepreneurs. Most of us have a million people doing what we do, right? Very rarely are we ever going to be the first one to do something. Every once in a while, somebody gets lucky and they invent something that no one else has ever done before, right? But how often does that happen where you're the only one? Doesn't happen often. Most of us have a million competitors, just like there's a million restaurants and a million hair salons and a million nail salons and a million banks, right? So we're all in crowded markets with competition, but it doesn't matter because there's billions of people in the world. And I tell my clients, you're always complaining and saying, oh, well, this is so saturated. Everyone's always doing this. And I'm like, there's a billion people in the world. If you can't find enough clients to have a lucrative business, then something's wrong. You can't service everybody in the world. One restaurant can't feed everybody in the world. One hair salon can't do everybody's hair. One nail salon can't do everybody's nails. There's plenty of people out there. And so when you create a brand that attracts a certain segment of the market and you focus on those people only, you can bring them to you and have a lucrative business. Just do the math. Whatever your price point is, multiply it times how many people you need to make the money you want. And that's all you need to have a lucrative business, and you're worried about a crowded market or competition? Stop it, okay? Here's another thing to think about. If you enter a market that is crowded with a lot of competition, it's crowded with competition for a reason, because there's money to be made. So it's actually a good sign. So some people say, oh, too many people. I say, oh, so many people are doing it because there's money out there. So let me go get my few people that I need to have a lucrative business too. Okay, so don't worry about crowded markets and competition and saturation. Doesn't matter. Okay, but a good brand that attracts the number of people that you need and the right people to you, that's gold. Okay. All right, so messaging and positioning. What is going to identify your product and your service and what position you're going to take in your market? Okay, what's going to identify your product or service in the position that you decide to take in your market, right? Remember I said I created more of authority, celebrity type of branding position, okay? And then you have to drill down even deeper than that, but that's just one. What's gonna be your big message that you become known for, right? Like I said, when people hear your name, see your face, meet you in person finally, they already have an expectation of you because you've already put out there through various medias and content who you are, what you stand for, and what you stand against, right? And who is that going to be? Who's going to be receiving this message that it's going to resonate with? Who precisely will your message resonate with? Because remember, it can't be all men. It can't be all women. It couldn't even be, you know, I'm creating this Black woman lifestyle. I'm clear that my Black woman lifestyle brand and the products that I'm going to be creating for that are not going to be just for all Black women. There's subsets of Black women, of course, too, right? So you have to get really, really clear on who's perfect for you, and so that your messaging and your positioning attracts just those people. Remember, we're not trying to make everybody like us. We're trying to create something who our message resonates with, and that will bring the right people to you. Like, who wants a bunch of people coming to them that aren't your right client, right? They're not the right person for you. You don't want to work with them. They can't afford you. Like, when you do this right, you kind of cut through a lot of that noise and a lot of the headaches that we get when we're attracting the wrong people. And good branding will help you cut through some of the noise, okay? So what you're for and what you're against. So I'll use, remember I said I want to interject some things that I've done before. I'll use some examples of what I'm for and what I'm against. So in my consulting business, working with women entrepreneurs as a business coach all these years, everybody knows you come to me, you come to Vicki when you want to buckle down and learn income generating skills for your business. My goal for women entrepreneurs, which is my market, and of course, it's not just women entrepreneurs, there's a million of those. They have to be at a certain level and place in their business or mindset to be my perfect client. So I only want to teach you and work with you on arming yourself with skill sets where you can literally wake up every day, go into your office, and strategically do very specific things that you know are going to generate income in your business. I don't want you waking up every day doing what I call hope marketing, which is hoping you get a new client. Maybe somebody got you a referral, not knowing where your next client's going to come from. I literally am all about income generating skill sets, which for a lot of women are scary. And it's more technical stuff that you have to really buckle down and learn, you know, how to write copy, you know, a multi-million-dollar skill set if you know how to do that. Imagine being able to write an email, and every time you write an email and want someone to buy something, they do, because your email is written so well that it leads them to the conclusion that they need to buy it. That's a skill set, okay? I'm not talking about, you know, a nice grammatically written email. I'm talking about the art skill of writing copy, right? And that takes time to learn, and that takes practice, and people don't always want to do that. So if you want to learn income generating skills, everyone knows that if you're looking for a coach who's going to make you do things that make you uncomfortable, because a lot of women shy away from more technical stuff and Facebook advertising. Oh, I don't know how to do that. I'm not your girl, right? And everyone knows that I'm actually against purpose and passion. Okay, let me explain. Okay, so for me, in my Superwoman lifestyle brand, I realized through working with women, and initially women were coming to me, they were at all different points in their business, you know, wanting to start something, just starting out, midway, seasoned already. And I started seeing a pattern that so many women are focused on purpose and passion, feel good talk, right? If you were to Google purpose and passion right now, you would see a million events, seminars, everything talking about purpose and passion, motivational stuff. That's not me. There's a million people teaching purpose and passion. Oh, if you just find your, you know, your purpose in life and you'll become passionate about it, and then you'll just profit. That profit's not coming, okay? If you just feel good about what you're doing. There's a lot of people who have purpose in life and they have a lot of passion about some things that they're doing, but that doesn't mean those things are profitable, okay? And so it was lulling women into a false sense of security that as long as they were working on something they really felt good about, and they, you know, it made them feel good, that the money would just follow by itself, just follow on its own. And that to me is woo-woo, wishful thinking, not gonna happen talk. But it's easy. It's a softer skill. It's just talking and trying to get people to hold hands and come on, and you can do it. If you close your eyes and hold hands, I'm not for that, right? Now, I'm not saying that getting a pick-me-up and a motivational message and getting rejuvenated with, getting pumped up isn't needed, because it is. But when you're trying to run a profitable business, purpose and passion is not all you need to turn a profit. Okay, you have to learn some skill sets, right? And so when we talk about what you're for and what you're against, I created a brand with Superwoman Lifestyle where I made it clear that I don't like all this purpose and passion talk, because you guys are wasting time and money in just years and years and years, and you're not making any money, but you still keep going to all these motivational events and you're not making a dime, right? And so people started to know, you're only going to come to my annual event, my Extreme Women Entrepreneurs event, which I've been given year after year after year for I don't know, forever, a 3-day event that I do. Anyone coming to my event is coming to learn some income generating skill sets. They know I'm not going to do the purpose and passion stuff. They know I'm not going to be speaking like a preacher from the stage, trying to motivate them into something or trying to motivate some money to fall into their pockets. I'm not doing that, okay? And so that's what I became for. So were purpose and passion people, do they get mad at me? Yeah. But remember I said, that helps make me money, okay? So I don't mind. So people know I am for income generating skills. And if you're not ready and you don't want to buckle down and you do copywriting and the Facebook advertising and all that stuff and going back there and your ads manager and business manager and custom audiences and all that stuff scares you, don't come to me. And there's a lot of women who will never come to me because they're not ready to go there. But the ones who want that, I'm going to go work with Vicki Irvin, right? And how do I know that that worked? Because when I give my events and women stand up and they ask questions and they want to talk to me and they'll start to talk and they'll say something about purpose or passion, they'll go, oh my God, I'm so sorry, Vicki. I can't believe I said that. I know you don't like purpose or passion. And I'm like, no, it's okay. It's okay. But that happens so often that I know my brand is working. They're actually apologizing to me for even uttering the words purpose or passion because they know that I am against it, okay? That's a brand that is clear and is working for you, all right? And so I want you to start thinking, like right now, just take a minute and say, what do I stand for? Like, what do I stand for? Like when people come to work with me or buy my product or service, why are they buying it? Because they know X, Y, Z. Oh, X, Y, Z, right? And if you get that and you hear feedback and people are saying things that that you have put out there and you're trying to convey, and people are regurgitating that back to you, because our audience and the market is the best indicator if our brand is working or not, then you have something that's working for you. But if people are kind of confused and all over the place and they don't see a reason why and they don't really know who you are and you're having to re-explain things all the time, it's not working. And we need to work on it, which is fine, right? That's what this is for. This is how you monetize the brand, okay? So what will you stand for? What will people know you for that you stand for, right? And what do you stand against that people are like, oh, he, she, they don't play that. They don't do that. They don't do none of that, right? And I would get women who would come and say, they'd say, I finally got the nerve to come to your event. Maybe I'm too hardcore, right? Got the nerve to come to my event. Like they had to get up their nerves. Terrible. They say I finally got the nerve to come to your event because you're right. As I'm marketing my event, I send out the email marketing, whatever, and they're getting these messages before they even decide to come to my event. And I've heard it over and over because I'm huge on receiving feedback, because that's how we know what's working in our businesses now. I can't say that enough. Listen to what people say to you by email, in person, or whatever. And they would say, you sent the email, Vicki, that talked about how, you keep going to these purpose and passion events and you're still not profiting and money's not going to fall out the sky. You have got to learn X, Y, Z, blah, blah. And they're like, you're right. I've spent thousands of dollars on purpose and passion seminars and I'm in the same place and it's been 5 years and I'm on the brink of giving up, but you're right. That's not going to cut it. I need to learn how to write copy. I need to learn this. I need to learn that. And that's how you know that your brand is working. So I'm not worried about trying to get purpose and passion people to come work with me, because I don't want to work with them. If you don't want to buckle down and learn these things, it's not always easy. I couldn't stand it. I mean, like I had to have my head beat in too to learn a lot of this stuff, because I don't like a lot of the minutia, right? But once you got it, you got it. And you're able to wake up every day and know how to do things strategically to make money. You're not relying on paying other people. You can do this stuff for yourself. And so that's how you know that your brand is working. So start thinking about what you're for and what you're against, okay? So don't be afraid to tick people off, right? Like a lot of purpose and passion people are mad at me. And again, I make it clear that I think it's okay to go to a motivational event, but any business coach just telling somebody that all they need to do is find their purpose and passion, the money's automatically going to come to them. That's like some witchcraft stuff to me. That's not true. I don't play that. I'm totally against that. And I'm fine with that position. Okay. So don't be afraid to tick people off. It will make you money and make your brand so crystal clear. And it'll also, like I said, it'll weed out the people who don't want that. Why do you want to waste your time on calls or strategy calls or talking to people who you're not going to be a fit for and clients you're not going to want to work with, right? So it's impossible for everyone to like you. So getting clear on what you're for and what you're against is important, because your brand, no matter how great you are, is never going to appeal to everyone. Everyone is not going to want your stuff. Everyone is not going to like you. They're not going to like your product or service. They're not going to like how you look, whatever, right? It's not high school. We don't care. Don't be afraid to tick people off, okay? So think about, who can I take on? What position can I take? What don't I stand for in my industry? If you can think right now about what everyone in your industry is doing that just irks you, like, oh, I don't know why everybody in my industry does that. It doesn't even work, or it's a false sense of security, or that's not even true. And all these people are out there learning this stuff and it's not even true. Think about what that is and then go against it, because you're going to stand out because you're going against what everyone else in your industry is doing. Okay, so it solidifies your position. It makes it crystal clear, so you're only attracting the right people. Okay, with my real estate investing brand, when I first started teaching real estate investing, and I told you I called myself the real estate investment queen, and that whole branding thing, that literally ticked off all the real estate investors in my area. And I'm in the Washington, D.C. area, and they were like mad. They were writing blog posts. They wouldn't mention my name. You know, they wouldn't at me, as we say today, right? They wouldn't mention my name because I was on their list, but they would be talking about me. They're like, oh, if you want to come and learn real estate investing, because we're not going to be, one of them said, we're not going to be crowning any queens at my real estate investing seminar. I was like, oh, I never talked about crowning myself a queen, but you know, I just created something and taught my stuff and marketed a different way and did something that was really going to stand out. And all the other real estate investors seeing all these people flocking to my seminars, and they've been doing it for years, and I was super new on the scene, and they were like, oh, the nerve of her, and calling herself the queen. So they were like typing away, writing against me, right? But I ticked people off, and everybody wanted to come see the real estate investing queen teach real estate versus them in their little boring real estate seminars. And guess what? We're teaching the same thing. There's only a few ways to invest in real estate. I didn't have some magical way that nobody else knows about. All real estate investors teach the few methods of real estate investing that are out there. It's just mine sounded better. Right? So that positioning and ticking people off can actually bring you money. So that's just another example I wanted to insert. It's also how Trump won. Okay, so Trump, you know, is a great example of what not to do, who not to be, in my opinion. I don't care what your political views are. I do not like Donald Trump, okay? So, but I can take some lessons for how Trump won, because the one thing this guy is good at is designing a message and knowing who to go after with that message, whether he believes in it or not, and saying what he needs to say to win. And all the things I talked about, that positioning and doing things that tick people off, are how he won his first term, right? He focused on a specific segment of the market and he designed a message that would excite them, right? He did this whole grievance thing. He divided, he's take back our country, take back our nation, because he knew a lot of people felt the same way that he did. And like, who has ever done that before? Who would ever come out with what I consider racist messages that don't include all of America? I mean, like, this is the United States, like, it's 2020. Who would do that, right? Donald Trump. And who would think that that would ever work? Nobody thought that would work. Look what all of his people who are now supporters, like all the people in Congress and senators who now support him, when they were running against him, look at the things that they said about him. They said everything that, you know, a lot of people say about him then, right? And they were like, this man is never going to win like this. This is America. It's 2020. No, Trump saw something, and he was tuned in to a certain segment that were enough of them to pull them together in a cult-like fashion to blow through all these career politicians not knowing a thing. And it worked because he found a unique position in the market, and he only focused his little narrow message on a small segment of the population, which at the time was enough for him to win. Okay, so that is the one thing that he's good at. You know, that's how he kind of did his whole career. If you watch him, I always try to take lessons from everything put before me, whether I like the person, whether I like what they're doing or not. When I see someone succeeding and it makes everyone go, well, how did they do that? I look at the business lesson from it because, I've been a business and a marketer my whole life. I've been in business as a career my whole life. And so I'm always looking through things with the lens of marketing hat on, regardless if I like the person, their politics or not. I take lessons from it. I'm like, gosh, he's a master at branding and message. That's why he repeats the same stuff over and over and over again. And we're like, why doesn't he just stop lying? Because he knows if he repeats these things over and over, that certain segment of the market are going to believe what he says no matter what. They don't care if it's right in front of them that it is a lie. He knows he's not just doing it, he's doing it on purpose. And so some concepts of branding that I teach that can help you have a lucrative brand, using it for good and not evil though, are exactly how Trump won. So love him or hate him, I don't know what your politics are, don't care. I'm just telling you, learning what I'm teaching you today, you can kind of say, you know what she's saying, about the branding and stuff and finding the small segment of people, just the right amount of people. Remember, he wasn't trying to appeal to everybody. Remember, I said a lot of entrepreneurs, especially women, want everybody to want their product or service and want everybody to like them. Trump did it opposite. He said just a certain segment of this market who is going to love this message. It's not going to be everyone. It's not going to be, the majority, but it's going to be enough to carry me over the finish line. And I don't care who this makes mad. I'm going just with this. And that's all I need. And he didn't care about anybody else, right? So that's just another example of how that works, okay? So you want a brand that commands top dollar, okay? You should be able to monetize your brand, or it's pointless, okay? The goal is to be profitable. So when you create something for longevity, you want a brand that commands top dollar. See, people enter the market with different positions. Some people say, oh, I'm going to be the cheapest because then when everyone sees how much everyone else is charging, they're going to run to me. No. Then you can be the middle of the road or you can be top dollar. I go for top dollar position. It's the best position in business to ever have. People have different reasons for doing otherwise. I teach all of my clients to go for top dollar as long as I believe they have a product or service that can command top dollar and they're willing to put in the work to support that, to support the brand commanding top dollar, okay? So certain things have to be in place to make that happen. Have you ever heard people say, or coaches and people say, raise your rates and raise your prices and charge your worth, right? And you're like, yeah, I'm going to raise my prices and charge my worth. But it's easier said than done. And a lot of people are, people are petrified. I've worked with thousands of people. One thing people are petrified of, entrepreneurs, is raising their rates. They think as soon as they raise their rates, everyone is going to run for the hills. I've worked with salon owners, hairstylists. They all think as soon as oh my God, my clients, they're going to stop coming. I'm like, no, they're not. No, they're not. I've worked with a lot of hair salon owners, actually. If you think about it, especially the ladies, sorry guys, but even guys with the barbers, okay? When you like your barber and he's giving you that fresh lineup or got your waves, getting us all seasick, whatever it is, you really like that barber because, he got you looking right. And you go out, the ladies are looking at you and stuff, right? You're not going to go let Joe Schmo cut your hair. Even if your barber were to raise his rates, you might not like it, but that rate, that hike he does, $5 or $10 on you, is not going to let you go to somebody else. And ladies, when you love your hairstylist, and you know that we have a very special bond with our hairstylist, right? So when she raises her rates, you're not going anywhere. You're not, okay? People have to raise their rates sometimes, products, the cost of products go up, and you got to raise the price on your services. Everything is relative. So everyone wants to charge more and command top dollar, but they don't know how, or they don't feel like they can and actually get it, and it petrifies people. And a lot of times the reason why you're scared is because you really don't have a brand that you feel can justify charging that amount of money, right? And that is why I say certain things have to be in place. So when you hear people telling you to raise your rates or whatever, if they're not telling you how to do it in a way that it will actually work, then that's a little remiss to me. That's being a little remiss, because things have to be in place to justify raising the rates a lot of times, okay? So positioning, your position in the market. So when our prospects come in and we start providing them value and we're educating them, right? They're coming to us, they're just prospects at this point. They're not, they're leads, they're not clients yet, but we want to provide them value and educate them. And as you're educating people, they start to view you as an expert, right? They start to see, oh, they're an authority, an expert. It just gets planted, kind of gets planted in their head. And positioning and educating people and having people view you as an expert is one of the main reasons that I make all my clients write books, right? Like, I know people love writing books, like being an author. is a big deal to a lot of people, probably for different reasons, right? So people get so excited about their book. So when I want my clients to write a book, I'm like, listen, this is not a vanity project. I'm not trying to get you to be a New York Times bestseller, right? I don't care about the Amazon bestseller list. I'm not big into that. Some people are, and I think it's, it's a great thing to do too. But as an entrepreneur, and if you're a coach or consultant, you're selling a product or service, your book should support you selling more of your stuff, whatever your stuff is. And so when I have my clients create books, it has to be another selling tool that gives them credibility and authority, because when people see your book, you're like, you're an author, and that is like credibility in their mind. So I want the book to be another tool, and it helps your position in the market, and it helps support your brand. And in turn, that helps you command top dollar. Oh, he or she has a book. They must be, somebody. It helps support your price point, which I want for you to be high. Okay. So when I said there's various positions you can take when establishing a brand, it doesn't have to be celebrity, authority, expert, which is my position. And again, there's a lot of positions you can decide to take. I could go through several, but I just can't today, right? So I'm going to just stick with the one that I chose for example purposes. And celebrity, authority, or expert position is a good one that you can take in the market. Again, there's different ones, but this particular position is a good one because it really, really works. All right. So I'll take you through the process of some of the things that I've done. So this is where I told you earlier that normally if I was selling you something and you were all on my webinars and I wanted you to buy something, I would be giving you like case studies and look at this and ooh, look at me and look what I've done, right? But I've taken all of that and I put it here because I want to show you how I use that stuff to help support my content, to help me support my brand, okay? So these are just some of the things I'm going to show you that help me support being able to charge top dollar in my coaching business, right? Because my coaching fees are high. If you work in my mastermind programs, I have levels that go up to $60,000, just different stuff. But it has to be supported, right? So I have a range, but I'm definitely a high-end coach. But these things that I'm getting ready to show you alone are not going to be enough. But there's some of the things that are strong that help me in support of my brand. So this is Stedman Graham, Oprah's boyfriend, at one of my events. Okay, you see my chair, my picture back there. He's speaking in front of my audience. So how does Stedman Graham help me? So Stedman's Oprah's boyfriend, yes, but it's the attachment to Oprah, right? So if I have an authority, expert, celebrity type brand, in Stedman Graham, which most people in my market will have never been able to see Stedman anywhere else, but at my event, some of my students who also are coaches have gone on to, I give them some of the same speakers or introduce them, or they use some of the same speakers with me. But I know that as a Black woman entrepreneur, I was probably maybe like the first one to have Stedman Graham speak at an entrepreneur event where the audience is Black and women, amongst my colleagues and stuff like that. Stedman is more of a Fortune 500 type speaker for companies and stuff. But I like Stedman because Stedman and I actually teach what he speaks about and what he teaches. Branding and positioning and some other things are in line with what I do too. So we were a good match. We vibe on some certain levels, but there's also the attachment to Oprah, right? Like Stedman's getting this work because of the attachment to Oprah. Brilliant man, successful way before Oprah, makes his own millions. Don't believe the hype when you hear the jokes, you know what I mean? This was already a successful businessman, very, very smart, but it's still the attachment to Oprah Winfrey. So if you come to my event, oh my God, Vicki has Stedman, and Stedman's on stage and he's talking about it. Oh yeah, when Vicki and I talk and he's talking like we're friends, that helps my brand. That boosts my brand. This whole attachment to Oprah. He talks about Oprah, which he never does anywhere else, but he got excited because he's not used to speaking at events like mine full of Black women. And he started telling us how Oprah thinks. He wouldn't normally do that because he doesn't mention her out of respect. They're very private. And when you pay him or Fortune 500 companies paying him to speak, he sticks to the topic and he doesn't involve her. But he kind of unbuttoned a little bit. You see his suit jacket open. He was excited. Look at him, shirt all unbuttoned. What is Stedman doing there? Got the shirt all the way open. I'm just noticing that. But he got loose because he was excited. He told me, I can't believe you have all these Black women coming out here to see you speak. And so he gave us some stuff about how she makes decisions with the left and the right of her brain, and just instant celebrity attachment for me. Like, wow, Vicki and Stedman are super cool. So that's how I use that. Here's Stedman at my networking party at my event. That's Jennifer Williams. She came to my event one year. But that's Stedman. There's my brand over my head, Superwoman Lifestyle. You see my last name, Irvin, up there. But again, the pictures, the video, Stedman, this is all helps support my high-end brand, right? That's how I use that. This is me and Stedman working on talking about his 9-step success plan. Vicky and Stedman, see the attachment? Like, I get as much as I can out of it. You know, he wrote me a testimonial. Part of it is Vicky Irvin is one bad sister. You know, 7 Graham being, you know, Oprah's lifelong partner. It's like, she's like the baddest, like, Black woman out there. But here's her boyfriend saying that I'm one bad sister. How do you think I use that in my brand? Everywhere I can. Okay, so I'm trying to show you how this works. Another time we worked together because he spoke at my event more than once. We've worked together more than once. He's called me out the blue just to see what I'm working on and tell me what he's launching and working on. So we're cool, right? I'm cool. I ain't getting no invite to see Oprah yet. I mean, it's them cool, okay? But this is how I use that, right? That's how I use that in my business. This is me speaking at an event with Susie Orman, okay? So Susie's listed and billed as a speaker, and so am I. So we're speakers together on the same, you know, same card, like same fight card. Vicky and Susie Orman, that's pretty good weight there. This is me with Barbara Corcoran of Shark Tank. Again, we were both speakers at the same event. So you see my name as a speaker, you see Barbara Corcoran. So I get my pictures with them, I use them everywhere because, again, you know, people know you share the stage with these people, it elevates your status as well. You know, and you guys have stuff that you've probably been to events or done stuff with people that you need to probably milk and use the way that I do, okay? That's what it's for. This helps boost your brand and support it with content. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. This is Renee Lawson, if you were a fan of The Have and the Have-Nots, one of Tyler Perry's long-running series. She and I were celebrity hosts for an event together. She's on TV, on OWN Network, works for Tyler Perry. She's the host and I'm the host. So I'm elevated with another celebrity, right? Same thing with Farnsworth Bentley. He and I were co-hosts for another event here. He's a celebrity, you know, just the same billing, the same level. You use all of this stuff in your marketing to help your brand. That's my point. This is me on covers of some magazines that I've done. You use this stuff everywhere in your presentations. You blow them up at your events. You show them in your slides. You use this stuff, right? This is the one that I just did last month, actually, this year, 2020, just did this one for Wopreneur magazine. This story was done on my cosmetic line, which was super cool. You use this stuff. This is me and my girl, Shantae Moore, R&B singer Shantae Moore. Shantae's got a man at home. So that's my girl, right? Shantae's my girl. When I launched my cosmetic company back in 2013, I got Shantae to help me launch and kind of be the celebrity face of my brand. Once again, different business, has nothing to do with Superwoman lifestyle per se, right? But I'm still following the same model of attaching to other celebrities to lend credibility to what I'm doing and to help boost my brand, even in the makeup business, okay? So people are like, you know, instead of like, who's this, what's SWL collection? That's not Revlon, that's not MAC. Oh, Shantae Moore is a part of it. It just, it helps you cut through the trust and the credibility issues that we have when it's just us and we're just regular schmegulars, okay? So I'm just showing you how I use a different business. Me and Shantae on the cover of Fit Figures magazine together, right? So, oh wow, Vicky did a cover, a fitness cover with Shantae Moore. I don't even remember when this was. This was a few years ago. I don't care how old I could be 80, I'll still be using this cover, okay? Because I use my stuff. This is just some of the content I'm showing you today. So me and Shantae again. This is me and Shantae in Nigeria. She was booked to do some events over there. I went to do some PR stuff with her. That's her in the tan dress. Oh, that was such a good trip, but that is for another day. Okay, I could do a whole thing on what we did in Nigeria. But again, having these type of pictures, international, you know, going international with, you know, Shantae Moore, all expenses paid trip, people brought us out there, just stuff that you use in your business. This is Robin Dixon of Real Housewives of Potomac. Again, using the celebrity attachment another way. Robin and I work together doing several things right now. I asked her to create a line through my SWL, you know, like a celebrity collaboration. And we've been doing this now since 2017. And so these are my pictures. I own everything. Robin does photo shoots for me. We do Facebook traffic. We do products together. And that helps my cosmetic company. Had Shantae with the cosmetic company, got Robin. It's giving me credibility and helping me sell way more than I would if it was just another cosmetic company out there, right? So I use all this stuff. This is me and Robin and I do live events, you know. Since we've had the collab together, her line only drops a couple times a year. Sometimes we create new products, but she does live events, and you know, we fill the place with people coming out to see and buy Robin's products, right? So we have a business deal together. So That's how we do that. This is Robin on the right at my event. She spoke at my event before, my Extreme Women Entrepreneurs event. I helped her put on her first 2 women's events. I spoke on her panel. This is me, her, and Giselle from Housewives at one of our events that we had that was like full to capacity. Giselle is super supportive as well. Just using all this stuff. And again, Robin and I work on other stuff with Facebook traffic. I do some of the traffic for her own business that she has right now. I help her with the traffic there. We're working on some other products together in a whole nother area. Just keeping those relationships going. This is, I look really nuts in this picture. I hate this picture. But there was an Innovators and Influencers Award that came to the Washington, D.C. area. And I was called down to be one of the recipients of the award for being an innovator and influencer in my area, the DC, Maryland, Virginia area, along with like Raheem Devine. I forgot who else was on there. Oh, Angela Rye was one of the, and I love her, Angela Rye, who's like one of our Black women, like out there fighting for our politics and everything. She was one of the recipients. So you're like with these people, Angela Rye, Raheem Devine, she's on TV, Raheem's a celebrity, I'm not. But guess who's right there with him? Okay, so I've learned how to do this, how to use this stuff. And when the Innovators and Influencers Award came around, you got to think about that. So let's think about how the brand is working, right? The brand is working because if somebody's putting on a whole event and recognizing innovators and influencers in the Washington, D.C. area, and they think of Angela Rye and Raheem Devine and Vicki Irvin in the same vein, that's the brand working again. I didn't know they were having this. I didn't even know who they were. They contacted me. So you see how that works? And so that's when I say I want the brand to attract opportunity and for people to think of you as a certain way, right? So again, we pay attention to like, why did they call me? Along with Raheem Devine and the other people who were there, you know what I mean? But that's when the brand is working and your stuff is out there in the right way to help support you charging top dollar. That's my whole point of this. So everything you see me doing is always from a business standpoint. I'm business 24/7. I did the BET, I hosted the BET honors and interviewed the honorees. That's Ice Cube and his wife giving me the side eye. But I always say that. But I did red carpet interviews and I interviewed all the recipients that year along with major news channels, right? Again, opportunity. Somebody asked me to do this. Why am I there with the Washington Post and all these publications doing interviews? Why was I chosen to do this, right? It's the brand again. Oh, let's get Vicki Irvin to do interviews. Right there doing them, okay? And snapping these pictures. I brought my own camera crew down there. We talk about, you know, getting the content together and making sure you capture everything for your business. You know, I don't never get caught up in what I'm doing to the point that I'm like, how can I use this in my business? And so I had my own camera crew down there as well. So that's just me zipping through some of the stuff that I use to help support that expert elevation brand that allows me to charge more, okay? So let's talk about something we do called pre-framing to charge your worth, okay? How do you successfully charge your worth, right? We talked about that, and that's just some of the stuff that I was doing, just some of it that I do to help me be able to charge top dollar. But you have to engage in marketing to direct other people's opinions about you before they even interact with you. See, a lot of those opportunities came to me without these people even knowing me or interacting with me, but they saw stuff out about me that led them to a conclusion about who I am. So some of the ways that you can do that, videos, articles, using someone else's audience, getting on their podcast, being interviewed, whatever, your own podcast, writing for publications of notoriety like Entrepreneur Magazine, writing for different magazines in your arena. All of that stuff is content that you can use to help pre-frame people before they even meet you about who you are. So it helps solidify your brand. It helps people view your brand a certain way and they haven't even met you, right? So people see all this content about you and the seeds are already planted. They're already coming to favorable conclusions about you and who you are in your business. They're already seeing you in a certain light, and that's like your stuff working for you in advance of them even meeting you. So pre-framing when it comes to your brand is important, okay? And that's one of the ways that you successfully charge your worth. You have to have content out there that people are seeing and engaging in and viewing about you before they even meet you, and that is huge. It sounds like a small thing, but it's huge, and nobody's really pumping out content anymore. So then there's pre-frame to indoctrination. And indoctrination is when someone opts into your website. You know how you want people, you want to build your list and people to opt into your website. It's kind of when someone makes the decision to opt into your website, okay? They've been indoctrinated at that point. They're taking the leap, right? Or they're performing some other favorable call to action that you want them to do. They've been indoctrinated, right? So pre-framing and seeing all the content out there about you helps them to form some conclusions about you or getting familiar with you. They're starting to go, oh, look at her, here, she's there, and they're there, and they're there. And they're already starting to say, oh, look at her with this person and that person. So they're being pre-framed, right? And now they've been pre-framed enough that they see something you have and you want them to opt in. They're like, you know what? I'm gonna opt in because they've already seen this other content about you and now they want more of you, right? So here's a real life example of how it works. I was speaking, I got to speak at one of my mentors' events, James Malinchak. You may or may not know James. He's known as the big money speaker, but James hands down has one of the best live events ever. Okay, one of the best live events ever. Huge, huge, huge following in the market of people who are also in my market as well, because we do a lot of the same stuff. So he does events 2 times a year. I think he's doing 4 times a year, but people come from all over to fill his events. Dynamic events. His events are so good that the same people keep going back over and over and over again. Exact same event. So good you keep going back. So much content you can never get it all in one thing, right? So James is known for having celebrity speakers. Really, the only people who speak on his stage are always celebrities, whether they're A, B, C, D, E, D, Z list celebrities. They've done something and people recognize the name because they're celebrities. That's kind of his thing. He's a celebrity person too. And one time he asked me to speak at his event. I was like, oh snap, because I know he only has celebrities. I didn't even think about it. So he asked me to speak at his event. And what he did was he promoted my appearance, of course, in all his marketing. He's a prolific marketer as well. He promoted my appearance in advance, of course, along with the other celebrity speakers. And people who know that he only works with celebrities, you know, of course, what does that do? That pre-frames them like, oh, who's Vicki Irvin? Like, wow, James has this woman named Vicki Irvin speaking on a stage. She must be somebody too, because he only has celebrities on there. Who is she? So that positioning and that marketing was kind of the pre-frame for me speaking at his event. It gave me instant credibility. It made the audience receptive to me in advance, to my position, and also receptive to what I was selling, because I was selling, okay? So this is me actually on stage at James's event. And again, I'd been pre-framed. And then the audience was in turn indoctrinated because they wanted to buy what I was selling. Now, had I gotten on that stage cold, had he done no previous marketing, had they not been reading favorable things about me, had he not positioned me along with the other celebrity speakers, and he's a great marketer, knows exactly what he's doing, I wouldn't have been able to really sell as well as I did, right? But this is how the process works. So they were indoctrinated, which again was them taking the action I wanted them to take, was to buy what I was selling. And I was selling a product for $997, okay, $1,000 to all those people there, and I did quite well, okay, for 1 hour talk. So that's an example of how the pre-framing works to the indoctrination. So again, I was pre-framed to, excuse me, to being indoctrinated and getting the people to take the action that I wanted them to take at James's event. That positive position about me that they had in advance helped me to sell because the seeds were planted. James planted the seeds. Okay, so that's how this process works and why that content, why the pictures I was showing you and it's taking the time to explain to you how I use them and why I use them and showing you the attachment and how people draw conclusions about you based on, you know, affiliation, different things like that. Okay, so indoctrination is kind of where a lot of people mess up. People try to sell folks too quickly when in reality, you know, you got to woo them. Like, you know, when somebody's trying to put their best foot forward on a date, you know, you can't just like go all in like that. But we live in a world where instant gratification is like, it's like now or never. Like, I've been in the game so long. I remember marketing like on using the radio, like all the social media wasn't even around. So we were like hardcore marketers using direct mail, sending stuff out in the mail, postcard stuff. But now people who missed that era when Facebook and Instagram and stuff came around, people really believe. That's why you saw, it seemed like all of a sudden everybody wanted to be an entrepreneur. I blame social media because it made it seem so easy. Like, you mean I can create a free page on Facebook, a free thing on this other platform called Instagram. I can use Twitter. I can just put up a business page and Now I'm an entrepreneur too, and I can post pictures and stuff, and I'm an entrepreneur too. And everyone really believed that that was going to be enough to have a lucrative business. And you know, and I know, and if you've even tried it, you know it takes much more than that. This process is not going away just because social media is out there. Social media is just another platform or media for you to sell your stuff. Just like if you were to do a strategy call, or you were to do a radio ad, or you were to be on TV trying to sell, it's just another media. But all the principles and all the things that you need to do as far as credibility and everything else still have to be in place, because a buying decision is a psychological one, right? And a person has to come to the conclusion that they want to spend money with you. And there's things that you have to do to make them feel comfortable spending money, to make them feel like they trust you, to make them feel like your product is going to be good for them, because they're trying to be sold by everybody. And you see so many things that look good and no one knows where to put their money, and they're afraid of being scammed. And what if it doesn't work? And you got to fight through all of that, right? So it doesn't matter, the instant gratification, it's just, you know, you got to woo people. So this instant gratification thing that a lot of the newer entrepreneurs have is not reality. It's just not reality. So you can't skip the process of, you know, taking time to indoctrinate people. So how it impacts your brand. Pre-framing to indoctrination is powerful when it's done right. I mean, just imagine a person already wanting to do business with you in advance of interacting with you, okay? Just already in advance, like showing up like, you know what? I've read so much about you. I've seen so much stuff. I heard you on this podcast. I saw you on TV. I got your book. I did this. And where do I sign? Here's my credit card, because I am ready to work with you. I've gotten that before. Doesn't happen all the time, but I've gotten that before because I have the content out there to make a person feel comfortable. That's a great place to be. And that's what I want you to have, a type of brand and the things in place to support your brand that make that possible for you. Okay, so this increases your demand, gives you more perceived value in your market, and it just helps you establish that lucrative brand, because I want your brand to be lucrative. Like, remember we talked about the different definitions of branding? If your brand, again, I'm gonna keep saying it, if it's not attracting opportunity to you, if it's not allowing you to charge top dollar and charge your worth, then we have to work on the brand, okay? Because these are the things that make that possible, okay? So this is, gives you the ability to do that, and that's because it's going to be backed up and supported by content, right? So again, when people tell you, oh, just go charge your worth and raise your rates, for you to charge top dollar for your product or your service, whatever it is that you do, you have to justify it by having some things in place. Okay, so it's easier said than done. So that's why I hate when people tell people to just raise their prices, and that's why everyone's so scared, because they know in their mind, like, I could never charge this. I could never charge this much, because they know they don't really have anything out there that would justify it. Even if you're worth it, even when you're worth it and you should be paid that much, you kind of know you don't have anything out there that would lead anyone to the conclusion that they should pay you that much. So you have to get the content, and you got to do the pre-framing and the indoctrination to make it happen, okay? So, excuse me, this is another example that I got. So this is 2016 that I got, checked my email, and I got a email from Think Factory Media, which is a production company for a lot of the major reality shows out there and TV shows. And I just got this email out the blue one day. Casting producer with Think Factory Media, working on a new show with Patty Stanger, aka the Millionaire Matchmaker. We all know who she is. My casting director gave me a list of successful people that I should reach out for this show, and you're one of them. And after I've done some research, I'm convinced you have a great look for TV and you're super successful. So if you're single, this show will be perfect for you, yada, yada, yada. Now, I don't know these people. I know who they are. Of course, I know who Patty Stanger is. We all know who Millionaire Matchmaker, the show, is. And a lot of us know Think Factory Media is, you know, responsible for a lot of the TV shows, production company. But I don't know these people personally. How did they find me? How did I end up on this casting director's list of successful people? And how did they do research after getting my name and actually become convinced after seeing what? My content out there. So you see how the brand attracts opportunity? Okay. Now the sad part is I've been married forever, so I wasn't single. I'm sure, like, hopefully you're single. Oh, I'm not. Husband messed that up. I could have been our Millionaire Matchmaker. But I was married. But I saw the marketing opportunity to share with my clients to help them about a brand. Like, I don't know these people. If they're researching me and I'm winding up on lists as people to come on these shows, and I've been approached for more than one reality show, so this isn't the only one. It's the brand again. It's the content. It's the pre-framing. It's the stuff that I strategically put out there to support my expert authority celebrity brand. And these are the little things and things that come your way to make you understand and help you understand that your brand is actually working for you. It's attracting the opportunity, it's allowing you to charge more, and people are viewing you in a certain light. And these are the opportunities I want to happen to you. Like not necessarily being on a reality show, of course, or a TV show, but having people take a look around and be like, ooh, yes, I need him or her, because they see what's out there in the world about you and your brand, and it's giving off the thing that you want it to give. It's strategically done, right? So that's how you know it's working. So that's why I love to share this. Okay, so indoctrination materials and conversion. Okay, indoctrination conversion are everything from the time a person opts into your website or landing page to after they actually bought from you, right? And then your ongoing relationship with them. That's the conversion part. But indoctrination materials are what they have seen after they've been pre-framed. And the goal of the material, of course, is to build trust so you can convert them. So after they've seen all your stuff out there, that's the pre-framing, and they haven't met you, but they're seeing you everywhere and all this and all that. Now they're ready to opt in. And maybe when they opt in, you have a video or something for them, they can convert. So indoctrination materials, you know, you're pre-framed, you established yourself as an expert in advance by them seeing the stuff out there about you. Now you want to get them indoctrinated using your launch videos, your webinars, your downloadable PDFs, your teleseminars, if you still do those, whatever it is, you want to get people indoctrinated, right, to your materials. So an example would be if you created a video that positions you as an expert without even selling them anything. Remember, it's not always about the quick, gotta sell, gotta sell, gotta sell. You gotta build the goodwill. So sole purpose of the indoctrination materials is to get people to opt in and give them great value and content and help establish your position and establish goodwill between you and the prospect, right? And goodwill makes the conversion process easy. Remember, you're not selling at this point with your indoctrination material, just giving value, right? And the goodwill helps to make the conversion process easier when you do get to the point that you have something you want to offer to them. It's not just a cold sell out the blue. They've been, you know, hanging around and checking out your stuff and getting great value from you for a while. So now when you do offer some stuff, they're easy to convert. I run ads on Facebook for my cosmetic line, right? And so I can't just run ads saying buy my makeup on Facebook because a lot of people haven't heard of SWL Cosmetics Collection yet, right? So what I do is I create a branding video where I talk about the makeup, who my makeup line is for, what we stand for, and I did the same whole process with my makeup company. It took a while for me to do it, trying to figure out how I'm going to position my makeup company different from other women who have lines, but I came up with what my thing was, my position was going to be for my makeup line, and I talk about it in a video, and I just run that video for brand awareness, right? So people, it's going around to my market, you know, who I'm targeting, and people are seeing it, and they're like, oh, that's her makeup line, that's what she's doing. But then they'll start to see other ads for the actual makeup where they can buy something. So then it's not, when they see the other ads, they're not like, who is this? They're like, oh, that's that girl's video that I watched about her makeup line, who, you know, this is who it's for, and da-da-da. They've seen stuff about me where I wasn't selling them. So I'm indoctrinating people even with my Facebook advertising. So I'm using this process on every platform that I can. So everything I'm teaching you today, these couple of concepts, and it may seem like a lot, but I'm still just on like 2 things, right? I'm using it in everyday life, even with my makeup company. I'm still doing the branding and indoctrinating and getting them to understand who SWL is for, okay? We're gonna remain a classic in a world full of trends. That's very, very important to me. And then there's conversion, okay? The process, of course, a customer goes through when they invest with you, they pay for your services or your product. And, you know, when you make your sale, you want to make the sale while maintaining good position and goodwill and everything. You want everything to be great. And so the best way to make more money in your business is by improving your position all the time, pre-framing and indoctrination. And I know a lot of people are always trying to create new products and more products and tweak the product to make it better. When we think about making more money, there's a lot of places, a lot of things you can do to make more money in your business. But one of the easiest ways is by putting out more and more content that improves your position, that pre-frames and indoctrinates people, because then the selling part becomes easier. So less time trying to tweak the product or service, which is probably already fabulous, and I'm all for improvement, but a lot of you just keep going there because it's all you know how to do, and you think that that's the thing that's going to make you more money. You keep trying to figure out other ways to do it, and you can. There are some other ways, but this is one of the easiest and best ways to do it. So keep improving the position, pre-framing, and indoctrination. Okay. Email indoctrination is another one. So let's say I write, someone decides to get indoctrinated. They've been seeing my stuff out there. Now they want to opt into my list. And I start writing emails to my prospects. And I'm not selling anything. I'm just giving out value and content and tips that they could like really go and use in their business right now and make money or whatever. So I tell the story of how I left my 9-to-5 job and I created my own business, and I juggled both before I could replace my income and sustain myself. This is all a true story, right? And so let's say I'm emailing this out to my list, and I'm using the story to inspire and motivate people on how I was able to successfully do it, so they could see how I did it and everything. So a well-written email that inspires is indoctrinating a person to you. You're not selling them anything, but you're sharing a story with them that they can relate to, and it's establishing goodwill, and they're feeling my vibe, and they're feeling a connection to me without knowing me. And I'm establishing trust, which is needed when you're buying, especially when you're buying, when you want people to buy higher priced products, which I want you to have, higher priced products and services, because it's the best position. Okay, so when I am ready to sell them, right? When I am ready to sell them, they're actually going to buy and convert. Right? So here are a couple of things I just want you to evaluate for your brand, okay? Because we're wrapping up here. I want you to figure out what position in your market you currently have. Like taking everything I just talked about, what is your position in the market? Can you identify it, right? What do you stand for and what do you stand against, if anything? Okay, so write that down. I want you to say, well, what is my position in market? Okay, what is my current position in market? If you have one, you may say, you know what, I don't even have one. That's fine too, because this is all about figuring out where you're at right now so you know what to do going forward. And what do you stand for and against? And again, if you're like, I don't even know, like, I don't know, I'm all over the place, that's good too, because you can fix it. It's cool. So do you have anything in place to pre-frame prospects? This goes back to the content, all those pictures and the things that I showed you how I use it different ways, all the celebrity this and doing that, which supports the position I've taken with my brand, expert, authority, all that. What content do you have working for you that you can do the same thing with, that you can put out there to plant seeds in advance of anyone ever interacting with you? What can you put out to the universe so that, somebody can come to you with a great opportunity, like the Millionaire Matchmaker thing? What's out there when people look around and they see, right, to make them come to that conclusion? How can you indoctrinate people? What can you create in your business to draw people towards you once they will opt in, make them want to opt in? And what indoctrination materials do you already have, right? Not selling, just giving value and building the goodwill and the trust and the credibility, and then feeling like, oh my God, this stuff is so good, this stuff is so good, this stuff is so good, I'm not even paying for it. So that when you do make an offer, they're like, oh my God, I got so much value from her free stuff, in her emails, in her video training. I am buying this. If I was able to do XYZ just off of free stuff, imagine if I bought this course or this product, or I decided to work with him or her. I keep saying her, so sorry guys, I'm just used to working with women entrepreneurs, but no offense. All right, so those are just a couple of things I want you to evaluate for your brand, because I think they're the most important things in helping you to monetize a brand and have a good one. All right, so get these 3 things together. Okay, there's a lot of info going around about brands, but if you focus on a strong position in your market and you only focus on the people who are attracted to that position, you will do great. Remember, I said it's okay to be against another position or somebody else, especially when you feel strongly about it. How I feel about purpose and passion is nothing that I just made up. I've worked with enough women to know that it has wasted so much of their time and money that it irks me. It genuinely irks me. So I'm passionate about it, right? Oh, I said the word passion. I'm passionate about purpose and passion not being the only thing that they focused on. So that position is authentic to me. It's a strong position I have. It separates me from what a lot of other business coaches are doing, because they do say they're teaching business, and all you need to do is, I'm going to help you find your purpose and passion, and you're going to be able to profit. And that's not me. Okay, and I want you to figure out what can be your thing that you're against. I have no problem being against that. Okay, if you focus on pre-framing and indoctrinating prospects with content, right, rather than, like I said, constantly just trying to tweak your products and services and improve, or maybe I need another certification, or maybe I need this, or maybe I need a new product, or more colors, or more whatever. No, focus on doing more of the pre-framing and indoctrinating, okay? Because a correctly positioned brand commands top dollar, and these are the things that help support and justify it. Because remember, I said it's not as simple as just raising your prices and people telling you to charge your worth, charge your worth. You should, but you got to have things in place to make people actually buy into those higher price points, okay? So I hope that was fantabulous for you, okay? I had a great time talking about this stuff. And like I said, I could probably do it. I said too, I could probably do a 3-day seminar on how to, do all this stuff. There's more to it, but these couple of things, again, it's important to me that you think differently about the brand you currently have, or if you're getting ready to create one, because this can save you so much and help you create something really fabulous that you become known for, and it's crystal clear. And that's what I really wanted you to take away today. So I know I told you that I would give you my free 7-day business and branding bootcamp. And all you have to do is go to VickiUrbanBrandingBootcamp.com. You see the URL right there. And that's actually my book, Brand Building Blueprint. And what I did with the 7-day training is I taught a lot of what's in the book as well. And it's more examples of how I built my brand, what worked, what didn't work. And I also gave you some great examples in this training of brands that really stand out in how they did the position taking and how it really worked. One of the things I talk about is Planet Fitness. Remember Planet Fitness first came out? It was like, how is it going to work where we're supposed to be about health and fitness, and now they're offering people pizza parties and there's candy there, and they don't want anyone to be hardcore. They don't want any lunkheads. And if you throw the weights around and you carry a water jug, that's a bad thing. Like, that goes against everything we know about fitness. And who would think that that would work to create a gym that fosters and creates a culture where this is okay? Who would think that that would work? And so I dive into stuff like that because Planet Fitness worked when no one would think it could. But what did they do? They took the opposite position. That doesn't make sense to people. There's probably so many people who tell them that that wouldn't work, but they didn't do what every other gym does. They took a different, unique position, and it's attracting the people who are intimidated by the hardcore gyms and stuff like that, right? So that's the type of stuff I talk about in the 7-day training. So I made it when you go to that URL that when you opt in for the training, there's some other stuff on there that you won't be able to get. But the training, if you opt in for the Vicki Urban Branding Bootcamp, you're able to get that right away. And it's every day for 7 days, I drop a video on concepts in the book. And again, this is a training that took me an entire day to record. So it's pretty robust for 7 days. So it's a healthy, free gift that I'm giving you. You'll learn a lot. And I think you really like it. So that is what I had to offer you today. I hope you enjoyed the training. I had a good time talking to everybody. This has been super cool. And just like I said, if you just get those couple of concepts together, you will be like light years ahead of everybody, and you'll start to see how you can build and more content. You don't have to create all the content by yourself. You can hire somebody very cost effectively to help you, but it's content is always going to be king when it comes to making more money in your business and helping you position your brand. So I hope I helped clear up a lot of the confusion about what a brand is and is not, and got you to focus on the things that help monetize your brand. Because again, I'm all about the money. Okay, I'm not all about the cute taglines and catchy names, and I'm the this person, I'm the that person, I'm the lady this and the lady that, and the so-and-so coach and the this and that. I'm not that. That name alone could be cute. It could be so cute, but if the stuff is not in place to support it, you're not going to be able to monetize the brand. And so I just want you to come up with a cute name all you want. I just want you to have the stuff in place to make it work for you. All right. So again, I hope you enjoyed this. I had a great time teaching. And again, I want to thank Shay for allowing me to be one of the master facilitators for this awesome summit on how to be prepared for a comeback after there's a setback. And again, I'm a huge proponent. Always arm yourself with income generating skills so that when catastrophe hits, whether it's personal, pandemic, governmental interference could shut something down in your business that was really making you money before that you no longer can do by law. There's so many different setbacks you're going to have as an entrepreneur. They're inevitable. And so the way that you run your business smartly is that you buckle down and you learn the things that allow you to rebuild again. And Shay has done a phenomenal job by bringing together professionals who've had some success doing the things that they're talking about in all different arenas, that you can take some from here and some from here and some from here and start learning these things and bulletproof your business and really help yourself to survive when that setback comes, because it's going to come. It's just life, you know, we have to be prepared. All right. So if you've ever seen people who you've seen lost everything, but they were able to rebuild, it's because they have these the specialized knowledge to do it. A lot of people, when they lose everything, they don't know how to rebuild because they don't have the specialized knowledge to do it. So once it's gone, it's gone. But anyone that you've ever seen lose everything and just keeps coming back and building in different industries and different things, they have all these marketing concepts and different things down where they know how to do it no matter what industry they go in and out of. All right. So that's what I want for you. So again, thank you very much. I hope you go get the branding boot camp, 7-day training. I had a good time. Thanks for listening. All right. Talk. See you.
Hey everybody, Amy Walker here. I want to start off by giving a huge shout out to Shay for putting together this amazing event. He always does a world-class job with his events, and I am just always honored to be invited. And I'm going to jump right in right now because I got 30 minutes to totally rock your world and help you close more deals. So let me pull up my screen share and let's jump right in and get going. So today I am teaching you the 7 secrets to high ticket sales. We're going to help you close more deals and close at higher price points. If you have ever failed at closing deals at higher price points in the past, I want you to just let that go. You probably did not know all of this information, and you're going to be much more equipped by the time we get done. If you've ever been inconsistent with closing high ticket deals, I want you to put those fears to rest. If you've done it once, you can do it consistently. I also want to point out that all of the experts out there that are telling you that you just need to run more ads and build another funnel are not giving you the full picture. Oftentimes, the marketing companies are not really paying attention to if you're actually closing a lot of sales and if you're being profitable. What they're paying attention to is the cost per lead. And it takes more than that to establish a high selling, high converting sales system. So when you leave this session, you are going to be more confident in closing sales. There is really only one way to create consistent higher amounts of sales. You've got to sell more units and you've got to sell more high dollar, and that's really it. It's not a magic formula, but there is a formula for getting to that point, and that's what we're going to share today. So there's 3 things that you will be more confident in when we get off. Number 1 is how to put together and what's expected with a high ticket offer. Number 2, where are the 7 different places that you close the sale? We'll go over that. And number 3, we're going to show you how to handle the pressure and overcoming sales objections. So when you get off, you're going to have a lot more knowledge and insights and information in closing high ticket deals. I encourage you to take notes. I encourage you to eliminate distractions. And also, I love the fact that Shay has provided this platform for you to meet a lot of different entrepreneurs in a short period of time, because it's kind of like you get a taste test a bunch of different people and see what they're like and see if you resonate. And so I would love for this to be a first meeting, not a last meeting. And if any of you are feeling like, yeah, I really need some help with my sales, I encourage you to reach out and let's get connected. All right, let me tell you a little bit about me before we jump into our info. I am a client acquisition specialist. I help small business owners find the simplest, most cost-effective way to consistently acquire new clients. I built my coaching business to 6 figures my first year that we launched. My second year, we quadrupled sales and did over $440,000 in sales. And we have been steady and consistent ever since. I have helped thousands of small business owners across multiple different industries and across multiple different sales platforms in order to stabilize their sales and grow their sales. My work has been featured in Fast Company, in Huffington Post, in US News and World Report, and most recently in American Express. And this is my crew. So I am a mom to 5 boys. They range in age from 7 to 18. My husband and I run our company together. We live in a tiny town where we have, more cows than people, and we absolutely love our life and our business. And it did not start out this way. So when I was a brand new entrepreneur, I was actually terrible at sales, and I really struggled in business, to the point where I remember we really had to downsize. And we were living in this 200-year-old farmhouse that had not just one, but 3 different colors of green shag carpet, because the owners in the 70s were too cheap to recarpet the whole house in the same color of green shag. So we had 3 different colors, and the wallpaper was falling off the walls, and below the wallpaper, there was not even any like drywall. It was just plaster from these 200-year-old walls. And so like chunks of plaster were falling down. It was not a nice place. We did not have stairs that were up to code. It was a farmhouse, so there was lots of mice, and it was not our finest moment. And here we had these 3 little boys, and I was expecting my 4th. And I'd been an entrepreneur for a while. And I remember in this moment thinking, all right, I got to make a choice. And the choice is either I have to figure this out once and for all, or I got to just be okay with where we're at and just learn to say I'm blessed. My family is healthy. They're happy. We love each other. And that's it. This is what life holds for me, and just be okay with it. And during that time, I actually went on a youth conference trip. I was a leader. We took a bunch of teenagers down to a reservoir, and we were sitting on the edge of the water and having this conversation with these kids about what is that thing that holds them back from being great? What's that mistake or that flaw that they're holding on to, or that fear that they're holding on to? Like, what is it? Identify it. And then we encourage the kids to write it on a rock and bury it in the ground and just leave it behind. And I remember as we're having this conversation, starting to feel in my heart, I was like, you know what? I need this. I need this as much as any kid out here. So I went and I found a rock, and I wrote on that rock, living below my potential, and I buried it. And there was a lot of reasons why at that point in time I had been living below my potential, but one of them was really fear, and another one was lack of skills. And I just was so tired, and I was fed up with living below my potential. And I really did not like the idea of just settling for less. It kind of made me feel a little bit nauseous. So I buried that. I went home, and over the next year, we hit 6 figures in our business. I hit 6 figures as an entrepreneur for the first time ever. It was before I had started Amy Walker Consulting, but not long after. About another year after that, we were having baby boy number 5, and I was starting my own business. And a year after that, my husband and I were able to buy our dream house and move where we wanted to move. He was able to come home and work with me full-time in the business. And so that was really a turning point for me. And I share this story with you because I want to impress upon you that you do not have to live in fear or below your potential. You really don't. You can learn to sell. It is 100% a learnable skill for the vast majority of people. There are some people who do not have the ability to connect and converse with other people. And those are the only ones that I've seen that cannot learn how to sell. Everybody else, you can learn how to sell. I want you to understand as well that it is okay if you were not passionate about sales yesterday, but my hope is that you will leave this session together committed to them. I get it. We don't start our businesses because we dream of being a salesperson. We start our businesses because we want something more in life. And I also want you to understand that your dream life might be just right around the corner. Maybe right now you're in your own version of green shag carpet. And oh, I forgot to tell you as well, this was great too. Because the house was so old, the power was like rigged around the outside of the house, and you couldn't run the toaster and the microwave at the same time. And the kitchen had been built for somebody who was like 5'5". It was so short. My husband couldn't even, he had to duck to fit in there. And we blew that power all the time. It was just, you might be in that version of your life right now. And your dream life might be just right around the corner. But you will have to learn to sell in order to get this business to work for you. And so that is why I'm so committed to sharing with you these skills, because I know this was the start of my transition, and I want that for you as well. So here's what results can look like. This is not just something that only works for me. I want to share with you some client wins as well. So Christine is a mental health professional, and she was charging hourly rates and running insurance. And she shifted into high ticket sales. She was really nervous about how this would work because people are not used to paying in bulk for their mental health and wellness services. So when we made this transition, she closed $12,000 in 1 week with no insurance, no hassle, more committed clients, and she was absolutely thrilled. So even if you're in an industry where you're like, how's high ticket sales going to work for me? We're going to figure it out. So here's what we're covering in our session today: how to create a high value, high return offer that will sell in 2020 and be relevant right now today. We're going to cover how to structure your sales conversation so you get the yes. There are 7 different places that you close the sale. We're going to show you what they are today. And then we're going to talk about, you don't have to pressure anyone to buy, but that doesn't mean that there's no pressure. And you've got to know how to overcome sales objections and how to handle that pressure that kind of naturally comes up. So we're going to share that with you as well. Again, I encourage you to take notes, and I'm curious, let me know in the chat, what are you most excited to learn? All right, let's talk about secret number 1, how to create a high value, high return offer that sells in 2020. So some entrepreneurs, coaches, speakers, experts might be thinking, I don't understand how high ticket sales will work for me because the economy is slow and my clients are already struggling to afford my services. So I'm going to share a story with you about Carol, one of my clients. And she was kind of having similar thoughts earlier in 2020, like, okay, everybody's struggling right now, business is hard, how am I going to make this work? And what we did was we really focused on what is going to be a high value offer first, and then we match it with high price. So there are a lot of people out there, and you guys, this is one of my pet peeves, that are selling high ticket crap programs. And I'm frankly tired of it. I'm sure you've bought them in the past as well, where you paid a lot, but you got a little in return. It's frustrating, and we are not talking about that. That is not what I mean when I say high value, high ticket offer. So what I want you to understand is you're trying to structure your offer, and we'll come back to Carol's story here in a minute. It takes the same amount of effort to close a low price sale as it does a high price sale. I'm not even joking. The same amount of time to get the lead on the phone. It's the same amount of effort to acquire the lead. It takes the same length of time to have the sales conversation. It takes the same amount of time. So you might as well try to sell a high value offer. Also, we are not going to try to sell high ticket products to low ticket clients. There are some clients that need a low price point offer. Sell them a low price point offer, but do it as a downsell. Instead of going after low price point offers, go after high price point offers. And if they can't do it, have a downsell. It's a great way to go. Next, people want big results with the least amount of effort to get there. So right now, stacking your offers with tons of different deliverables in them is overwhelming, more so than it is valuable. So I have a client that I said, okay, we need to put together a $10,000 offer. And she came back to me with just this list of everything she's ever learned or done that she's going to put all together in one. I was like, oh gosh, that's overwhelming. Looks like so much work, looks like so much time. Let's simplify. What is the simplest way that we can get to the outcomes that your clients want? So creating more stuff doesn't mean high value. Creating more results means high value. So let's show you Carol's before and after. So when Carol first started, her positioning was that she teaches tech to non-tech savvy entrepreneurs. So she was bringing in, clients who wanted help setting up their autoresponder and figuring out how to just do basic things like, how do I set up my Facebook page? It wasn't real high value, high return, the work that she was doing for them. So the very first thing we did was we started off and I said, okay, so what kind of outcomes have you created for clients? And then she got excited because she had helped clients do 6-figure book launches. She had helped clients launch podcasts. She had helped clients run expert summits that generated 6 figures for them. And she had done all of these things where they created really clear, really great, valuable outcomes. So what we did was we changed her positioning, for who she was offering to. We changed her pricing and we created really clear outcomes. She put together a program, and her first month she sold it for $10,000. Her next month she did $15,000 in sales, and now she is just going strong. That was a big increase for her, and we were super excited about it. And here's what Carol had to say about the experience. Just wanted to let you know, if you don't already, that you are amazing. You totally changed my life with your instruction, belief in me, loving support, and kicking the butt when needed. It's not just the money, it's the ability that I now own to strategically think about how to generate the money. I totally love the podcast I'm doing now and never thought of it as a way to bring in consistent money other than sponsors. Wow. So when you get clear on what the value is and the outcomes that you can produce for your clients, that's when we have the high value, high ticket offer. I'm not just talking about slap a higher price point on your programs. I'm talking about how can you create the most results for your clients. That's what people want to buy today. They want to buy results. Okay, you might also be thinking, I don't understand how raising my prices is going to help me make more money when I'm already struggling to close at lower price points. If you can relate to that statement, just let me know in the chat, because I get it. I remember feeling that way. I was like, I can't close $100. Why am I going to close 1,000 or 10,000? Mind-boggling. So let's talk about this. So here's the truth. Your old offers might not be selling because they're focused on deliverables instead of results. That's something that's very common that I see. Another thing is your offer might be overwhelming or confusing. Maybe you've just thought, okay, I just need to add more stuff into the offer. It's not the right thing to do. You might also be selling the wrong offer for the client's needs. Like you're trying to sell to somebody who doesn't need what you have to offer. All of those things will affect your ability to convert. So take a look at each one and see which one it might be. The other truth bomb that I want to drop for you is that it takes the exact same amount of effort for me and my team to close a $1,000 product as it does a $10,000 product. Same amount of time. You guys, I have tracked this. The sales calls last the same amount of time. The number of follow-up calls we have to do is the exact same, because a $1,000 program is the same level of commitment to a $1,000 client as a $10,000 program is to a $10,000 client. But I cannot sell a $10,000 program to a $1,000 client. So when you up-level your outcome and you up-level what you can produce for them and you up-level that price, you also need to make sure that you're working on getting the leads that match that offer. And I hope that makes sense to you, because that's a critical piece to it. All right, secret number 2, how to structure your sales conversation so you can get to that yes. We are going to cover the 7 different places that you close the sale. So you might be thinking, because I hear this a lot, I'm just not a natural born salesperson. I don't want to do high pressure sales. Sales just aren't my thing. And if you can relate to that, just let me know in the chat box, because I used to say the same things. So there are 7 different places that you close the sale, and let's kind of go through each one of them. Number 1 is in the pre-frame. So this is before they get on the sales conversation. What do they know about you? What are you sending them? What resources? Is there a video? Is there a certain email series that you send? But before they get on that sales call, you want them to be set up for success and thinking good things about this experience they're about to have. So there was a study that was done at, I believe it was Harvard Business School, where they had a guest professor come in and they had a written bio, and they gave the bio, is one big classroom. They gave half of the room one bio, half of the room the other bio. One half, the bio said things like, you know, he was very efficient and a little bit of a reserved demeanor. And it said all of these things that were not necessarily like, you're going to love this guy. And then the other half got a bio that said things like he's warm and engaging, and students love his sense of humor, and it was very positive. And the feedback from the half that had gotten the cool pre-frame was that they didn't like him. They felt like he was offensive. They didn't feel like they learned anything. They definitely didn't want to have him back. The ones who got the positive pre-frame thought he was great. They gave him really high ratings, and it was the only difference was that pre-frame. So what are you doing before they get on the call? before someone gets on a call with me, I want them to know that I genuinely care about their results. I want them to know that I am not going to give them fluff, that I'm a strategist, that I'm going to work hard with them, that they're going to walk away with a game plan. Like, I want them to know a lot of these things before they get on that call. So what are you doing there? All right. That happens before the call. The rest of them are happening in the call, and I'm going to be using some verbiage and scripting from my book. It's called the I'm Not a Salesperson sales book, How to Sell Like a Natural Even If You're Not. So the next one is your intentions. When I very first get on the call with somebody, I set expectations for the call. And so here's how that sounds for me, and you can tweak this scripting however you want to. I say, I am so excited to chat with you about your business today. So we're going to do 3 things. First, I'm going to ask a lot of questions to understand what your goals are and what some of the challenges are that you're facing. Second, I'm going to give you an action plan. So when we get off the call, you'll know exactly what's going, what you need to do. And then third, if it sounds like we could be a good fit for each other, I'd love to tell you about my mastermind. And so that's how my intro sounds. We're going to create the intention and let them know that a pitch is coming so that they're prepared for it and they're not surprised by it. All right, the next place is when we commit them to change. So in the script, this is after you have been going through discovery and you're asking some deep level assessment questions. You're finding out, what their problems are, what they want. And then we're going to ask them to commit to change. And so we're going to say to them, things like, and again, this scripting is all in the book, and I'm going to give you a chance to get the book for free. But we're going to ask questions like, how long has this been an issue? And what is it costing you? And we're going to get them to kind of go over those things. And then we'll say, well, if you were to, what would you gain by solving these challenges? And then after they say that, then we're going to say, well, it sounds like you've got a lot of reasons why you need to do this. Are you committed? And I'm not talking to them about my program. I'm just talking to them about committing to solve their problem. This is really critical because if they're not committed to solving their problem, then they're not going to be committed to my program. And we have to understand that. Okay, next thing is a problem solution story. So sometimes going at them and saying, here's all of your problems and here's what you need to do to fix it is a little bit too aggressive for people. And they start to build up their defenses. What I want their defenses coming out, they're going down one by one. The defenses are getting lowered. And so I use a story here. This is the story where I demonstrate that I've had the problem. I share the emotions around the problem. I share with them what my experience was with finding the solution so that they can see themselves in my story and they can connect to the emotion. We make our decisions based on emotion, not based on logic. Even when we think, no, I'm a logical thinker, we're trying to logic our way to verify what we feel. That's what we're doing. So we want them in their feels. We want them in their emotions as they're making this important decision. The next thing we're going to do is ask for the sale. And this is the thing that people are always worried about. Well, how do I do that? And it's so easy. You just say, so what do you think? Would you like to work with me? Or so what do you think? Is this the right product for you? What do you think? Would you like to get started today? It's a really easy question right there. All right, next is overcoming objections, and I'm going to cover that in detail here in just a minute, so we'll go over that soon. And then the last thing is the follow-up. The number one thing that I see people making a mistake in follow-up is they're giving them too long. It does not take a week to make a decision. It doesn't take 2 weeks to make a decision. We make decisions fairly quickly. If you're giving them a week or 2 weeks, what's happening is they're avoiding making the decision for a long time. Their doubts are starting to pile up, and then they still make the decision in an hour or 2 hours. I mean, how long have you ever sat down and proactively worked on a decision for more than a couple of hours? You haven't. We don't do that. So what you want to do is get them to make a decision more quickly. So when I have somebody that says, I really think I want to do this, but I just need to think it through. I just need to make sure that this is the right timing for me. I'll say, okay, great. So let's go ahead and do this. Why don't you just kind of think it over tonight, and then let's follow up tomorrow and see what new questions you've come up with. And when I ask for a quick follow-up, it helps us get to that point of sale so much more quickly. Because they don't give themselves all that time for the doubts to creep in. They're just like, okay, let's do it. If they need more time, like they say, you know what, tomorrow's bad for me, I've got a meeting, I know I'm not gonna be able to work on this at all. Okay, great, how about the next day? But I'm trying to get that follow-up to happen quickly. Now, here's another bonus secret. I wasn't gonna throw this in, so it's not one of my 7, but here's another follow-up question that I ask that you can write down. So before we get off, I'll say, now I just want to ask one more question though, like we'll follow up in 2 days, but first impression, scale of 1 to 10, 1 being, this is definitely not for me, 10 being, absolutely, I'm signing up, and you can't say 5 because that's confusing. Where would you say you're at? And they'll be like, I'm like a 7.5. And I'll say, okay, great. So what's the difference between a 7.5 and a 10? Like what's standing in your way? Because I'm trying to get to the unspoken objection so that we can talk about it. All right, so that's my follow-up tips. Let's keep moving here. So be really careful about these lies. These are expensive stories, and I always tell my clients, stories are expensive, you can't afford to buy them. So listen for these. I'm not comfortable pressuring people, or I'm not outgoing enough to be successful in sales, or I'm not comfortable on video, or I'm not 100% confident in what I am, or I'm not 100% confident in what I do. You guys, welcome to the human race. Like that's everybody. We all feel that way. And yet we can learn to be successful in sales. So here's the truth. Whenever people say, well, I'm just not a natural born salesperson, I'm like, cool, because I've never met a baby that can sell. So sales is a learnable skill. There is no such thing as a person who is just born a salesperson. No babies sell. They just don't. I've had a lot. I can attest to that. Sales is a learnable skill for like 85% of the population. And the 15% that can't sell are also the 15% that cannot connect with other people. They just are not wired that way. So if you can connect with people, you can learn to sell. There is a psychological process that we make when we go through making decisions, and sales is simply making that process happen more smoothly. All right, last secret. You don't have to pressure anyone to buy, but that does not mean that there is no pressure. So some entrepreneurs, business owners, coaches say things like, Amy, I just don't know how to make people feel comfortable while I'm selling to them. Stop trying to make them feel comfortable, and let me explain why. That's not a natural part of the decision-making process. Comfort and change don't go together. And if I think about it, if I'm in my bed with my comfy PJs on and my best blankie on and I'm watching something awesome on Netflix and one of my kids is like, hey mom, you want to take me to the store? My answer is no, because I'm comfortable and I don't want to move. If your people are comfortable, they don't want to move. So you've got to be okay with that. There's this natural process of a little bit of discomfort in the mix. The other thing I want you to understand is the sales objections that they give you have nothing to do with you, your product, your service, your program. Those are the same objections they give to everybody. So if they say, I can't afford it, they tell that to everybody for everything. If they say I'm too busy, they tell that to everybody for everything. It is not related to your product or service in any way, shape, or form. It is their story. And that story pops up for them over and over and over again. And I said this already, I'm gonna say it again, stories are expensive and you can't afford to buy them. So when someone brings up a sales objection, and I'm starting to feel like that pressure build, because it does, when they get to the point where they've committed to change and now you're showing them an offer that's gonna help them change, they're starting to feel internal pressure to cause them to move. That's the natural energy flow of the sales conversation. I didn't make it up, right? Like if somebody has no desire to move, there will be no pressure at this point in time because they don't want it, they don't need it, they're happy with where they're at. But if they want the change that you offer, they're going to feel pressure. It's kind of like, if any of you have ever had this experience, I have, of getting on the scale and seeing a number that you're like, holy cow, the last time I weighed that much, I was pregnant. And I am not okay with that number, right? Again, maybe you have not had this experience, I have. And so when that number creates so much pressure for me that I will do something different. So there's a 4-part process to overcoming these sales objections where you don't have to add more pressure to get them to say yes. You just have to know how to manage the pressure and get them to move through the objection. So this works for absolutely any sales objection that you could possibly have thrown at you. The first thing that we do is we acknowledge what they just said. Then we ask them a question. then we get permission to give them more information. And so if they say, well, Amy, I would love to work with you, but I just can't afford it, we say, okay, so it sounds like money is your concern. Is that correct? So we acknowledged it. They say yes. Well, may I ask you a question? If we set money aside for just a minute here, is this the right program for you? And if they're like, yeah, this is absolutely what I need. Okay, well then do I have permission to brainstorm with you and figure out how we might be able to get these payments to work? Because I would hate if money was the only thing that stopped you from getting what you want in your business right now. So that's that 4-step process. And again, this is all covered inside of the book. And I'm going to give you in just a second a link to be able to get it for free. But it goes over there, you know, how to overcome the time objection, the money objection, the spouse objection. So all of that is in there, but this process, what it does is it takes it from the two problem ends of the spectrum. So on one end, you have the people who they say, oh, I just can't afford it. Okay, well, but you know what? No big deal. I'm just here to serve. And you know what? When things turn around for you, I'm still going to be here and I'll work with you whenever you're ready. And they don't even try to overcome the objection. And then the other side, you have the people who don't even care that you just gave them an objection, and it's like aggressive. Like, well, I can't afford it. Well, you got on this call. You knew it was going to cost money. What were you thinking? Like, it's super aggressive. So you want to be in the zone that is not wimpy, but is not overly aggressive, but it just helps them get through that process. Because here's what I know. That story has nothing to do with me. That is the story that keeps them stuck in their life over and over and over again. My job is to help them get over their obstacles so they can be successful. My job as a salesperson is to get the client what the client wants. And that requires that we get those obstacles out of the way. All right, I want to share with you another case study here. So Aaliyah came to me because she was not enjoying her sales conversations. She was closing, but she knew she was leaving money on the table, and the closing was awkward. She didn't know how to overcome the objections, and it seemed like the calls were not ending on a high note. So here's what we found. She was using really masculine scripting with a feminine audience. The overcoming objections process that she had been taught was very confrontational. And she was so excited to realize that there was a better way to do her sales conversations. Now she's excited for her sales conversations instead of dreading them. And she is a very recent client. So we just barely started this process. So I can't tell you what her numbers are, but I can tell you that dreading your calls versus being excited for your calls makes a huge difference in how you come across on those calls. So here's the lie that you have to be high pressure to win in sales. It's absolutely not true. There is a natural pressure that it comes when you're making decisions, but you don't have to create it. It just comes because they want something different. The best closers are really great at helping people move through their obstacles. All right, you guys, I said I was going to give you this gift, and I want to give you this gift. I'd love to give all of you a copy of this book for free. In here, it has training on your mindset, how mindset plus skill set plus action is the success formula for sales. It's going to teach you how to qualify your leads. It's going to teach you how to sell to indecisive people, how to know your numbers and what you should be tracking in sales. It's going to teach you how to overcome objections with time, with money, with spouse, plus more. And also in here in the back of the book are my high converting 6-figure sales scripts. And so you get those sales scripting templates. So if you want the book, all you need to do is go to www.salesaremything.com. And I encourage you to do that now, like right now, before the next speaker comes up, salesaremything.com. Go get the book for free, and you can start working to get your high ticket sales offer and system coming together like right away. You guys, this one makes the biggest impact in the shortest amount of time. All right, back to you, Shay and team. Thank you all so much for having me.
Hey guys, my name is Eric Swanson. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here with you and your awesomeness. Again, Eric Swanson, speaker, author, trainer, all the really cool stuff. And let's get started. I mean, I'm going to talk about this. Look, I want to share with you guys some principles of success in regard to what I call crush and dominate. So what am I talking about, crush and dominate? Well, it's part of my book right here, as you can see right there, displayed for you. Crush and dominate. And by the way, I don't know if you can see this, but the subtitle is 13 Strategies to piss off your competitors. Yes, 13 strategies to piss off your competitors. I'm going to share like 3 major ones right now. So, you ready to get started? Let's do this. So, number 1 is realizing that it is a mental game. And what I mean by mental game is it's in our mindset to be successful. Okay, so here's the deal. If you aren't playing a mental awesome game with yourself every day, then you may be sabotaging your success just a little bit every single day. So what I mean by this is literally enhancing your attitude of awesomeness. How do you do it? Well, by simple things that you could do every day to constantly remind yourself that you are in charge of your life. You're not going to allow other people to come in and rent space in your mind, and you're not even going to charge them rent for it. How many of you all know some people like that? How many of y'all know some people that they walk into the room and the lights seem to flicker or dim a little bit? Have you noticed them before? That's a sign. It's a sign for you to stay away from people like this, because it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you, and it's not going to help you help other people. So it is realizing that it's a mental game is step number 1. Now, what I do is I do 3 major things to keep myself in check every day. All right, now here's number 1 is create your awesomeness. I'll explain, actually I'll tell you all 3 and I'll go right back to each one. Number 1 is create your awesomeness. Number 2, create your intentions. And number 3 is create your dream team. That's what I call it, the dream team. Okay, so number 1, create your awesomeness. What do I mean by this? Well, literally, you have a choice. You have a choice of accepting circumstances that are going to happen around you every single day. I mean, think about it. You get up in the morning, you get lots of things going on, right? You could stub your toe. You could drop the coffee. You could, be late for an appointment. You could whatever, there's so many things, and that's just inside your house. When you get outside, what are you going to allow other people to determine your future, or are you going to? My answer is nope. I do not let that affect me, because I'm very cautious and conscientious about what I allow in my mindset and how I allow myself to interpret what's going on. I have something, a saying that I say to myself, and it's, you have to pee every day. And spell pee like this, P-E-A, okay? So you have to be positive, you have to be energetic, and you have to be awesome every day. Now, how do I do it? Well, create your awesome. What does create your awesome mean? Well, for you, it might mean something else. For me, it means little things like you get up in the morning and create your awesome. Yeah, that means putting some really cool tunes, music on, and having that. You can actually set it with all the different electronics these days and all the music things and so forth. You can actually allow your alarm clock, set your alarm to wake you up with the awesome music that you want to listen to. What's that song that really gets you going, gets you awesome, right? Create that mood. Create the lighting. Have the nice sun coming in through the I was going to say through the trees. I assume you don't have trees in your home, but maybe you do. Through the windows, there we go. But create that lighting, create the ambiance, create the awesomeness. A friend of ours used to call it PME, which stands for positive mental environment. So creating the environment that you want to live in is really, really important. And teaching people how to live in this environment that you want, right? That means teaching others how to treat you. This is the way you want to live. That means when you're going out there in the real world and you come across people, well, you allow them to realize that you're in a state of awesomeness. You're in a state of energetic awesomeness, and you want them to be that way as well. Now, some people will abide by that. Some people won't, and that's fine. Those are your determining factors of who you're going to surround yourself with. So, number 1 is create your awesome. Number 2 is create your intentions. What I mean by this is literally set your intentions in the morning, or what I do is the night before. All right, I set my intentions. Okay, tomorrow I'm going to tackle these 3, 4, 5 awesome things, projects that we're working on, and we're going to do it in this fashion, in this organization, in this attitude of awesomeness. All right, so create those intentions. What are your intentions? So like I'll give you another example. Every Friday in my company, what we do is we help other people. That's our intention. All Fridays, every Friday, we don't take any incoming calls for our company, for signing up for our programs or our masterminds or anything like that. All we're doing is we're helping other people with their companies, with their projects. And that's our intention every single Friday. So create those intentions. It's really, really key. And the third thing is create a dream team. What do I mean by dream team? Well, a dream team is people that you surround yourself with, right? Who's on your team? Do you have a team that's supporting you, or do you have a team that's really draining you? Here's the deal, guys and girls, guys and gals. The deal is energy is around us anywhere and everywhere. It's all around us. And it's up to you to determine which energy or energy field you want to bring into your life. Can you just feel my energy right now? And by the way, this is me pretty much 95% of the time. I'm serious. It's not just because I'm on camera right now. This is me. If you meet me, you will see that I'm very similar to the way I am right this second, because I feel energetically awesome this way. And it's okay if others don't feel that. It's okay. You at least know that you feel that way. And now, getting back to the dream team, who are you surrounding yourself with? What I do is I have a series of different exercises or things that I need to ask, a series of questions for people to realize if they're going to be a good fit for my group, my project, my team, my employees, etc. It doesn't have to be employees, by the way. It could just be your friends around you. Who is on your dream team of support system throughout your life? Now, obviously, people are going to come and go. There's seasons, right? I realize that. But, there's a saying years ago, people used to say, you are the culmination of the 5 people you surround yourself with and the 5 books that you read. I've got all my book library here and so forth. I don't know if you can see all this stuff behind me here or even below me here. But it's true. It's true. What you're putting in your mindset and what you're putting in your heart and your attitude and your awesomeness, that's going to carry over for outside when you go. And I say outside, it could be physically going outside. It could be going to a virtual thing like this. What are you bringing and where are you bringing it to? Okay, so build your dream team. Now, who's on your dream team? Why don't you ask them, what are the 5 books that you've read over the last, 6 months? By the way, think about that question I just asked. What are the 5 books that you've read over the last 6 months? If they're not readers, they may not be leaders, right? I want to find people who have read, Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill, who's read all these different books that we have, from, I could name tons, some of them, Brian Tracy. I've got a lot of Brian Tracy because he was my main mentor. If you're not familiar with where I came from is from Brian Tracy. I worked with Brian for years. 23 years ago, I started with him. And I branched off. I started working with other speakers as well. And now I run the Habitude Warrior Conference. You may have heard of it. And it's got a 2-year waiting list to get on our stage. And we have speakers like Les Brown, Brian Tracy, Sharon Lechter, anyone from The Secrets, but pretty much been on my stage. You name it. I mean, so many different amazing speakers and authors and leaders and trainers and world thought awesomeness people. Don't quote me on that one, but you know what I mean. So the point is this. So who are you surrounding yourself with? Now, how do you surround yourself with these awesome individuals? You bring value to them first. So it's almost like a bank account. All right, you're going to open a bank account. You don't go to the bank account and say, "Great, I'd like to open a bank account. Can I have some money first?" No, it doesn't work that way. You have to deposit money into your account, into the bank, and that's what you got to do. So what I do is I seek out opportunities. I look for opportunities to help other people. Right? I see somebody and I say, you know what? I've got a really good market in social media this way. Why don't I assist you and get you some more exposure and introduce you to my tribe? That's awesome. People love that, by the way. You should write that down, by the way. Introduce you to my tribe. They want to know who are your followers, and they'd like your followers to follow them. That's what it's all about. That's what marketing is all about. So that's one way to crush the competition, is by providing so much value to the people you want to surround yourself with. And in return, they start sharing value with you. And boom, all of a sudden, you've got a really great connection. It's amazing. I incorporated something called the elephant list It's a really cool thing. What you do is this: you write down on a blank piece of paper, you write down 10 names of people that you want to focus in on meeting over the next 6 months, 6 months to 12 years. I mean, 12 months, excuse me, not 12 years, 6 months to 12 months, and put it in this piece of paper. And guess what? It's already going to be in the universe by putting it on the piece of paper. And then sure enough, percentages and the universe will work to your advantage and introduce you to these people. It's amazing. All right, so that's number one, is really creating your awesome, creating your intentions, and creating your dream team. All right, I want to go into, and that's all the mental game, by the way. That's all the mental game. I want to go into number two. I'm going to give you 3 major points. Number one is the mental game. We just talked about that. Number 2 is raising your rates. It's very simple, very straightforward. Here's the deal. You've got a certain price tag that you've put on yourself, okay? And what I mean by yourself is, it could be, they hire you to be their consultant. It could be they're hiring you to do all the work for whatever project you're working on. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, if you're in sales, if you're whatever business you're doing, you have a certain rate that you're charging, right? Does that make sense? A price tag that you've already put on yourself. Now, what I would like you to do is I'd like you to raise that. I want you to raise the thermostat. I want you to raise the price tag that you've placed on yourself. So I'll give you an example. And there's many reasons why to do this, and I'll give you an example though. Let's say you're a speaker, and I'm a speaker, okay? I'm an author, I'm a speaker, I run masterminds and so forth. Let's say you're a speaker and you're speaking on stages and you're only charging $5,000 a speech, okay? And it's a 60-minute speech. Raise your rates right now. Decide right now, and go to your spouse, go to your friends and say, I now charge $8,000 a speech. Just raise it, okay? I'm telling you, here's what's gonna happen. A few reasons why you wanna do this. Number one is it will elevate your thermostat of your own what's called self-worth or comfort zone, all right? So you're raising that comfort zone for yourself. And you have to believe it though. You have to believe, because think about it. Ask yourself this question. If someone pays you that amount, whatever that amount is, the higher amount, is it worth it? Is it still worth it? My answer is, of course it is. Of course it is, all right? And if it's not, then maybe you should readjust what your value or your deliverables are. Maybe you need to add some more deliverables. Maybe you need to add some bonuses to the project or program, excuse me. And the program could be anything. Could be a speech, could be, whatever you're offering, okay? So raise your rates. Now, here's another reason why you want to raise your rates. It gives you more of a threshold to come down to where you were a little bit ago if you need to, do a concession, do a discount, right? Or what I call compassionate pricing, right? So it gives you more flexibility, okay? And reality and mentality is very important on raising your rates. What I mean by this is you putting it down on paper and on your websites and on your literature that you've raised your rates. Now it's sticking in reality for your clients, existing clients and your potential clients. It also is going into your mentality. That means your all of your cells, all of your being will finally step into that new rate, and you will thank me for it. Trust me, it works. So that's number 2. Number 1 is the mental game. Number 2, raise your rates. Number 3, and I'll finish on this. Number 3 is landmark videos. Landmark videos is one of my all-time favorite things. It's written in, I'm basically sharing some principles from Crush and Dominate, 13 Strategies to Piss Off Your Competitors. Get the book, it's amazing. Or just go through our program. Go through our mastermind. That's what you need to do. Go to awesomemastermind.com. It's awesome. Okay, getting back to this. Number 3, landmark videos. Here's what I teach my students, and it is so good. It's such a great technique. What I want you to do is I want you to vow to yourself that you are going to take a video, a live video. I prefer it to be live, like broadcasting live, to maybe at least 2 or 3 out of the 5 major social media platforms there are out there. Now, which of the platforms? Well, let's face it, there's a lot of them. There's Facebook, there's LinkedIn, there's Twitter, there's Snappy Chatty, or whatever that is. There's Instagram, right? Everyone's doing the IG, right? Instagram. And then there's YouTube, okay? So there's basically six different really cool social media platforms. Now, if you want to follow me on any of them, just go to awesomeswanson.com. Pretty easy, right? By the way, little timeout and bonus for you. Make it easy for people to follow you, all right? Make it easy. I could have told you, think about it. If you were talking to me right now and you were saying, oh yeah, Instagram, I think my handle or my username is whatever it is. Actually, I have to think about what mine is. I think it's Habitude Warrior. But if you go to Twitter, it's something else. And you go to Facebook, it's a little slightly different, right? Here's the scoop. Just have one landing page that gets your followers to look at it and say, oh, I resonate with Facebook. I resonate with LinkedIn. And I don't know why they're checking mark. They're clicking it and they go right to that particular social media platform. Make sense? Make it easy for people to follow you. So for me, it's awesomeswanson.com. Pretty easy. And nobody can misspell it, right? Awesome Swanson. Pretty easy to spell. And then just add the .com and get that URL. Have the landing page. Anyway, there's your little bonus. Getting back to landmark videos. Here's what I want you to do. I'd like you to think about the location that you're in. Okay, where do you live? Now, I live in a lot of different places. I live part-time in the East Coast. I live part-time in Scottsdale and part-time in San Diego, California. And you just pick a place. Like I used to live up north in Northern California in San Francisco. I'll just use that as an example. It's a great example. So pick a place that you live. Now, in that case, it's San Francisco area, the Bay Area. You grab your cell phone and a selfie stick. You could use that. Or just grab a friend of yours and say, hey, I'd like you to record me for 5 minutes. That's it. Here's what you do. They're called landmark videos, okay? Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna go find, once a month at least, you're gonna do this. I would like you to do it a little bit more than once a month. But once a month is fine. It's totally fine. You're gonna do a video that's gonna explain that landmark, whatever that landmark is. That's a really cool, landmark. It's a famous place, like in San Francisco. I mean, just pick it. Golden Gate Bridge. There's the Bay Bridge. I guess that's pretty famous too, right? Alcatraz, right? What else? I like Coit Tower. That was amazing. I did a high five line all the way up Coit Tower and back. It was great. So if you know the area, you know what I'm talking about. So what I would like you to do is this. You let's say you pick Coit Tower. And you grab your selfie stick and your video camera, which is this thing, right? Just use your phone. You're good. And take a nice quality. It doesn't have to be rehearsed or anything. It could be just talking to the camera. And here's the way it sounds. Something like this. You get on the camera, you go, hey guys, my name's Eric Swanson. I'm a 5-time #1 best-selling author. Enough about me. Hey, I want to talk about this beautiful location I'm in. I'm here at Coit Tower. Have you guys ever been here before? Look, I looked it up before I got here. I looked it up. The history of this is amazing. It was given to San Francisco by this wife of a firefighter here in San Francisco. And I got to tell you the story. Right? I think that is part of the story actually, because if you look at it, Coit Tower. It looks like a fire hose. So anyway, but the point is though, you're gonna go through this really cool 3, 4, 5 minute video talking about this really cool landmark. So you have something to talk about. Does that make sense? Just like this frog. I have something to talk about. Nobody's asked me anything about the frog yet, but anyway, we'll get back to that later. So the point is though, and yes, love does conquer all. All right, and yes, you have to believe. Okay, so there's my little things. Okay, the point is though, you have something to talk about. So some of us are a little timid on video. I'm fine on video, but some of us are not. So it gives you kind of a crutch to lean on, because you're talking about something really cool, right? And then what it also does is this: it allows you to get more exposure out there in this world of internet and Wi-Fi and whatever this is, the social media, right? It gives you more exposure, social media exposure, which is tremendous. And what it also does is you're getting the exposure. People are following you more, but you're not selling them on anything. That's key. The way I sell, here's the way I sell. I'll just tell you straight out. The way I sell is by not selling. I sell by not selling. What I mean by that is You already know. Like look, I'm a coach. I train on all these different. If you want to be more successful, if you want to make $10,000 in a week, great. Call me. I'll show you how to do it. It's really easy, all right? But and I run masterminds. There's another thing. Just reach out to us. That's my selling. It's very simple. But if you have the landmark videos that I'm talking about, this gets you the right exposure out there so people can see that you're a real person. You're amazing. You're awesome. You're smiling. And you're just educating the world out there. It gives you such a level up over the competitors out there in your industry. Pick your industry. It doesn't matter what industry, by the way, because most industries, what they're doing is they're talking about their business. They're talking about themselves. They're talking about me, instead of, check this out. Let me share some education with you. Let me share what's exciting for me to share with you. In this case, in San Francisco, it's a really cool place. You can do this anywhere and everywhere, by the way. Just pick a place and share that awesomeness with the world. And then at the end, say, hey, if you want more videos like this, or if you'd like to follow us, please go to, and you give them your simple landing page that's going to have more followers. And then maybe there's a button for them to for you to lead gen them, or ask them, call to action is what they call it, right? So that's what I highly suggest. So there you go. I want to end it on that note, actually. Let me just share this. I'll share with you a lead gen and a call to action. Here they are. Lead gen. Go to awesomeswanson.com. Check it out. Follow us. Follow us so we can follow you. It's a great way for us to connect and help each other. I'd love to do that. So just go to awesomeswanson.com, click on whichever social media outlet works best for you, and let's connect. And then the call to action is pretty simple. We have a mastermind. Our mastermind's amazing. It is amazing, guys. It is a true mastermind. Just to let you know, just to be clear about this, our mastermind is called the Habitude Warrior Mastermind. It is a true mastermind where we actually go through bylaws of rules and regulations on how to run the actual mastermind, which is a 90-minute virtual, just like this. We would be on a private Zoom link, and we cap it to 14 members per group, and it is awesome, guys. So if you want more information on that, and check it out. By the way, we don't sell you anything either. That's another thing. How many of y'all, just raise your hand. Have you ever experienced this where, are you raising your hand? Have you ever experienced this where you go to let's say a mastermind, and all it is kind of a platform for the organizer to sell you more things, or to bring in different people to sell you more things? We don't do that. This is a true mastermind. It's such a great experience, such a great support system. It's based off of habits, attitude, and the Think and Grow Rich principles of obviously the book right here, Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill. So if you want to check that out, please do. You have two choices. Either go to awesomemastermind.com, or if you'd like a guest pass to join us at one of our upcoming mastermind sessions, what I call a ride along. It's really cool. Basically, you're a fly on the wall, or somebody just told me a frog on the wall. Anyway, hey, literally frog on the wall. That's funny. If you want a guest spot just to sit in on one of our mastermind sessions, just to see if it resonates with you, and if you resonate with us as well, then check it out. Go to mastermindguestpass.com. mastermindguestpass.com, and you can sign up. We have limited space for guest passes, but hey, check us out. It's a lot of fun. It's so educational, informative, and the growth patterns from our mastermind members, it is amazing. So we'll see you guys there, awesomemastermind.com, or go to mastermindguestpass.com. Again, my name is Eric Swanson. Love being here with y'all. Enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you so much. Take care.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to what I believe is an awesome opportunity with so many brothers and sisters to express themselves and to provide us enormous resources in this incredible platform, Shay Brown's Happy Entrepreneur. There just is nothing like it. And it comes from a person whose heart is always thinking about us. And I am so glad that he asked me to give a message for today, and I'm going to do my very, very best. So thank you, Shay. Love you. Keep doing God's work. This talk is about comebacks, and at 75 years old, I've had at least 8 comebacks. My comeback from orphanage, my comeback from aging out of foster care, my comeback from being financially illiterate, my comeback from being a mediocre person. It just goes on and on and on. And so I want to unpack for you as best as I can 6, 7, 8 things that has led me to having what I call a connected life, and ultimately growing a multi-million-dollar network and business, and having an incredible family life, incredible partner who was with me for 32 years before he died, and of course, an incredible spouse going on 48 years. And yes, there were lots of hills and valleys and twists and turns, but at the end of the day, I made the appropriate comeback. I call it reinvention, and you're going to have to reinvent yourself as well through the various stages of life. We get 8 passages in life. Each passage is about 10 years. Let me explain that. You're a different person at 10 than you were at 1. You're a different person at 20 than you were at 10. Let us pray. You're a different person at 30 than you were at 20, 40 than 30, 50 than 40, 60 than 50, 70 than 60, 80 than 70. I'm in my 75th year, and this is one of the most productive years of my life. So we are constantly coming back metaphorically and reinventing ourselves. One of the things that I had to really come to grips with and to begin acting on was the whole notion of sort of using tragedy to elevate my life, using tragedy as a way of elevating my life. COVID-19, the pandemic, we're all pivoting and all reinventing ourselves. And if it was not for COVID, there's some things that I would never thought of, never had the time to do, the time for introspection, time, again, for reinvention of all things Fraser Net. So are you using tragedy as a way to elevate your life? Let's just take a look at COVID for a moment. So we have COVID-19, right? It has us homeschooling, praying, spending time with family, praying for others, and being sober-minded. It sounds like really that God is in control here. This is not a plague, brothers and sisters. This is an awakening. That's how I've learned to process this and to understand this. So if you haven't noticed by now, that 2020 was designed for you to get back in touch with your soul and to raise your consciousness so that you can elevate your life, right? Let me say that a different way. In order to receive what is meant for you, brothers and sisters, you have to first become you. And this is easy to say, very difficult to do. I think that we need to think about this. How are you becoming you? What are the things that you're changing? What are the things that you are doing? Have you moved from average to excellence? There's a little prayer I often give when I'm speaking to large crowds, and it's very simple. It says, "Dear Lord, today alleviate the unnecessary, interrupt the annoying, upset the status quo, assign more angels, usher in more miracles, and overthrow everything that is average." I think that We are evolving as a people into Toms. I don't mean Uncle Toms. What that means is that Toms is the toleration of mediocrity, when just okay is not okay. To leave another generation worse off is not okay. Front page article in USA Today a couple of years ago about African American baby boomers. I hope you saw this, and I'll quote a passage from that article, and it said, the African American baby boomers will be the first generation of Africans in America to raise another generation of Africans in America that will not do better than them. So in the 400-year history of our people, we are the first generation to raise another generation that will be worse off. Our ancestors must be rolling over in their graves. You can count me out of that. And we cannot do that. We cannot allow that to happen. To tolerate a widening wealth gap between blacks and whites in America over the last 50 years. Brothers and sisters, that is not okay. We are operating outside of our own spiritual thinking. Proverbs 13:22 tells us what? That a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. That is simply not okay, brothers and sisters. We can do better. We must do better. We will do better. Understand that we're all drinking from wells that we did not dig, that we are standing on the shoulders of giants. And if in fact that is the case, the question that we have to ask ourselves is, are we worthy of that legacy? A 250-year fight for civil rights, voting rights, and public access. A 100-year fight for, well, civil rights, voting rights, and public access, but a 250-year fight for our, fight for freedom, to get out of slavery. 1864 to 1964 is the civil rights fight. 1619 to 1864 is the fight for freedom. Are we worthy of that legacy and or those legacies? And if you feel that we are, the question that we have to ask in our generation and future generations is, what then will be our legacy? What will our forefathers and, or I should say, our future children, our great grandchildren, what will they be saying about us 150 years from now? We know what we're saying about those who struggled for freedom. Books and movies are still being made about them. We still talk about them. We know what we talk about when we mention Dr. Martin Luther King and the March on Washington and the crew that he had around him that ultimately executed three major bills: civil rights, voting rights, and not public access, but fair housing. So what will be our legacy? What will our children be saying about us 150 years from now? So we have to work on that, and we cannot tolerate mediocrity. Black people cannot be mediocre. Only white people can be mediocre. Look at this thing that we have in the White House and compare him to Barack Hussein Obama. There is no comparison. We have a person in the White House who is leader of the free world, who admits that he doesn't even read. He's told over 20,000 lies. So we cannot be a mediocre people. We have to be excellent. That is, in fact, what we have to be. That is what we have to do. And we have to work on building wealth in our community. Now, that will take knowledge. That will take studying. We are not suffering because we cannot resolve our problems, brothers and sisters. We are suffering because we cannot see our problems clearly and succinctly. We have been hurt more by what we don't know than by what we can't do. The Bible tells us, and you've all read this passage in the Bible, you've heard it 100 times, Hosea 4:6. My people perish for the lack of knowledge. What you and most of us have not read or heard, is the rest of that passage. My people perish for the lack of knowledge, and because thou hast rejected knowledge, I also reject thee, and thou shalt be no priest to me. That is God saying to us, if we do not read, you see what's behind me, right? I'm in my office. There's 1,000 books in my office, 15,000 books in my home. I read 100 books a year. The average American reads only one book a month, a year, really, if you read one book a month. In 5 years, you will have read 60 books, and the average American will have only read 5 books. You are going to be better prepared. There was Malcolm X who said so beautifully, give your brain as much attention as you give your hair, and you will be 1,000 times better off. Well, I deeply agree with him. No question about that. So pursuing excellence is critical. At Fraser Nation, excellence for our citizens is the base. Exceptionalism is the goal. When you are excellent or exceptional, you will never have to worry about competition. People will be competing with you. You will never have to get in anybody's line. People will get in line for you. Excellence has to be our goal. That, of course, has always been the message at the Power Networking Conference, and now our new global virtual Power Networking Conference coming up October 28th through the 30th. Experts who are focused on, just like the happy entrepreneur with the resources that he provides us on a regular basis, he brings to us excellence, models of excellence, examples of excellence, tools that we can use. It's the same goal for the Power Networking Conference, 19 years old, is to focus on, and most importantly, to provide you the vessels, the instruments, and the tools to be all that you can be, and to understand that you are an awesome human being, that we are God's first people, that we were building pyramids and solving complex engineering problems when other cultures were living in caves, eating each other, that we have an ancient history that goes 6,500 years before Christ, and we have artifacts to prove it. I don't know what the ancient history is of Europeans. The oldest history that I read about in the European culture or the Caucasian culture goes back to Greek or Roman history. Is there something before Christ that we can read about that is European history? Now, we have been tricked and bamboozled. We have been told for generations that Europeans came to Africa, pulled us out of trees, eating bananas, and civilized us. Well, that is simply not the truth. We civilized the world. So you need to get that in your head. You need to understand how powerful, how magnificent, how brilliant you really are. The big critical thing that we have to focus on also is finances, closing the income and wealth gap, discussing finances, understanding capitalism and money and the psychology of money. It was one of my favorite authors and one of my favorite public intellectuals was Dr. Amos Wilson. And Dr. Amos Wilson said in 1994, and I quote, "Our refusal as Black people to confront the issue of money and wealth is going to end up with our very lives being threatened as a people on this earth." Boy, was he right. We have to talk about money. All kinds of statistics help us to understand that African Americans are the most financially illiterate people in this country. It was the Wall Street Journal that wrote 2 years ago that financial illiteracy is an American problem. And we know that when white folks catch a cold, black people catch pneumonia. So if financial illiteracy is an American problem and they demanded that the public and private sector do something about that, you know that it is 10 times worse in our community. Black households, for example, today earn only 61 cents for every dollar of white median income. We're at the bottom of every single economic statistic that matters in America. So we have to fix this. We are in an existential crisis, brothers and sisters. And it's not just hyperbole. It's something that all the statistics and studies have articulated and have charted and have provided data that says that we are trending in the wrong direction. The most interesting of the reports was published in April of 2017 by the Institute of Policy Studies. I don't know how many people read the report, but I read the report. And what they said, and I quote the final paragraph of that report, rewritten for Fortune magazine. And it said that by 2053, just 10 years after the country is projected to become majority non-white, Black median families will own zero wealth if current trends continue. White median families will continue to own 6 figures. So in effect, if we have zero wealth in our culture and community, we have effectively worked our way into a second slavery. Try to operate in a market-based economy in a democratic capitalistic society without money. It is not possible. We must fix that. We have approached this very egregious and systemic problem in the context of our culture at Fraser Net by developing the WINS Wealth Building Centers and curriculum, which we're installing in historically Black churches, and now we're moving to fraternities and sororities and other historically Black organizations. We have our own curriculum that is culturally specific, one of the best curriculums with 75 modules ever written. And it is designed to begin teaching us about money, K through 12, and then every passage in every age in our culture. So we don't just pontificate ad nauseum about this issue. We actually have to solve this. You see, one of the challenges we have in our culture is that we want change without execution. You cannot have change without execution. You must execute, execute, execute. This is what Dr. King understood with all of the marching and protesting. But at the end of the day, he got his closest circle of friends, and you know who they were: Andrew Young and Julian Bond and Bayard Rustin. And there was a crew, a small crew of 5, and they got 3 laws executed as a result of their marching and protesting. As I said earlier, civil rights, voting rights, and fair housing. That's execution. Protesting is important. Black Lives Matter is a fabulous saying, and we need to say it all the time. But at the end of the day, we have to get laws passed that, in fact, punctuate and bring that idea to life, certainly in the area of changing policing policies in this country. We need to think economics. We believe at All Things Fraser Net that economics must become the new Black power. That's what we believe. And our actions and deeds and the gathering of some of the smartest people on the planet, some of the best African-American experts on the planet in all things money, gather on a regular basis, whether they be here at the Happy Entrepreneur or whether they're at the Power Networking Conference or other socially responsible conferences for our people. Now, I don't want to just talk about it. I want to give you a couple of things that you can think about and you can act on and you can execute as it relates to some changing some habits in the context of our community. Because again, we are in an existential crisis. There's no question about that. We, again, look at every single statistic, and we have to fix it at the end of the day, right? Let me say this and still be loved. Until Black America puts Black America first, Black America will always be last, because no one is going to save us but us. White people will not be saving Black people. White people are not even thinking about Black people. Do you know who white people are thinking about? They're thinking about white people. They're thinking about their husbands, their wives, their neighborhoods, their businesses, their schools, and your pockets. They are the merchant class, and we are the consumption class. They make stuff, and we buy stuff. We have to fix that. To be Black and beautiful means nothing unless you're Black and powerful. Let me say the next thing and still be loved. We cannot be Black and proud and niggas too. White folks are planning for 3 generations, and we're planning for Saturday night. Brothers and sisters, the goal is to win, not to look like we're winning. I would rather carry a plastic bag with $5,000 in it than to carry a $5,000 Louis Vuitton bag with $100 in it. That's looking like you're winning, but you ain't winning. Louis Vuitton is winning. Nike is winning. Armani is winning. Gucci is winning. We must fix that. It is interesting to me that the rich stay rich by pretending to be poor, and the poor stay poor by pretending to be rich. Again, we have to fix that. And there's some things that we can do other than engage in ongoing financial education courses and classes. And there's no excuse. There are over 130,000 brothers and sisters out here who are licensed in some financial service, who can man up and woman up, get a certified financial education certification, and teach financial literacy in organizations and churches that they belong to. So we have the intellectual and man and woman power and the people power to educate ourselves. If we were having this conversation 50 or 60 years earlier, there would be a paucity of brothers and sisters who had the financial education to do the kind of teaching that is necessary. But that is no longer an excuse. We can do this. We will do this. So let me give you 3 financial rules that if you follow these rules, you will have financial freedom in your lifetime. If you follow these 3 rules. Number 1, your rent or mortgage should be less than what you make in a week. If you have a 2-income household, you put the 2 incomes together, whatever those incomes are in a week, your rent or mortgage should be no more than that. I cannot even begin to tell you how many of our people are house poor or rent poor. One of the biggest causes for ultimate poverty in our community, and in many cases bankruptcy, is we have too much house for our income. So let me say it again. Your rent or mortgage should be less than what you earn in a week. That's number 1. Number 2, only borrow money to make money. It's okay to borrow money for a home because if you keep it, it's going to increase in value. You're probably going to have to borrow money to buy a car. A car, in one sense, helps you to make money because it gets you back and forth to your place of business so that you can earn. But Nora Jean and I had a policy, an agreement that we made 48 years ago before we got married. And we vowed never to buy a new car, that we would always buy a luxury car 3 years off lease. And for us, it was a Lexus. I'm now driving an Audi. Recently purchased a 3-year-old Audi off lease. We've always kept our car payments to under $200 a month. But the thing that we did that made a huge difference, that really made us one of our first $1 million, and I'm not bragging, I'm just saying it's just a strategy, is if our payment was $200 a month, but a new car payment was $500 a month, we would take the difference between the new car payment and what we were actually paying, and we would take that difference and we would invest it every month. Oh, and we've been doing that for 48 years. I cannot even begin to tell you what that investment with simple compound interest has earned us. And we never sacrificed, let's say, ego. We always had a nice car. We picked a luxury car because we knew that it would last another 10 years. And that's exactly what happened. So those are the 3 rules. Follow those 3 rules and you will find financial freedom. The other thing that you might want to understand is how to avoid some habits that will keep you broke. There's 6 habits that will keep you broke. A, not talking about money, not talking about it around the kitchen table. We don't learn about it in school. If we're not learning about it at home, where are we learning about it? Our Jewish brothers and sisters, guess what their conversation is around the kitchen table and even in the synagogue? It's about business and money. Talk about money. Even beginning with kindergarten with your children, the basic principles that you can teach them about the importance of money. Another habit is failing to build an emergency fund. We've all learned that we need to save for a rainy day, but how about a pandemic? Nobody planned for that. Nobody predicted that. Yes, you should have at least 6 months of cash, available cash in your bank account to cover any expenses that might arise, and you're covered for at least 6 months. But you really want to do it's a little better than that. I hope that this taught you, because this pandemic, it's also going to be here. I would say at least another year. The expert says we will not get back to normal for at least 3 years. So you're going to have to figure out how to develop a side hustle, if you will. How to make extra income. I don't think there should be a Black person in America with a single stream of income. In fact, that's one of the goals that we have for the Power Networking Conference, is helping you to double your streams of income. If you come to the conference with a single stream, by the time you leave, you'll have 2. If you come with 2, you'll have 4. If you have 4, we'll teach you how to have 8. The more you have, the more you can develop. Another habit is making impulse purchases. I talked about that earlier. Stop it, especially in this time. And then, of course, buying items that we don't need simply because they're on sale, right? Those are 4 habits. And the final 2 habits is paying bills late and the exorbitant interest rates that we have to pay, and paying the minimum on your credit cards. You'll never pay off your credit card paying the minimum. And the 6th bad habit that we have is the improper use of credit cards. Now, 15 years ago, I cut up all my credit cards. 15 years ago, I do not have any credit cards. I have debit cards, but they're attached to my checking account. And so therefore, I cannot spend anything that I do not have and can pay for immediately in my checking account. I am so glad I did that. Because for years, like so many Americans, especially Black Americans, had all kinds of debt, credit card debt. Now, you want to build some passive income. And it's a real simple way to do that. You take your 9 to 5 income, and that will fuel your side hustle, whatever that may be. You may want to do overnight trading, whatever side hustle turns you on, and it generates some incremental income for you. That's a good thing. You want to do that. And then your side hustle will fuel your investments. So whatever income you earn from your side hustle, find the proper instruments, vessels, and tools to invest in. Cryptocurrency, stocks, bonds, music, whatever turns you on. So your side hustle fuels your investments, and ultimately, if you do it right, your investments will in fact replace your job. Now, there's 7 streams of income you need to be focusing on. I have 6 of these streams. You should have at least 4 of these streams of income in your life. You may have to get it done over time. The first stream of income is earned income, income from working a job. The next stream of income is profit income, income from buying and selling stocks. I have that income. I'm sure a lot of you do as well. The third is interest income, income from lending money. Well, I don't lend money, so I don't earn any income from that. The fourth income is dividend income. And this is income from owning stocks. The fifth is rental income, income from renting apartments and renting homes. Many years ago, I had 7 or 8 2- and 3-family homes all in a row. And I made a fortune buying those homes for pennies on a dollar, refurbishing them, converting them into Section 8 housing, and being very selective about the families that I put in them, promising them that when I turned over those homes, they would have first option on buying them. And 15 years later, I did. And the tax savings and the write-offs and the profit earned from the prices that I paid for them and the prices that I sold them for were enormous. So rental income, capital gains income. Capital gains is assets that you purchase that increase in value, not diamonds. Diamonds don't increase in value. Not automobiles. That's a depreciating asset. What are you doing, and what kind of assets are you buying that are increasing in value? And finally, royalty income. Yes, every 6 months from HarperCollins and McGraw-Hill, I get residual income for the 6 books that I wrote. So what of those 7 streams of income are you invested in? What are you doing to change your financial state, brothers and sisters? This is critically important. We have to get this together. This is not that difficult, and this is something that we need to be focused on. The final couple of things is entrepreneurial thinking. It begins with entrepreneurial thinking. Taking risks, taking responsibility, and taking ownership in our own lives. No, for 20 years I had a job. I had me a good job because that's what my parents wanted us to do. My foster parents wanted us to get a good education and get a good job. That was the model for my generation, right? And to be like them, and to dress like them, and to comport ourselves like them, and to speak the King's English like them. And that's what I did. 20 years, Procter & Gamble, United Way, and the Ford Motor Company. I was not entrepreneurially thinking. It took a while for me to get to that mentality. And once you take risks and take responsibility and take ownership for your own life, once we have that kind of mindset, that can morph into entrepreneurship. But entrepreneurship is no joke. It is not for everybody, but you need a mindset that will help you get started. And then understand that when everything is ready, it's too late. Now you've got to venture into things that perhaps are not quite where they need to be, but will be when in fact they are pushed along by you. All right. So to be successful in entrepreneurship is a very, very simple thing. Warren Buffett said this. He said, do what you love with the people that you love. Do what you love with the people that you love. The work that I'm doing in the community, all things Fraser Nation and Fraser Net, are things that I'm doing with people that I love. Hundreds of people. And I'm constantly looking for new opportunity, new categories of business that I could invest in. That's what entrepreneurial thinking does. What are some of the new businesses out here that you can make a lot of money? Esports. I don't have time to unpack esports. Google it. It's going to be larger than the movie industry, the cannabis industry. Let's not just smoke it. Let's not make the same mistake the baby boomers made about liquor stores back in the 50s and 60s. There was a liquor store and a church on every corner, and all we did was drink the liquor. They owned the stores. There were almost no black liquor store owners. And 100% of the consumers of those liquor stores in the hood were us. Let's flip the script on that. Cannabis is a huge multi-billion-dollar opportunity. Fintech, financial technology, everything in finance is going where? To the cell phone. So if you have the propensity to write code, if you like technology, financial technology is a huge new business opportunity. Blockchain, I talked about Bitcoin and Ethereum and there's thousands of this new cryptocurrency. Huge opportunity in cryptocurrency. Everything is moving in that direction. Big data analytics. You got that kind of mind? You can take courses and get certifications in analyzing big data. $1 billion industry. Huge opportunity. Robotics. Even if you don't build the robots, you can maintain the robots. Right? Just like we have automobile services. We don't make the automobiles, but a lot of brothers and sisters are in the automobile maintenance service. Same thing with robotics. The same thing with electric cars. Huge opportunities. Everything is going electric. There's an opportunity to repair them, to fix them, even to be really innovative and make them. All right? And then, of course, online education. Virtual everything. Don't believe it for 1 minute that once the pandemic is over, we're going to go back to non-virtual. Oh, no. This is here to stay. You better set up your home or your office as a studio, because much of the information that we'll be communicating to each other in our bunny slippers and bathrobe will be just like this. And as they build out more sophisticated platforms to do this, you might be wearing goggles at the next virtual conference so that you can feel like you're actually walking among people. So, unlimited opportunities. Unlimited opportunities. Here's a marketing tip. If you use your money to create exceptional products, you don't need to spend it on ads. People will find you if the product is exceptional. People don't buy goods and services, if you really think about it. They buy relationships, stories, and the magic that you bring to their life, and the value-added benefits that come with it. That's what they buy. Final little marketing tip that I have had to learn over time is don't find customers for your products. Find products for your customers. Invent those products. Try to anticipate the need, right? And you will be very, 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 very successful. I promise you that. Just chart the course and stay the course. We're trending in terms of businesses that we're building. No question about it. The last 5-year reporting period by the U.S. Census Bureau on entrepreneurial development by cultural group showed that there are 2.6 million Black-owned businesses now. That's up 35%. That's the upside. 60% of those new businesses are Black women. Women, again, are outdoing Black men. They're developing most of the new businesses. That's the upside. The downside is only 111,000 and about 2.6 million businesses employ anybody. Those who employ people, their business is up 17%, and their average annual revenue is $1.3 million a year, and that's up 82% over the last 5-year reporting period. So that means if 2.59 million of our businesses are sole proprietorships. Sole proprietorships are up 125%. Most of that's Black women. But the average annual revenue of sole proprietorships is about $18,700 a year, and that's down 11%. What does that mean? It means you either grow or die. I've said for many years, by the end of the 21st century, Black people must become the #1 employer of their own people. As Jews are the #1 employer of Jews, Asians are the #1 employer of Asians, East Indians are the #1 employer of East Indians, Arabs are the #1 employer of Arabs. We too must ultimately become the #1 employer of our own people. We have to employ our people. And you're going to grow your business by employing people. Finally, and I don't really have to say much on this, and this is a gospel and something I've been preaching about for years. Stop being a spectator to success, brothers and sisters. Being angry is not a business plan. You need a strategy and not just emotions. You must effectively use relationship capital. This is biblical too. You cannot build anything worth talking about on your own by yourself in a vacuum. John 5:30, a direct quote from Jesus Christ. 800,000 words in the Bible, and only 1,100 of those words are direct quotes from Jesus Christ. John 5:30, and Jesus said, I of my own self can do nothing. Now this was Jesus. Jesus couldn't get it done on his own by himself in a vacuum. So what's up with you? You are going to have to develop relationships and build 3 kinds of networks: a personal network, an operational network, and a strategic network. You're going to work on those through all passages of your life. A personal network of people who love you, cheer you on, lift you up. Let's call that your network at home. An operational network of people who help you to get specific tasks done in life as you help them to get specific tasks done in life, and they platoon in and out of your life through every passage of your life. That's an operational network. And then your strategic network. These are the people that are smarter than you. These are the people that will drag you into the 21st century kicking, screaming, and crying. These are the people that will ultimately be your mentors and coaches. These are the people that will reach down and lift up and reach back and pull forward. You've got to develop your relationship capital and to spend it wisely. You are the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. And the fastest way to change yourself is to hang out with people who are already where you want to be in life. What am I saying to you? Don't spend major time with minor people. People going nowhere want you to go nowhere with them. People doing nothing want you to do nothing with them. If you want to change your life, change your relationships. If you are not where you want to be in life, it is because you don't have the right people in your life. That's a whole subject by itself. It's one of the main subjects of the Power Networking Conference. That's why it's called Power Networking. You got to have a system for effectively networking. Part of reinventing your life, part of sort of growing, is understanding and dealing with the obstacles necessary for you to grow in life. Yes, obstacles. If it was easy, why would God need you? No, you're going to have obstacles. Welcome to life. This is why reinvention is important. My favorite quote outside of the Bible is one by Marcus Aurelius, one of the 5 great Caesars. And it was Marcus Aurelius who said that the impediment to action advances the action. What stands in your way becomes the way. I love that. Let me say that differently. The obstacle is the way. Where there is no obstacle, there is no way. What is the first thing God does when he gives you an assignment that he feels that you are ready for? He puts an obstacle in your way. And your job is to find a way over, around, through, and under the obstacle. And when you do, you get an attaboy and an attagirl, because you've learned the lessons necessary that for you to grow, the lessons that God wants you to learn at that moment in time. And then God gives you a new assignment at a slightly higher level that he feels that you're ready for. And then what's the next thing God does? He puts an obstacle in your way. And your job is to find a way over, around, through, and under that obstacle. And when you look back over your life, that's your entire life. That is the life of Black people in America. 400 years of obstacles that we have had to overcome. And I've traveled every place that Black people have been dispersed. I've been to South Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, West Africa, North Africa, South America, and all over the Caribbean. And there are no Black people in the entire world smarter and more successful on per capita basis than Black people in America. But we have to overcome obstacles to achieve that kind of intellectual capital that can serve the entire Pan-African diaspora of 1.6 billion people. Yes, Africa has 70% of the most important minerals in the world, but they can't even get it out of the ground themselves. They have to bring in the Chinese and the Arabs, and they can't get the diamonds out of the mine. They work the mines, but they're owned by others that don't look like them. They rent out, but they pay a heavy price for the intellectual, science, and engineering know-how to grow their resources. We can help them with that. We paid a hell of a price for that. And we overcame the obstacles. As you're overcoming the obstacles, obstacles are good. Finally, I don't know how old you are. I don't know what passage you are in life. I don't know what you've done with your life. I know that no matter how old you are or where you are in your climb, it's not too late. Oh, it's not too late. I promise you. As an elder, I'm telling you, it is not too late. There was an interesting study done by the New England Journal of Medicine 2 years ago. Massive study. And the study reaped or resulted in identifying the 3 most productive periods in your life. And here's what it found. And you can Google the study. The 3rd most productive period of your life is between 50 and 60. The 2nd most productive period in your life is between 70 and 80. I'm 75, and this is one of the most productive periods of my life. And the first most productive period in your life is between 60 and 70. So number 3 is between 50 and 60. Number 2 is between 70 and 80, and number 1 is between 60 and 70. The average age of a Nobel Prize winner is 62. The average age of a CEO of a Fortune 500 company is 63. The average age of the pastor of the 100 largest churches in America is in fact 71. Moses was 80 when God gave him his assignment. The average age of a pope is 76 years old. Mandela became president at 76. Ray Kroc really didn't begin building McDonald's until he was nearly 60 years old. Toni Morrison won her Pulitzer at nearly 60, and then she won her Nobel Prize at 62 years old. Frank Lloyd Wright, I love architecture. He was one of the great architects in the history of the world. He built the Guggenheim Museum, his magnum opus, on 54th Street and 5th Avenue in New York City. I watched it being built growing up and running the streets of New York as a child. He completed his magnum opus at 91 years old. So if you think about this, this tells us that somehow God has designed all of us so that the best years of our lives is between 60 and 80. You ain't done nothing yet. If you're under 50, you're still learning. You're still growing, stumbling, learning the lessons necessary for you really to do your thing. I'm urging you to chart a good and righteous course and stay that course, and then all that is due you will come to you. These are some of the things that I had to overcome. These are some of the things that I had to learn in the reinvention of George Fraser over now 8 passages in life. You are no different. Your journey may be different. The things that you have to learn will be different, and the time frames in which you learn those. But fundamentally, we're all going to walk similar paths in terms of the big rocks and the big things that we have to put into our lives and grow and reinvent ourselves. Brothers and sisters, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Again, I want to thank the happy entrepreneur, Shay Brown, for allowing this incredible platform year after year, expert after expert. I don't know how we would really get the kind of this kind of information without this kind of love from a single person who takes the initiative to make it happen. Thank you, Shay Brown, and thank all of you for listening. And don't forget that we have a virtual power networking conference, October 28th through the 30th. I want to make you a special offer. It's $297. There's a virtual conference going on right now. It's $2,500. Ours is better than that. We're $297. I want to see you at the Power Networking Conference next year. Yes, it's going to be live next year, July 14th through the 17th in Houston, Texas. We're planning for that, God willing. So I want to make you a special offer. I want to close with this offer. I want to give you the live conference, which is $1,500 for an adult and $800 for a student. $1,500 for an adult, $800, that's $2,300, and we encourage you to bring a student. And I want to give you the virtual conference coming up shortly. That would be $2,600. I want to reduce that to $499. I want to reduce it to $499. That's a $2,100 discount for being smart enough to be watching The Happy Entrepreneur. The only way you can get this is through me. You have to go to my not my website, go to my email address, right? You have to email me at gfraser@frasernet.com. That's gfraser@frasernet.com. That's gfraser@frasernet.com. That's F-R-A-S as in Sam, E-R. In the subject line, say I'm in the subject line. And then in the body of the email, put your full name and your cell number, your full name and your cell number, your full name and your cell number. And for $499, you can get this $2,600 package. Time is limited. It's limited to the first 25 people. I will personally call you, take your information over the phone. We'll handle it by credit card. I will personally call you. gfraser@frasernet.com. That's our offer for the live conference next year and the virtual conference coming up. God bless you, and keep doing God's work.
Hello, I'm Dr. Ruben West, and I'm so excited that you're here for this presentation. But this is not just a presentation. It's actually an opportunity to change your life. I believe the information that I'm going to share over the next, 25 to 30 minutes or so will change your life if you let it. Listen, let me tell you the title of this presentation, What to Do When Your Back's Against the Wall. Because that's the title of the presentation, I even put a graphic of my back up against the wall because I don't want you to miss this point. Now, let's get started because here's what I want you to think of. When your back's against the wall, it may be a sign that it's time to move. Now, I'm not telling you this because of something I think. I'm telling you this because of something I know. I remember when I was in Wichita, Kansas, I was working as a surgical assistant. Now, this was a profession that we helped to start. We wrote the curriculum for college there. We wrote the job description, the scope of practice. It took us 10 years to get this profession going. In other words, we created a profession. And now we had the opportunity to work in this profession, and we did it with pride. We did it with integrity. We did it with commitment. And I'm only telling you this because I know that if there's something that you've committed your life to, you're doing it with pride, you're doing it with integrity, you're doing it with commitment. That's the way life is. But unfortunately, there's things that happen in our lives that we have no control of. It may not just be a job that we've done. We may be in a relationship that we've done with pride, integrity, and commitment. But for whatever reason, it's not going the way we felt like it was supposed to go. It's just not. You know what that's called? That's called life. And there's certain times where we can do something about it. But oftentimes what happens is we find ourselves where? With our back against the wall. That somebody's coming to us with an ultimatum. You either do this, you either do that, or you either do the other, or it's time to go. Remember, I told you that sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes when your back is against the wall, it may be a sign that it's time to move on. For us, we're working there in Wichita, Kansas, and we're doing this profession. It's something that we love. We took a long time to get this profession going, and it's going well. And we had negotiated with the administration on $300,000+ a year as a contract. And then we could bill the other cases with the insurance. And everything was going great. They had an administration change. The manager in the surgery department changed. And the new people had a new what? A new vision. And what happened was the situation changed for them. They were short-staffed and they needed additional help. So you know what they did? They came to us and they said, we know you used to work as surgical technologists. That's where we pass instruments to the docs. We know you used to do that before. Now you're assisting surgeons. You're harvesting the leg vein. You're helping with the closure. You're closing up while the doctor goes and talks to the patient's family. You're helping in all the surgical specialties. We know you've moved into this profession, and we know you're teaching it now. We know you're training other people around the country to do this profession, but we have a problem. And what we need you to do is, because we're short-staffed, we need you to go back and work as surgical technologists for us. What did you say? You want us to do what? They said, we need you to go back and work as surgical technologists for us. And don't worry, we're still going to pay you what we've been paying you. We're still going to honor the contract. We just need you to do things that aren't in the contract. We need you to be who you used to be. And this is important because a lot of times in life, people want us to be who we used to be. We make transitions, we change, but everybody's not happy about that. Let me say that again. We make transitions and we change, and everybody's not happy about that. And some people want us to go back to living who we used to be. I heard something that said like this. It said, hey, you've changed. And it's not that you've changed. It's because you've stopped living your life their way. You stopped doing what's best for them. And so they want you to go back. See, we stopped doing what they wanted us to do. We had moved on, but they wanted us to go back to who we used to be. And we had a decision to make. And you know what they did? They came to us and they said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you the option to go back to doing what you used to do. And if you don't, watch this, we have a clause in the contract where we can cancel the contract with a 45-day notice. You know what they did? They put our back against the wall. They said, we'll cancel this contract if you don't do it. See, a lot of times people try to pressure you into being something that you're not. They try and pressure you into doing something that you no longer do. They try and pressure you into getting you to be the person you used to be, and you've got a decision to make. See, we had a decision to make. Were we going to do it or not? And so there's times in life where we find ourselves with our back against the wall. And then the question becomes, now what? What do you do then? See, that's why I titled this presentation that way, because I want to talk about what do we do when we find ourselves with our back against the wall. And so over the next, 20 or 35 minutes or so, I'm going to be giving you tips and suggestions of exactly what to do when you find yourself with your back against the wall. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to make sure you have your paper, your pencil, your iPad, your notepad, whatever it is that you're going to use to take notes with, because I'm going to be giving you some great information. And then if there's a feed, I want you to share it in the feed. Why? Because your big takeaway can be somebody else's big breakthrough. There's somebody out there that may need this information, because from time to time, we all find ourselves with our back against the wall. And so I remember when they came to us and said, hey, here's what we want you to do. And if you don't do it, we're canceling the agreement. And so we had a decision to make. And so let me tell you what we did first. And let me tell you what I think you should do first. Write this down. Number one, get clarity. Get clarity on what's next. You got to figure out who you are, who you were called to be, what you're supposed to do, and what trajectory you want your life to go in. There's going to be people that want you to go back to being who you used to be. But watch this. Even nature recognizes the need for separation after transformation. You never see caterpillars and butterflies hanging together. You get that? After the butterfly transforms, after the butterfly goes through the transformation, there is a separation. And the only way the caterpillar can get up with the butterfly is they have to do that transformation as well. And so sometimes when it's in your past and you've transformed and you've grown, then you can't go back. And so what you have to do when you find yourself with your back against the wall is you have to get clarity on what's next. Now, here's the problem. A lot of times we're hit with bad news. A lot of times we're hit with bad news. And you know what we do? We procrastinate. We stall. We know we have to tell the other person. We know we have to tell our team. We know we have to tell our employees. We know we have to tell our spouse. We know we have to tell our group. But you know what? We procrastinate. Write this down. Bad news doesn't get better with time. Write that down. Bad news doesn't get better with time. It's not something that you bury under the table. It's not something that you push to the back burner. It's something that you take care of right now. Because bad news doesn't get better with time. You know what we had to do? We had to deal with the news as they brought it to us. And we were glad that they just came and told us, look, we're looking to cancel the contract. I didn't want them to delay. We didn't want them to procrastinate. Tell us what we have to deal with. They said, look, we're going to cancel the contract. And when they told it to me, guess what? I went right over and told my partners, listen what they're saying. They're saying because we made the decision that we made, they're looking to cancel the contract. And so what are we going to do? And so what we had to do is we had to get clarity on what's next. And watch this. So many times we get clarity. So many times we try and create clarity. But so many times we try and do, watch this, an evolution of what we used to be instead of a revolution of what we could be. Listen to that. So many times we try and do an evolution. In other words, the same thing, but we just evolve the process. We get a little better at it. We do it a little differently. And sometimes it's not that we need an evolution. Sometimes we need a revolution. We need to change everything. When we went from being surgical techs to surgical assistants, it wasn't an evolution of the surgical technologist profession. It was a revolution to a new profession. And so what we weren't going to do is we weren't going to dissolve. In other words, we wasn't going to go back. We wasn't going to take a step down. So now that we have made it to this new profession, this new evolution, or this new revolution, we weren't going back. And so I want you to think about that. When you find yourself with your back against the wall, are you just trying to make an evolution of something new, the same thing? Are you making a revolution, a completely different you, a completely different outlook, a completely different product, a completely different career change, a completely different relationship? Sometimes in our life, when we get that clarity is the decision between an evolution or a revolution. And then we have to know, when we get the clarity on what we want, we have to know that it's authentic. We have to know that it's where we should be. We have to know that it's what we're supposed to be doing. And so sometimes in order to do that, I suggest you have to get in touch with your higher power. Now, I'm not trying to tell you who your higher power is. I do believe that we're guided by a higher power, and I'm encouraging you to get in touch with your higher power. Now, let me tell you the problem with that, especially when we're seeking clarity on what's next. Most of the time, we don't seek what we need, we seek what we want. Listen to that. Most of the time, we don't seek what we need. We seek what we want. And so even when we go to our higher power and we start praying, we're praying for what we want, not what we need. And so here's what I want you to write this down. No is still an answer to a prayer. Ooh, come on, Ruben. No is still an answer. See, so many times we're praying for what we want. We meditate on it. We fast about it. We think about it. And we get the answer no. The problem is we're seeking what we want, not what we need. And no is still an answer to prayer. And so that's part of the getting clarity process. And so what I'm going to tell you is, just because you can doesn't mean you should. You see that? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. We could go back to working as surgical techs. Nothing was stopping us, but it didn't mean that that's what we should do. You could go back to living a life you used to live. You could give in when they put your back against the wall. You could. It doesn't mean you should. See, most of the time in life, it's not that we're doing anything wrong. It's that we're doing the right thing too long. That's a writer downer. It's not that we're doing anything wrong. A lot of times it's that we're doing the right thing too long. It's time for a change. That we outgrow certain situations. We outgrow certain jobs. We outgrow certain relationships. And I'm not necessarily talking about marital relationships. I'm talking about friendships and co-worker spaces. We outgrow it. We get bigger than that. And then we want to stay in the same position that we used to be. No. That's why we find ourselves with our back against the wall. And so here's what you have to do. Here's the next thing. You have to work on your mindset. If you're going to get your back off the wall, mindset is everything. You have to work on your mindset. See, when they came to us and said, hey, wait a minute, we're going to cancel the contract. We're going to exercise the 45-day notice if you don't go back to doing what we want you to do. We had to get clarity on what we wanted, and then we had to start working on our mindset. Because what happens is you'll start to give in. And you'll start to look at all the things that they're offering you, that carrot that they're dangling to get you to go back. And so we had to say, hey, let's be honest. Where do we want to go? Did we create this profession just so we can go back to doing what we used to be doing? How are we going to guide other people forward into the profession if we're taking a step backwards? And so let me tell you what we told them. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. And we know that there was a clause in the agreement that said that this agreement can be canceled with a 45-day notice. But there's also a clause that says we have the right to forego the 45-day notice, and you could just give us 30 days of pay, 30 days of the contract, and we're good right now. And you know what? Since we're going to cancel it, let's just cancel it. And so we opted to just say, hey, just give us the 30 days and we're out. right? We weren't looking for an evolution. We're looking for a revolution. Give us the 30 days pay and we're out of here. We're going on to do something different. Now, the only way that worked is because we had spent time working on our mindset, believing in ourselves, focusing on where we wanted to go, not where we've been, talking to ourselves and talking to each other about where we could go if we work together. And so many times when we find ourselves with our back against the wall, you know what we focus on? We focus on changing a behavior. See, they put our back against the wall and they wanted us to change our behavior. They wanted us to go back to being who we used to be. But we weren't focused on changing the behavior. We focused on changing the belief. Write that down. Don't just focus on changing behavior. Focus on changing belief. You know why? Because belief creates behavior. Listen to that. Belief creates behavior. When you believe that you can be successful, when you believe that there's somebody else that wants you, when you believe that you can team up with new friends or new colleagues that create something new that's never been done before, you don't have to go for an evolution. You can go for a revolution. We said, hey, wait a minute. You could cancel the contract. We don't need 45 days to keep coming in. If we're going to stop, let's just stop. Give us 30 days. We changed our belief, and that belief will change our behavior. You see why mindset is so important? Because what you believe in your mind creates your behavior. If we thought that that was the only opportunity we had and that nobody else would want us and nobody else would give us an opportunity, we would have went right back to the old work that we were doing. But because we saw it differently and because we believed differently, we moved on to something completely different. And so I want you to understand this. Helen Keller said, when one door closes, another door opens. But so many times we're so busy looking at the closed door, we don't notice the open one. We're so busy looking at the closed door, we don't notice the open one. We're so busy looking at the opportunity that's gone that we don't notice the new opportunity. But here's what I'm going to say. The new opportunity is right there. The door is right in front of you. And it's a huge door of opportunity. It's a huge door. And you know what? Anytime you have a huge door, it's big and it's usually heavy. But here's what I can tell you. The door is easy to open because of the hinges. So let me tell you this. The hinges on your next door of opportunity, it's 3 hinges: faith, commitment, and discipline. Faith, commitment, and discipline. Even when you see this new door of opportunity, it has to swing open on the hinges. And if you don't have faith, and if you don't have commitment, and if you don't have the discipline, you can never get that door to open for you. And that's why mindset is so important. That's why you have to work on your mindset. So make sure you write that down. The second thing you have to do when you find your back up against the wall is you have to work on your mindset. Now, Ruben, after I work on my mindset and I see this new opportunity, I see this door right in front of me, and I'm willing to use the hinges to open it, what do I have to do? Let me tell you what you have to do. You have to take action. See, when they said they were canceling that contract, what we weren't interested in doing was going back for another 45 days just to get some additional money. No, we were ready to take action right then. We said, cut us the check. Let's end this right now. And we're going to put our focus on where we need to go. Why? We had already gotten clarity. We had our clear vision. We knew where we wanted to go. And what we wanted to do was to promote this profession. What we wanted to do was to continue to help other people become surgical assistants and work around the country in this profession. What we needed to do is to connect with other people that can help us go to the next level. What we needed to do was we needed to take action right then. And let me ask you a question. When you find yourself with your back against the wall, when is the best time to take action? Right what? Right now. When you find yourself with the back up against the wall, when's the best time to take action? The best time to take action is right now. And you know what people always say? I was watching this these guys playing basketball, and they were shooting hoops. It was like 3-on-3, and they were having a good time. And what happens is somebody else would come in, and they want to get in the game because there's going to be a winning team, and there's going to be a what? A losing team. And the losing team has to move off the floor, and then the winning team stays on the court. But the people standing up against the wall, they make an announcement. And you know what they say? They say, "I got next." Which means once the next person loses, once the next group loses, I'm going in and I get to pick the people on my team. But here's what I'm going to tell you. You have to take action right now, which means don't say, "I got next." Say, "I got now." I'm looking for somebody who's willing to take action right now. When you find yourself with your back up against the wall, it's not about who's got next. It's about who's got now. We were willing to take action right now. We went to some additional investors. We talked to them and we said, "Look, we're looking to take action right now." We not only went to them, but we went to them with all the knowledge that we had pre-wall. Oh, let me give you that. When I say pre-wall, what I'm saying is even though they can put your back up against the wall, that wall still stands for something. That wall is still standing. That wall still serves as a support. Why? Because you still have all the knowledge that you gained before you got to the wall. So was this our first business that we had started? No, it wasn't. We'd started businesses before. Did we know how to network? Yep. Had we been saving our money when we got this business going and we started making more money than we had ever made? Yep. We had resources. Did we have a new level of confidence? Yes. So that wall that they thought they had us pinned up against, that was what was holding us up. And all I'm telling you is that wall is not just to stop you from going back, it's to hold you up and to keep you going forward. And so when we went to the new individuals, we told them all the stuff that we had done, all the things that we had gotten to work. We told them all the directions that we had been and where we wanted to go. And you know what they said? Listen to this. They said, "We don't bet on the horse, we bet on the jockey. And there's a reason we will bet on you. We believe in you. We think you can do it. We have confidence in you, and so we're willing to support you." When we went to the next hospital, we had all of the knowledge and skill that we had from the previous hospital. We still had the contract work. We still had the job description, the scope of practice, all the things that we needed to start it over here. We still could take it with us. When you go to your next, you could still take all the knowledge and information that you've had from before, and you could take it with you. But what else do you have to take? You have to take action right now. It's not "I got next," it's "I got now." See, here's what I know. We can't do everything at once, but we can do something at once. Listen to that. We can't do everything at once. We can't do everything right now, but we can do something at once, which means we can do something right what? Now. You could take some kind of action right now. And so as I'm speaking, if you have your back against the wall, I want you to think about what action can you take right now. And then here's a mistake we make. Here's a mistake we make. We start talking. Listen to that. We start talking. We start telling everybody, "Here's what I'm going to do, and here's why I'm going to do it, and here's where I'm going to take, and here's where I'm going to go." And that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. But you do know that everybody is not in your favor. You do know that everybody doesn't want you to succeed. You do know that some people don't mind if you get ahead as long as you don't get ahead of them. You do know that some people will never support you because you're from the same place and they're still in the same place. You do know that it's not always necessary to tell everybody your business. And so even though you're taking action, you don't have to tell everybody your business. Have you ever seen them cut down a tree? Have you ever heard or been around when a tree fell and you hear that timber breaking and it splits off and then boom, boom, and you hear it hitting the other trees and you hear it hit the ground? Have you ever heard that? If not, go on YouTube, look it up. Just look up a tree falling, and I just want you to hear the sound. I just want you to hear the noise that the tree makes when it falls. And then I want you to compare it to the noise that it makes when it grows. And so all I want you to do is I just want you to go out front You can go out in your front yard. You can go out in your backyard. You can go across the street, wherever you see the nearest tree. And all I want you to do is I want you to go out there and I want you to listen. What are you listening for? I want you to listen for the sound that a tree makes when it grows. Exactly. A tree grows in silence, but it falls with noise. You get that? A tree grows with silence, but it falls with noise. Why am I telling you that? I'm telling you that because sometimes when you're growing, sometimes when you're evolving, or when you're creating the revolution, sometimes when you're going to the next level, sometimes when you're going on to the next opportunity, sometimes when you're launching your business, sometimes when you have this new product idea or service idea, sometimes when you're growing, you got to do it in silence. You got to do it in silence. Why? Because it's not everybody's business. They don't need to know. You're not pumping yourself up. You get that? You're not pumping yourself up. Sometimes there's a benefit in humility. A tree grows in silence, but when it falls, it's noisy. Why am I telling you this? Because if you take the time to pump yourself up, if you take your time to take all the credit, well, guess what? Credit and blame go hand in hand. And so when it comes crashing down and when it's making noise, guess what? It's going to be heard. And guess what? They're going to be looking at you. So sometimes you just allow yourself to grow. You just allow yourself to go to the next level. And there's nothing to say. There's nothing to say. Now, here's what I'm going to say, and I'm almost done. That sometimes you're going to find yourself in life with your back up against the wall. There's nothing you can do about that. We did that. It wasn't anything that we did. It's because the situation changed. The situation changed. They changed what they need, and then they came to us to ask us to go back to being who we used to be. We couldn't do it. We had our back against the wall. We said, no, we're leaving, and we did. And guess what? Because we took decisive action, because we had clarity, because we knew what we wanted to do, we were able to start the profession over again in another state. We were able to start another company. We were able to grow it beyond anything we ever thought possible. I mean, we literally did this. And the reason I feel like it worked so well, watch this, was because our back was against the wall. Ruben, what do you mean by that? I believe that sometimes in life, when we find ourselves with our back against the wall, it's our indication that it's time to move. That no, we can't go backwards, we got to go forward. Like I said, it's not that we're doing anything wrong, it's that we may have been doing the right thing too long, and it's time to move. I heard my mentor, Les Brown, say, sometimes when you don't have enough courage and insight to move on life moves on you. And so what I want you to realize is that even though you may find yourself with your back against the wall and you're wondering what's next, it's okay. It's probably your sign that it's time to move. It's probably your sign that it's time to elevate. It's probably your sign that you either need an evolution of what you're already doing, or you need a revolution to something completely different. But either way, watch this. Here's your sign. That wall is your sign. And this wall is tricky because for most of us, we look like, man, that's the end of the road. When they gave us that contract and it said canceled, it looked like it was the end of the road. Some of you are going to receive a notice and it's going to say, I'm done, I'm through, you're done, you're through. And it's going to look like it's the end of the road. And that may come from a job, and that may come from a spouse, and that may come from a friend, and that may come via text, and that may come via email, and it may come from a phone call. It may come from a pink slip. When it comes, it may look like it's the end of the road. But here's what I can tell you. What looks like the end of the road is really just a bend in the road if you're willing to make the turn, if you're willing to go to that next level. I'm Dr. Ruben West, reminding you that when you find yourself with your back up against the wall, don't trip, don't sweat it. Either make an evolution or it may be time for a revolution. Live your best life and do it now. Why? Because you only get one.
Hey, Simon, it's so cool to connect with you again, man. This is wonderful having you here today. I'm really excited. Look, let me just start off so I don't read a bio or talk through that. Let me toss it to you, man. Tell the folks, who is Simon? And more importantly, what in the heck are you up to these days with this whole concept about be brilliant?
My whole purpose is to spark brilliance in individuals, systems, and nations to create sustainable results. Today, I am in London getting ready to head to Milan. A client will pick me up in Milan and drive me into Switzerland. And my goal is to equip over 100 businesses that I'm going to have a full day with to equip them with the tips, tools, and techniques on how to create customers for life.
Wow, how to create customers for life, man. I love that. Talk about this whole concept about be brilliant and what that's about. A number of folks have had some setbacks in their lives. Some other folks have had some challenges. Other folks are on the comeback right now, and they're doing really, really well, but they still want to be brilliant no matter what level they're at. Take a moment and talk about that.
So when I talk about being brilliant, it first starts with understanding that average is over. Average is done. Average is history. And if you're going to do anything, it has to be brilliant. It has to be excellent. It has to be the best version of yourself. I reached a point professionally years ago when I was working for a Fortune 50 company, and I knew I had more potential within me than what was being released. So I happened to be talking to one of my mentors one day, and he asked me how I was doing. And I said to him, if I had white skin, blonde hair, blue eyes, it would be very easy for me to succeed here in America. And he said, you're stuck in your mind and body thinking that the pigmentation of your skin limits you from being all that you possibly can be. He said when he and his wife first got married, they adopted 2 young African-American boys. He was white. And he said, we've been telling them what they could be instead of what they couldn't be. And he says, I'm telling you, you were born to be brilliant. You weren't born to fit in. And Shay, when he said it, it was just like, boom, the 4th of July fireworks went off in me because no one had ever validated or told me that I was born to be brilliant. So literally for the next 7 years, I started on this journey of trying to understand, what does it mean that you're brilliant? What does it mean you have brilliance? And I came across some research that absolutely changed my life. And it's from Dr. Howard Gardner, a professor of education at Harvard. Dr. Gardner, he and his team of researchers did an interesting study over a 20+ year period. And what they discovered is that children up until the age of 4 are operating at the genius level. This same group of children were studying in their early 20s, and only 10% were still operating at the genius, or what I now call the brilliance level. And in their late 20s, early 30s, only 2% were still operating at the genius or brilliance level. So the question that I have, like you had, and everyone that's listening to us, is where did this genius or brilliance go? It didn't go anywhere. But it became buried by a society that says color within the lines, sit down, give it back, you can't do this. And the more a person continues to hear what they can't do, where they can't go, and who they can't become, there's a neurological path that is created in the brain that causes people to shut down. So what happens is people have this potential, they have this insight, they have this genius, and they show up at a place called work. And what I've discovered in almost 18 years of this work is that your brilliance, that thing that allows you to be your most brilliant self, is released in an environment where you're celebrated rather than tolerated. And when you're in this environment where you're celebrated rather than tolerated, that environment invites you to be a vitamin, not just an aspirin. And when you understand how to be a vitamin, not just an aspirin, you understand that I am not here to compete against you, but I'm here to complete you as I become my most brilliant self.
My most brilliant self. I love that. And as I was thinking and listening here, I was wondering about what is this whole concept that you have around build a vision? Because I like to be brilliant. You kind of started off that way, but take a moment to talk about that, build a vision around being brilliant.
So when I build a vision around being brilliant, what I recognize, the picture that I see is the picture that I aspire to be. So I cannot become something if I don't first see it. But then when I first see it, I have to write it, I have to speak it, I have to become it, and then I have to receive it. So for every person that is thinking about how do I make this vision of brilliance come alive, what do I see? Write it down. What do I now say that connects to what I see? How do I begin to act it out or believe it? Acting it out or believing it is the resources, the mentors, the coaches, the actual doing of the work is taking it from zero to where it possibly can become, and then actually receiving it as if it's going to happen.
Mm. Now, is that the part where you start to transform into your potential, or is that kind of a separate area? So I know I got to see it before I see it, or I never see it. When does this whole transformation process take place where I kind of step into it, and how does that work?
So the transformation takes place once you identify the vision, and most people teach you need to set a goal. I don't necessarily believe you just need to set a goal. Yes, goals are important, but what's more important than goals are habits. So the secret of living a brilliant life is hidden in the daily routine. Show me your habits, I'll show you your future. So habitually, what time do I get up in the morning? What is the first thing that I do when my feet hit the ground? What's the first thing I read? What's the first thing I listen to? You have to work out your potential every single day by reading, listening, and then doing. And that habit becomes hardwired. That brings you the results that you want. So what calls do I need to make today? How do I move an inch closer to what I am trying to accomplish by taking the daily steps to make it happen?
The daily steps take it happen, man. I love it. You know, you built this whole concept of helping folks maximize their potential. It's kind of what you're doing. We're going to get into that in just a few moments. But I want to ask a question from a different perspective, and it might get the same type of spin on it. But this whole concept about be inspired, be intentional, and be confident. But you're really interesting because you say you can do that at work and you can do it at home. Let me say it again. You can be inspired, you can be intentional, and you can be confident at work and at home. You don't have to live two separate lives. Take a moment to talk about that, please.
So when you're inspired, the word inspired or inspiration comes from, when you go to the dictionary, it means to breathe life into. So wherever you show up, if you're at a work environment, business environment, how do you breathe life into that environment? Through the work that you do, through the communication that you have, through the projects that you work on, through whatever you're executing. Are you the light in the midst of darkness? Are you the yes when everyone is saying no? Are you the positive when there's a negative? That's inspiring. It's coming alongside your team members who literally have been rocked by uncertainty, volatility, complexity, and ambiguity. You inspire and breathe life into that situation to begin to show them, have you thought about this? Will you consider that? Once you are inspiring, then you become intentional, and intentionality has everything to do with consistency, how you show up, what are the things that people can count on you for. And when people know that you are intentional about being consistent in making them better, making a job better, making a business better, making a situation better, then it builds your confidence, because what you begin to understand, when I have confidence in the future is created in the present. So I show up in the present, inspired, intentional, confident to be the difference that makes a difference.
You know, take a moment to talk about leadership. One of the things you do in Shift Your Brilliance is you talk about the term being a leader. Obviously, you got to be a leader of one before you can be a leader of many. But in the context of leadership, which is huge, talk about leading remote teams. Talk for a moment, because folks right now, they're leading themselves, but they're also leading a team that they can no longer walk in the morning, at least where we are right now, and have a cup of coffee with, right? So take a moment, talk about one, the importance of leadership and Shift Your Brilliance, and then maybe one or two ideas they can do, because I know you work with companies that are leading remotely as well.
So let me look at this from a few different angles. The first thing that I invite leaders to recognize is that the job of a leader is to invite men and women on a journey to discover the leader within themselves while they're following you. So, in other words, a leader can never take people to a place that he or she has not been themselves. All right, that's big 30,000 foot understanding of what does it mean to lead. Now, let's unpack that. Leaders leading remote teams have to be empathetic. In other words, coming alongside men and women who have been totally dislocated, displaced, sheltering in place, quarantined, working remote, kids at home, spouse or partner or significant others at home. Being empathetic simply starts with, how are you doing? How's it going? What is it that I can do to serve you? Secondly, being authentic to tell them, here's where the company is on Monday. By Wednesday, it may change, if not on Tuesday. And by Friday, we might do something completely different than how we started the beginning of the week. But what I am going to do as a leader, I'm going to tell you what I know, and I'm going to be honest with you. That's the authenticity, because where there is no communication, people fill in the gap and they make things up. The third thing is a leader being intentional to bring men and women together remotely to say, what's right about us, what is working instead of what's not working. And how do we now see problems as really opportunities? And we language things in such a way where people are like, okay, we know how to shift our brilliance and begin to adapt to where the world is going, not where the world once was before COVID-19.
You know, for those folks that are listening, they're thinking to themselves, this is hot. This is really good, Shay. I know you're going to ask him in a minute what his number one key to success is. I got it, Shay. And I know you're going to ask him in a minute what his number one idea he learned from his mentor. So he'll close out and answer those two questions, his key to success and his number one idea from a mentor that he's learned he's going to pass to us. But at the same time, we're wondering, how do we connect with this guy? Like, you know, he's listening, we're listening to him, we're talking to him now. Number one, Shay, what type of folks does he work with now? Because he does work with corporate clients, he does work with organizations, he does work with entrepreneurs. So how do we connect with him, and who does he work with now? Can we stop for a moment? Can you answer that question, and I'll come back and we'll bring it down home, such as the last 2 or 3 questions?
Yeah, I work with men and women who are looking to break through to the next dimension. And notice I said dimension and not level, because when you study string theory, there are 8 to 10 levels in one dimension. So I work with men and women who understand that they have a dimensional gift within them, and they want to literally catapult, quantum leap to that next level. I help cut down their learning curves by taking my 18-year journey of how I worked at Disney, and 18 years ago, I turned down 4 jobs, a senior director position with Learjet to head up all customer care for Learjet owners in the world. And for the last 18 years, I've worked with almost 2,000 companies in 49 countries. Right now, I'm in London today as we are talking. And so I help them understand, how did I go from Disney to doing this full time? But then what are the key mistakes and failures that I learned from, and build not just success, but significance. And there's a difference. So I teach them and cut down their learning curve through the 10 books that I've written and the 3 online courses we have to say, here's how you do it. But I coach them to their brilliance. And obviously they can find me at simontbailey.com, T for terrific.
The site is www.simontbailey.com. The T is for what again?
Terrific.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Why would I expect anything less? Why would I expect anything less? All right, you know, one of my favorite questions asked every time is, what's your number one key to success? Now, you've probably learned 20,000 plus ideas. You teach, I don't know how many ideas on success. But if you had to say, Shay, this is just one of the keys to my success that allows me to be successful and the folks I work with to be the most successful, what principle comes top of mind? And kind of elaborate on that, please.
The number one principle is the way up is down. When I understand the way up is down, it's never about me, but it's about we. The way up is down is simply realizing that I serve humanity through giving, not just taking. The way up is down is making it about you to understand when I serve you, it's not just about hearing you, but it's listening to you, because hearing is a courtesy, but listening is a compliment. When I understand the way up is down, it's never about the accoutrements of success, the house, the cars, the money in the bank, all of those things. Yes, they are important and they're nice, but how am I ensuring that I'm helping the least, the last, the lost to level up? When I understand the way up is down, how do I give a hand up instead of a hand out? So deep principle, critically important, that it's taken me some 50 years to really understand this, but this is something that I pass on to people when I coach them to their breakthrough.
You know, we're going to close up with one of our favorite questions, which was going to be a mentor, but I'm going to shift that because we're talking about champions. And I'd like for you to give your definition of what is a champion, number one, and number two, what is one or two principles that a champion displays, not only for themselves, but for the folks that they're around. And so the final question I have for Simon T. Bailey, who you can find over at www.simontbailey.com. You can go over to www.simontbailey.com. Follow the instructions on that website. Just follow the instructions, and it'll take you directly to him or someone inside his organization who'll be able to put you in the right direction. But Simon, the word champion. We're talking about comeback champion. We're talking about champion nation. Let me spread the question and give it to you again. Number one, what's one idea did you do after you had a setback? That's number one. And then, because this is about comeback. And then number two, your definition of a champion, man, and the principles that a champion displays. Thanks a lot for being here, man. We appreciate it. You're amazing. I'm going to turn it over to you so you can close out the folks with your final thoughts. Thanks a lot, my friend.
So in the words of Mike Murdoch, champions look at what they're going to, while losers look at what they're going through. Champions have the ability to see the possibility of what can become instead of what isn't currently happening. When a person has a champion mindset, they begin to recognize that the greatest time, the greatest period in history is to recognize there's never a perfect time to become the person you might have been. So they look at this time and recognize this is not a do-over. This is not a dress rehearsal. This is the moment that I've been waiting for. And they wake up every single day as if this may be the last day on earth, and they leave everything on the floor. That's a champion. So if there's one critical thing that I invite you as we close this out to really think about, am I ready to become the champion that is operating brilliantly and moving away from average living, average results to create the future in the present? Because that's what champions do. They look at what they're going to instead of looking at what they are going through.
Joseph, this is one of those conversations, man, that I was just waiting for. And the reason I was waiting for it because I know that you will change someone's life, you will change their family, and you will change their community by helping them become this multimillionaire megapreneur, which is super cool. But for those folks that maybe don't know who you are, because I could read this bio, and some people want me to read the bio, take a moment, if you would, tell us, who is Joseph and what are you up to these days, my man?
Well, first and foremost, Shay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to share what is my life's purpose, at the risk of sounding too, I don't want to say arrogant, but too flamboyant about it. It is my life's purpose. And thank you for this unbelievable platform. The Comeback Champion Summit is a platform for all of us to be able to share what has worked for us and that we've taught other people to help them bring their lives to the next level as well. And I'll share with you a little bit about myself. My background is, my profession is I'm a neuropsychologist. I help people get over fears and phobias and emotional challenges that have hindered their lives. And by profession, I'm what's called an ultimate performance specialist. And it's kind of a high-end life coach, if you will. I work people with their businesses. I have the privilege of working with A-list celebrities, Academy Award winners and Grammy winners, and sports figures and millionaires and billionaires. And everybody always wants the same thing. They want more, and they want to go further, faster. And so for me, it's about the methodology and the processes to help them get there versus motivation and empowerment and helping people get excited. And so my purpose for doing all this stuff is because then this is why you and I do what we do right now, is it's our opportunity to pay it forward and give back.
You know, Joseph, one of the things that I admire about you is your heart to give and your heart to serve. And I know that this conversation is for speakers and authors and coaches and trainers, network marketers, or anyone that has a part of their income tied to something other than just their profession. Although, if they're not having even got started yet, they're going to benefit from this conversation. But so that they're clear, take a moment and kind of define that multimillionaire megapreneur. You came up with the title, How to Become a Multimillionaire Megapreneur. So that we all know what it is and we can confirm we're at the right place. Give us your definition. What is your view of the world?
Yeah, let's start with what's an entrepreneur, because all of us on this call have an entrepreneuric spirit at the very least. An entrepreneur is anybody that chooses to and actively pursues, meaning they're doing something about it, creating income in methods other than the traditional employer-employee relationship. And that is starting a small business, whether it's network marketing or real estate or whatever, online marketing or anything that they choose to do that. But I have some statistics that's really interesting. And this is the delineation. This is the difference between a megapreneur and an entrepreneur, because everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. And an entrepreneur is, like I said, anybody that does that. But here's some statistics, and you can go and check this out on the Small Business Administration's business recording online. And last year, in 2019, there were 775,000 people that registered to have a new business. But out of those, only 100,714 of them actually reported having made money, filed taxes and made money. And out of them, only about 5,000, a little over 5,000 of those people actually became financially independent, or actually their income replaced their regular job. Why do I say that? These statistics anyway, 87% of people who start a business, and by the way, those are people who registered their businesses. Most people don't, so it's probably twice that much. 87% of people who start a business fail within the first 2 years, through 2 to 3 years. And it's not because they don't want to. It's not because they don't have a desire. It's because they don't know how to be what I call a megapreneur. A megapreneur are that upper 3 to 5% of people that succeed at that highest level in whatever they do. And they are what I call wealthy. And I always say to people, don't get it twisted, because that's what we all want to be, is wealthy. Wealthy is healthy, happy, and financially abundant. All of those three things, the Quan, if you will. And so that's what a megapreneur is, somebody that succeeds at that highest level in whatever they do, in all of those areas of their life.
Yeah, but that also opens up the question immediately, which is, what's the number one challenge holding people back from already being a multimillionaire or a megapreneur?
Yeah, the number one challenge, it's one word, but it's multifaceted. The one word is fear. But here's what it is: fear of failure, fear of success, procrastination, hesitation, and imposter syndrome. All of those things. And even when I say them, if you're listening to me, probably a part of you is going, yeah, I got that. If you procrastinated, it's because you have a fear of, let's just say, being uncomfortable or failing at it or whatever. If you're not doing what you need to be doing consistently over and over and over again, which is part of the key to success, it means that something is going on here that has you fearful that if you do it, something is going to happen. Either you'll fail. And by the way, that's part of human nature. These things are part of who we are, but it does not have to be the way that we remain. And that's where, as I say, process comes in to help people eliminate that stuff and get rid of that stuff and replace it with something that serves them.
Yeah, so what do we say to the person that says, okay, is this another pump me up? Is this another motivation? Is this another pat me on the back, attaboy, you can go do this? Or during this conversation, when we get a chance to break down some systems, one of my favorite sayings is systems beat goals every single time. So will you be talking about systems and processes throughout this conversation? Or is this another, let's sing Kumbaya and let's all go do it?
Look, I got to tell you, some of my favorite friends and colleagues are motivational speakers. And this is not to throw any shade on them or throw them under the bus at all. The challenge with motivation is it wears off. It stays with you, not that long after you've done the thing or gotten the inspiration. That wears off. But what lasts and the difference between, my technology, if you will, or the processes that I bring is, as I said, process is progress. And the process more specifically is to help a person change their psychology, because it's your psychology that keeps you going forward or going backwards. And so this is not about motivation. This is on the antithesis of motivation. Knowledge is not power, and neither is inspiration. Inspiration, as I said, it goes away. I always tell people, listen, I got one or two ways we can do this. I can get you excited and tell you some stories and help you feel great and everything, and that's going to last you a couple of days. Or I can give you a skill set that is going to help you change your life. Which one do you want? And obviously, people, 99%, everybody always chooses for the skill set, and that's the difference, Jay.
Let me just jump in and just address the elephant in the room and just challenge you to give us a process. Or share one of your methodologies, because I know one of them. I just jump right into it, man. We can sit around and philosophize, but if this is what you do, I figured let's get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you showed up for one reason and one reason only, and that is to change your life and change your bank account, because you're ready to make $1 and a difference at the same time. If you out there right now, you ready to make $1 and a difference at the same time, then look right below the video and say, yes, yes, yes. So let's ask Joseph. He teaches you how to become a multimillionaire and megapreneur. This whole concept, this whole methodology he has around tell, show, try, do. I hope I got that right. Tell, show, try, do. Can you unpackage that so that can help us as we start on this journey towards being a multimillionaire and a megapreneur?
Absolutely. Well, let me start here first. And I call this the 7-figure psychology. And that is, and what I mean by that is that there are the way that we learn things will determine whether we do what we learned. Let me repeat myself, because this is critical. The way that we learn things, how we learn things, will determine whether we do it or not. Because everybody knows a bunch of stuff. Knowledge is not power. Knowledge is just stored information. And again, I hope I'm not hurting anybody's feelings, but if you're overweight, it ain't because you don't know how to lose weight. You quit putting so much food in this hole and move your body, you're going to lose weight. Knowledge is not power. It's only temporary power. And action is not power. It's only temporary power. What is power is this: when we change the flow of how things work through us. And that is this. I call it the 60-20-20 rule. Okay. And I'm going to get to how we learn, by the way, because this is really, really critical. The process that we learn is this. I can tell you something. I can give you a story, and I can tell you A equals B equals C equals D. And you're going to go, that makes sense, that feels good, but that's just not. Have you try something. We do something in the moment that I pride myself on. If you come around me, I often tell people, bring me your worst nightmare, because in that moment, I'm going to show you something that in that moment, you're not going to be able to feel it again. And it's not going to be something that I do to you. It's something that we try together, and you're going to get the result. Then you have that tool for the rest of your life. Remember when I said earlier that I help people get over fears and phobias and emotional challenges? I'm very unorthodox of the way I go about things. I'm a neuropsychologist, which means I have 5 different ways of entering your world and finding out your programming to break that code to help you get over that. If you come into my office, you got a fear of dogs, there's going to be a dog there. And at the end of that hour, you're not only going to hold that dog and be comfortable with that dog, but I'm going to give you something to do, which means when you leave here as well, that you continue to do, that conditions you to, when you see dogs, you get excited about it. And the fear goes away. So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to show you, we're going to try something together, and then I'm going to give you something to do, because process is progress, not knowledge.
So once again, the formula is tell, show, try, do. Is that correct?
Yes. And that is the formula for more effective, deep learning that leads to activity versus just learning which leads to just that feels good. Because activity, things do not change unless we change. Things do not change unless we do something. It's not the, you've heard that's old saying that the road to poverty is paved with good intentions. We all intend to do something, but we don't always do what we know. Procrastination, hesitation, those are the thieves of our dreams.
Now you are, and I've heard you say this over and over and over again, you're like stuck in this one place that says it all starts with the mind. It all starts with the psychology of the mind. And we may get to that a little later, but I want to talk about the 60-20-20 rule. I think you just broke down the tell, show, try, do, which is something that we can do. That's something that you teach your clients. Is that correct? And you have processes where they're able to kind of go through that and then get the repetition in that. Is that correct?
Yes, these are the fundamental elements of a megapreneur. Remember, megapreneurs are that upper 2 or 3 or 5% of people. They don't necessarily know that they got them, but they got this. And if you're listening to us right now, please write this down, because at the very least, you have this foundation. Here's what it is. It's 60% psychology. What I mean by that, 60% of your achievement, you're being able to be successful in anything at all. 60% of it is your psychology. And it's important to understand the our deepest belief systems. And those belief systems fuel our lives. And so when we change our psychology, that is 60% of what we do. The second thing is 20% energy. And I'm not just talking about the get up and go energy and the stuff that we can have the energy to go do something. I'm talking about the literal electricity that courses through our veins that makes every cell in our bodies work. When we have that and we can master that and we can fluctuate it, we can move it and make it automatic, then it moves to the next thing, which is 20% magnetism. We all have the ability to bring into our lives the situations, the circumstances, and even the material things. Look, everybody here, every single one of us, knows or knows of somebody that when we look at them, we think that that person is lucky. The ball always seems to bounce in their favor, Shane. They're in the right place at the right time. Things happen for them easier than other people. They're not as smart or as educated or have as much talent as we do, but they're doing infinitely better than us. It's because they're literally a magnet to the things that they want. And so the system, the processing, the methodology behind that is to help shift somebody's psychology, and not on a global basis and not on a general basis. You as an individual than me, and I'm different than you, and everybody's different. And if I can show you how to go in, and then if I can tell you and then show you, and you try it and you get a result, then it's yours for the rest of your life. And then that what becomes after that is you become that magnet to the things that you want. You get up early, you stay up late, you do the extra stuff, and you attract into your life the situations, the circumstances, and even the material things. It's the closest thing I have and that I know of creating magic.
What about those folks, Joseph, that are meeting you for the very first time? I want to get into a little about the pro sequences in a moment, but those folks that are meeting you for the first time, like, man, I get it. The guy owns 5 businesses, Shay. He's making millions of dollars over here. He's able to speak to 20, 30,000 people a month. Oh, Shay, by the way, he's written 7 books. He has his whole doctor's degree. He's taught at the university level. Shay, this guy, he's like in the chocolate factory somewhere. and he's just up there doing his thing. Ask him, a little bit about his backstory. Ask him how he found his way on this journey before he continues on about do this and you need to know this and you can trust me. Tell us a little about Joseph. Well, I'm not going to tell you about Joseph, okay? I'm going to let Joseph maybe share a little bit of his backstory on Joseph and how he got to where he is now, at least the abbreviated version.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Shay, because I think it's important for people to know that their teacher is not teaching theory. That whom they're learning from is not somebody that just read it in a book and is already there. And I say that because I come from a place where I always say to people, you can sail right past broke. I was so broke, I was homeless. I lived in a cardboard box, and I was there because my self-esteem and my own belief about myself was crushed. When I was 17 and a half years old, 3 grown men tried to take my life because of the color of my skin. And it destroyed me. They left me for dead. And the things that they said to me as they were trying to kill me stuck in my head. It changed my psychology, my belief about myself, about other people, about the world around us. And so I wound up homeless. And what changed my life, Shane, was somebody that I didn't know. It was a kind person. Somebody introduced me to the whole concept of personal development, meaning that I could change all of those beliefs that I didn't even know that I had at the time. I'm intellectualizing it now, but at the time I didn't even know. I just was worthless. And so I learned that. It changed my life. I started to condition myself to default to a place of, oh gosh, I can, I will, I'm better, I'm good, I'm all those things. And then all the other stuff started to fade away. And then I started doing things, and in a very short amount of time, my first financial win was with real estate. And I shared this with you before, Shay, but I actually saved up Coke bottles and collected enough money to take a real estate course. And I took that course armed with that whole concept of what I now call the 60-20-20 rule and the methodology to change that stuff. And I bought 26 houses in less than a year and a half's time. And I still benefit from that today. And the other things, all the other 5 businesses, the other things that I do are all a result of having a methodology versus just, a belief in being motivated and that kind of thing. And so that is the impetus of what I do. So I'm not teaching theory. The other thing is I'm not teaching theory, meaning I'm not teaching you something that I haven't done myself. But I've also taught literally 5 million people by now to do that and similar things. But I will say this, which is some of the impetus of how you and I came together, and that is that I'm a hired gun in a lot of cases, meaning I come in and I speak to other people's audiences, not the least of which being my business partner for several decades now, Tony Robbins. But I say this without excluding anybody else, only 3 to 5% of those audiences that I speak to have black skin. And so at this place in time where we are right now, it's important that we get this information as well, which is the reason why I'm doing this. And I'm seeing in the corner here, over there, my first book is about that. It's called Unlimited Power of Black Choice, and it's to bring this information into the Black community. And now there's no time better than right now. And it's not excluding anybody else. It's anybody that has worked with anybody. But right now, this is one of the things that I want all of us to get as well.
As you're speaking, I'm thinking and I'm listening. I'm hearing some folks out there, and they're like, wait a minute, Shay, before I get into, I wrote down tell, show, try, do. I wrote down the 60-20-20 rule. He says he got another methodology, but Shay, I've got a lot going on. And what is his magic formula? Since he's got all these formulas around overwhelm, because recently we had a conversation, by the way, and I hope it's appropriate to say that, I won't mention her name, and she called in and during this global pandemic that we were having and said, listen, Shay, I'm looking for some advice. I work full-time, but now I'm going to be working at home full-time. I'm a full-time wife. I'm a full-time mother. I'm now a full-time school teacher because she has 2 kids that are in elementary school and 1 that's in junior high. I'm also a full-time administrator because I got to freaking make sure their work get turned on. And oh, by the way, I'm also a full-time cafeteria worker, and I've never cooked as much in my life. And I'm getting my business off the ground. I'm out here. And what do you suggest that I do? And she wasn't saying it from a place of desperation. She was like, to me, she's bringing reality. And I don't want to say just the women. I mean, it could be many guys that are in those situations as well. So the reason I tell you that backstory, Tony, is for you to be sensitive, Joseph, for you to be sensitive to what you tell the folks that are overwhelmed. They want to learn what you have to say. They want to be a multi-millionaire, and they want to be a megapreneur, but they got so much going on now. Like, is this yet another thing I got to learn? What do you tell folks that are in a place of overwhelm?
2 things. I'm super sensitive to it because been there, done that, lived there for far too long. What I didn't say is I was suicidal because of that long ago. And so overwhelm, there's 2 things. Number 1 is that there is help and there's a way to get out of that. And I'm going to share with you the methodology or the steps to get out of that here in a second. But here's what I want to say as well, is that for somebody to say that, I can even hear it in the tension in your voice behind that. It's just stress. And what we want oftentimes brings up more stress in us. What we want, because we decide to do something, it means that we're going to have to do more. All of us are smart enough to know it means that we're going to have to do more, and that means more on our plate. But I want you to understand something. Going back to it, you said this before, Shay. You go, I'm stuck on the psychology first. It's just the way that it is. It is top down always. As we think, whatever we think in that moment, will cause us to feel a certain way. Literally, our brain makes our body release chemicals that cause us to feel good or bad, stressed or relaxed, happy or sad. So whatever we're focused on, whatever we're thinking about in that moment, makes our body feel that way. And however we feel will determine what we'll do. If you feel good, then you'll do good. If you feel excited, then you'll do more. If you feel frustrated, and then you'll procrastinate. All of those things. That's a no-brainer, no pun intended. And so what you do will be what you produce. So if you reverse engineer it, if you go, I'm broke, or I'm not getting the things done that I want, or if I'm frustrated or whatever, it is because you feel that way. And if you reverse engineer it, it's because that's what you've been focusing on. And so there's a process to help do that. And if you guys want to write this down, please do, because this is something you can all start doing right now. And this is just this slightest tip of the iceberg. What I want to show you, and that's what we're going to do at the summit, is to show you how to go in and go very specific and go deeper on this. But write this down. Overwhelm is just having too many emotionally charged tasks in our head. Let me repeat myself. Overwhelm is the emotion that is produced by having too many emotionally charged tasks in our head. You just said she's a mother, she's a wife, she's a school teacher now, she's trying to start her business, she's a cook, all of those things. And they're in her head, and whatever she's looking at, all of those things, she does not have a good emotion tied to them because it doesn't feel good. Probably in the end, she wants so much more. That's why she started a business. And even that makes her feel stressed, which means the brain is releasing something called cortisol, which makes us feel bad, which makes us not perform as well as we could. And back on the 60-20-20 rule, oh, don't get me started. I'm getting excited now, Shay. Back on the 60-20-20 rule, that means your energy level is low. If your energy level is low, then you're not going to do things. So the way to get out of it is this. Number one, list. Write everything down that you have to do. Write it down. For her, she's probably talking off the top of her head, but I guarantee you she doesn't have it all written down somewhere. And what's going to happen is two things happen. As soon as you write it down, you get it out of your head, which means now it's out of your head and it's on a piece of paper. And it's almost like magic, because as soon as it comes out of your head, because remember, that's all it is, it's in your head. It's part of your thought process. As soon as you put it on a piece of paper, the second thing that it does is when you start looking at it, it allows you to move to the second step, which is to prioritize it. And I don't mean prioritize it by going, this is the first thing that I should do. It just means which is the most important. Because as soon as you write down which is the most important, and let's just say, I use the example of, you gotta go to the kids' soccer game, or you gotta teach the kids this kind of thing. As soon as you write it down, you go, well, the reason why I'm doing this is because I love my children. And then guess what? As soon as that happens, because it's out of your head and you're focused on that one thing, then your brain gets to go, that's why I'm doing it, without the cluster of all the other stuff around. Once you've done that and you're starting to get some release of each of those things, you prioritize it. This is the most important. My children is the most important. Second most important is my business. Second important is my whatever. Then you got it on a piece of paper. And all I'm trying to do is to get you to realize is that the process is the alleviating process, is the process of releasing the stress. And then the next step is activity or action on something, whatever the thing that you can do right now. If you can write something down or make this phone call or whatever. And then when you do that, then you get more release. And then the last thing is praise. And what that means is as soon as you've done something, anything at all, give yourself some credit for it. She listed all of those things, but I guarantee you she doesn't go, I'm a great mother, I'm a great, and so this is what I did today, that kind of thing. Give yourself some credit, because then it's a loop. We call it a cybernetic loop, because then if you feel good, it goes back up to the top of the list and you go, oh, I get to do this, I get to do this, I get to do that. It makes you feel better. If you feel better, then you do more. If you do more, then you have more. Really, really simple process. But if you do it, you'll get results. And then later on, I'll tell you about, and that's what our summit is about. I'm going to tell you how to make it so that it becomes a loop, so that it's a cybernetic loop, so that it becomes part of who you are. So you default to feeling good and feeling excited about the things that you want to do. It's not that you're too busy. All of us are busy. I got 5 different businesses. And, I homeschool my kid, and I got all these things going on. I'm busy as well. We're all busy. They always say, if you want to get something done, give it to a busy person. They'll get it done.
That's so true. So as we're proceeding on, for those folks out there, we're talking about how to become a multimillionaire megapreneur. And there's been 2 tools that have been given to us so far: tell, show, try, do. Hope you wrote that down. And the second one was the 60-20-20 rule: 60% psychology, 20% energy, and 20% magnetism, which is very, very important, how we attract what we need to attract to us. Take a moment, if you would. I'm going to suggest everybody get their paper and pencils. I'm going to ask him to do a big favor, but that's why he's here, right? So hopefully he's going to do this big favor. Say, yes, Joseph, yes, you can do it. And the big favor, Joseph, is there's this concept, this theme that underlines what you train, which is the pro, sequence, outcome, clarity, formula. That's a lot of words. The pro, sequence, outcome, clarity, formula. For those folks, try to write that down. Let me ask them to break it down, tell us what is it, by the way, and how we can benefit as entrepreneurs, becoming megapreneurs. It's called the Pro Sequence Outcome Clarity Formula. Tell us, what is it, and what does it do, and then how do we use it as megapreneurs?
Yeah. And by the way, these, as you said before, these are all pieces. And we got this short amount of time here, but when I get to meet you live, everybody that's watching, I'm going to break this stuff down and we're going to instill it in you. First off, pro sequences is the opposite of consequences. We always think about consequences. They're the negative, bad things that happen because we didn't take the right best activity. But pro sequences is foresight, is doing something now that's going to produce the result that you want. And so this is a formula so that you can create the outcome that you want. You can be clear on it, what that you want. And this system works with whatever you do. Because remember what I said, a megapreneur is wealthy, and you want to be wealthy, healthy, happy, and financially abundant. So whatever you do, whether you're trying to change your body, whether you're trying to build your business, whatever you want to do, this is what changes it. And it's steps like this. Step number 1 is this: destination. What do you want? Clarity on what you want. The target of exactly what you want. We heard this statistic 1,000 times that only 3% of the population has written down goals, and only 3% of this population is wealthy. It's been throughout time. It's Harvard study. It's throughout time. So the first step is obviously writing down goals. If you're listening to me now, you probably already know that. But here's what happens, and this is why I love your concept and the process that you talk about, Shay, which is today is your January 1st. Because most people do January 1st. And then guess what, the next time they look at their dreams, goals, and desires is next January 1st. And then what that makes it is that 80% of the New Year's resolutions that people made are the same ones that they made the year before because they didn't do it. But you got to know where you're going. It's that target. You got to know what you do. You got to be clear on that. That's step number 1. And by the way, when we work together, whether I'm coaching you, whether I'm working with you, whether we're learning something together, it's about your specific ones, not Joseph's or Chase or anybody else. It's about yours specifically so that you feel like you can do and get what you want. So step number 1 is destination. What do you want? Step number 2 is location, which means where are you now? Getting honest with yourself, being dirt honest where you are right now. I always say to people, my car, and most cars these days, you get in it, and I tell my navigation, I want to go to San Diego. I'm in Los Angeles. I want to go to San Diego. Okay. The first thing she has to know is where I want to go. The second thing she has to know, I say she, because mine talks to me in a woman's voice. She has to know is where are you, so that she can draw that line. You got to be honest. So for you, that's the second thing, is you've got to get clear on exactly where you are, being dirt honest. If you're starting ahead of the game, that's great. If you got some money to invest, then that's great. If you don't, be honest about it. This is where that imposter syndrome gets in the way of a lot of people, because they don't want people to know where they really are, that kind of thing. The third thing is that you've got to figure out what stops you, what has been your challenge that keeps you, that makes you procrastinate, hesitate, fear, failure, all that stuff. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's your psychology. It's how you feel about yourself, what you think about yourself, and what you think about other people, and what you think about the world around you. Not to oversimplify it, but if a person comes in my office, they got a fear of heights, okay? I know that they consider themselves a coward. They consider themselves a fearful person. That's their psychology about themselves. I know that they think other people are better than them, at least in this area, because most people are not afraid of heights. Okay? And because that goes on, it releases a certain, let's just say, a cocktail of endorphins and dopamines and things like that go through our system that don't make us feel good. And I know that they think that the world, especially dogs, is a dangerous place. Because of heights is a dangerous place. Now, I know that that's the psychology that's going on, and I know that's what's stopping them. And if I know that, then I can go into the next step, which is to eliminate that cause. Now, obviously there's more to it than I have time to give you right now, but to eliminate that cause, bust it apart, the next step is to replace that with what you want, the feeling that you want, to have that courage, to change that psychology. And then the last thing is to condition it so that it happens automatically. Because you don't want to have to pump yourself up and get in state all the time. You want it to be automatic, so you default to that. Those steps, there's 6 of them. Those steps, if you follow those, you can get anything that you want in your life, anything. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you're going to get exactly what you want when you want it, but I am going to tell you stack the deck in your favor. And the characteristics of any megapreneur, and I've had the privilege of being around millionaires, billionaires, healthy, happy people around the world, movie stars, all of those people, they all have this in some way. They don't necessarily know they do it, and my job oftentimes is to go in and to make it clear on them and enhance those things, but we've all got it as well. If you've got a heartbeat, then you've got it as well.
And one of the things that you said, I think that was very important in there, is that we all have it and we all can bring it out. What does Joseph say to the person who says, okay, I got it, I'm following her, Shay, I'm tracking it, got my destination, got my location, they're taking the notes and they're working, and I know there's a process that we're going to we'll talk about in a moment of how they can stay in this conversation over and beyond and to work with your organization to help them accelerate and move faster. But since this is the Comeback Champion Summit, they might be thinking, okay, this is good, I can do that. What is Joseph's number one idea in order to bounce back from a setback? Because I've had some challenges, Joseph. I believe in what you're saying, but I've had some challenges in the past, so I've got to get back going. So I need a little help, Joseph, on just getting back on track. And I think, Joseph, life is a series of being on track, and then you're off track, and then you're on track, and then you're off track. And there's someone out there that's off track. And do you mind if we slow down for a moment and we'll speed up and you kind of share how do they get back on track so they can implement some of these processes that you're talking about now?
Yeah. First off, that's a pattern with people. In other words, if you're on and off, that's your pattern. If you get to a certain, all of us have self-sabotage, all of us, self-included. That, we mean to do something, we're going to do it, whether it's, stick to your diet or, build a business or do something, we mean to do it, and then we start and we stop and we start and we stop. That is your pattern. And your pattern is going to keep on happening over and over again unless you do the one thing, and it's methodology, it is a strategy, if you will, to interrupt that pattern and do what I said in the middle of this, which is to break that pattern apart and eliminate that pattern and replace it with the pattern that you want. And I'm going to give you a really quick example, and this is part of the Tell, Show, Try, Do. I just told you that it's about breaking the pattern. But I'm going to give you a real quick example, and then when we meet, this is one of the things that we're going to do at the summit, is something called a pattern interrupt. And this is a way to interrupt that pattern. When I say interrupt the pattern, I mean bust it apart in that moment so you can replace it with something else. A pattern interrupt, and I will reiterate this at a deeper level for you specifically when we do this. If you have a pattern of procrastinating, if you have a pattern of starting and stopping, where you are right now, your fear is that pattern's going to come up again. You're going, I got to get going. I got to do this now. I got to start now, especially at this time. You're doing all that stuff. You get excited and you may even start. But guess what? Inside, if your psychology, 60% of it, if your psychology is going, you're not good enough, you're not smart enough, or the world is against you, or whatever, then that is going to dominate it and you'll slow down. Okay, so that pattern, any pattern, you've got to interrupt first. See, people try and change things without changing how they feel about something, without changing the existing core bottom. But I'm going to give you an example, and again, I'll repeat this when we meet next or at the summit. However, we're going to do it at the summit, and that is this. A pattern of thought is a pattern of emotion, whatever we're thinking, and it makes us feel a certain way, so on and so forth. And I'm going to give you an example. This is the show that you've all done. You're sitting in your house and you're sitting in the living room and you go, I got to go in the kitchen and get an ink pen. You stand up, and in that moment, you're in that pattern, that pattern of thought, that pattern of your physical body, that pattern of expectancy, that pattern of everything, emotion. You want the pin. You know you got to get the pin. You got to do the pin, okay? Or go get the pin. You stand up, and you go into the kitchen, and there you're standing in the kitchen going like, what the hell did I come in here for? Now, we've all done that. But what's really important that you get, and this is part of the methodology and a tool that you can use, is that what you did was you created an opportunity to grow. And what that means is this. When you interrupted that pattern by standing up, by moving your body radically, 4 things happen. The first thing is you're no longer in that thought focus pattern. You're no longer focused on the ink pen. The second thing that happens is you no longer have that emotion about the ink pen. You no longer have that urgency to get that ink pen that made you stand up in the first place. The third thing that happens is that you've created what's called a scotoma. You've created a blank spot in your mind. That's why you can't remember what you're doing. A blank spot in your mind is extremely valuable because it's a vacuum. And what does nature always want to do to a vacuum? It always wants to fill it up. And so the fourth thing that there is you have the anything that you want. And so the reason I say that is this: if you have a pattern of procrastination, hesitation, any of that stuff, utilizing that same process, you can cause yourself to feel that way, interrupt that pattern, and your brain is going, what? And then you can fill it up with something, and I'm going to show you how to fill it up with something. You do that enough times, that becomes the new pattern. You want to know why I got so much energy? Why I do what I say I'm going to do? Why I have all those things? Is because I have that. I've conditioned it into myself, and that's what I share with other people as well. So you get up early, you stay up late, you do the extra stuff, and you're pulled towards what you want. Not being motivated, you're pulled towards what you want. You can do this for yourself. Now, there's so much more I could talk about, but just because of time, I want you to get it, that for things to change, you've got to change. But the thing that's got to change is your psychology, your psychological patterns. And I'm not going to, I say, tell, show, tried you. I just told you. I just showed you. And then when we get together, we're going to try it. And I'm going to give you something to do so that it becomes your conditioning tool.
You know,
I need a microphone so I can drop it.
I love how you do that, my man. And, sitting here, I was thinking about the 7-figure psychology, but I'm also thinking about this whole being a megapreneur now thing. Yeah. And, one of the things that I admire about your organization is they spend some time putting together a way to stay in this conversation over and beyond where we are now. And I know when I was sitting in the audience or even watching online, I always wish there was a way that I could stay connected, that I could stay in the conversation, that someone could feed something directly to me that I could use on my time when I wanted to, that would work best for me. Take a moment and talk about the power of being able to grow using technology these days, which is being able to learn online, I'll say it like that, that helps people still progress. Because there's some folks that still think, well, if I can't be there in person, it's a little bit of a challenge for me. Take a moment and demythify that if you can for a second. Then let me talk about something that your team is doing.
Yeah. First off, what choice do you have? What choice do you have? And the answer to that is you got the choice to not do it or to do it. If you don't do it, it's consequences. If you do it, it's pro-sequences. It's that simple. Second thing is this. Right now, and especially the way that because like I said, I'm a live guy, but my business in terms of live events, March 15th, boom, nothing. I haven't done one live events for 6 months now, but I do a lot of stuff online. So I've pivoted and I've created, and actually it's even better because you get to do it at your time. But here's what I want you to know. If you come to me, shouldn't I say if, but when you come to me, it's not going to be just Joseph telling you a bunch of stuff. You're going to do some things and you're going to get a result. And so the difference is, just like we're doing right now, we have a one-on-one and you get, whether it's me or Shay or anybody else, you get the one-on-one with that person. And it is critical right now that you adapt to that whole process of learning digitally. That, I don't care what anybody says, it's here to stay. Yeah, this pandemic's going to go away. Yeah, there's going to be live events and so on and so forth, but I promise you, biggest, or maybe the biggest, but a bigger portion of learning is going to be online. And you don't have to get on an airplane. You don't have to rent a hotel room. Now you don't have to risk getting sick. All of those things. But here's the difference, though. When you come see me, like I said, you got a fear of dogs. There's going to be a dog in your room when you come see me. When you come see me, we ain't going to play. I'm going to give you something to do. You're going to get a result. You're going to change yourself. You know, we spoke about this before, Jay, about one of my many January 1st, and it was one of them was the day that I realized that I could change myself. Was the day that I realized that I could do something about my own patterns that I didn't even know that I was were there. And when I learned that and I changed it, everything changed, because it wasn't just that I changed doing things. It changed how I affected other people. It changed how I affected the world around me. It changed how people treated me. And it changed how all of that flowed towards me. Like I said before, all of us know people that seem luckier than the others. Luck is manufactured.
Take a moment, if you would. Spot on, by the way, spot on. And this megapreneur, I know this program that you have, and I just want to touch on it for a moment if we can, because I'm sensing someone out there is like, I need a little bit more, Shay. I need a little bit more. Take a moment and talk about, what does someone learn that's part of a megapreneur now type of program? Like, what should they expect to learn, and what should they expect to be their result? And I know we can't promise results, but what should the expectations be?
Yeah, first off, there's 4 things. And they're all centered around the 60-20-20 rule. And so here's what you're going to learn. You're going to learn 2 things. Your own psychology. I'm going to show you exactly how you function as a human being, and then how to use that information to get the very best out of yourself. Because most people don't know, why do I do the things that I do? You know, why do I sleep late, or why do I overeat, or why do I do this? Why do I do that? Well, if you keep asking that question, you're not going to get an answer. As a matter of fact, asking that question is going to keep you asking that question. So doesn't it make more sense to help figure out the lineage and the what I call mechanics of how we do what we do? You know, most of us, and by the way, you don't have to know all this stuff. I'm going to give it to you, but then I'm going to show you in the end of it how to just apply it all. So the first thing is how to change your own psychology, meaning find out what your psychology is, and so that we can change it, so that it starts that domino effect of going through you and making you perform more. So psychology is number 1. That's the first thing you can learn. You're going to learn tools on how to do all those things I did before, and on your personal level. And when I say learn, remember what I said before, you're not going to just learn it, you're going to do it. Every single piece of it, I'm going to give you something to do, because that's where the change comes from. The second thing is, you're going to learn about the electricity that you produce. And this is so, so important that it's left out of, at the risk of sounding arrogant, everything. The electricity that you produce. Did you know that you have enough electricity flowing through your body right now to light up a light bulb? That's what life is. When your mom and dad got together, and that sperm and that egg got together, there was a little bit of electricity from him and a little bit of electricity to get to them, and they got together, and guess what happened? It grew. It geometrically grew into the person that you are right now. You're an electrical being. The day that electricity goes away, that's the day that you're dead. So that you have the ability to create more of it in the moment. But here's the greatest part about it, Shay, is that we all have the ability to make it automatic so that it operates at that high level. And when it does, then you have the energy to do more. But here's the greatest part about it. It's going to be where it's a little cosmic. So second piece is, you're going to learn how your energy and how to create more of it and sustain it. When you have more electricity, that electricity is something called wait for it, magnetic energy. Now, in the other call, I talked about how you can cause somebody to notice you just by looking at them. And that's because you're magnetizing yourself. Your electromagnetic energy grows, and so is theirs. But guess what? It's that way with everything in the universe. That's the way God made it to be. Whatever your religious beliefs are, that's the way the universe works. And again, I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to show you. At some point, you're going to go, boom. Lastly is this. I call it effective pattern replacement. The process that I told you about before. You're going to, and I say this, bring me your worst nightmare, your worst fear, your worst memory, your worst emotion that you have, because at one point during this process, you're not going to be able to feel it again. And it's not going to be something that I do to you. It's something that you're going to do. You're going to get the result, and you're going to realize you got this skill for the rest of your life. And so, you know, I'll say this. I usually close with this, but I'm going to say it now. It's never too late to have a happy childhood. All of us are a result of whatever happened to us in our past. And where you are right now is a sum total of what you were. But it doesn't mean that's where you're going to be, because you can change that. And so my friend called it, Joseph, this is your superpower. My superpower is this, is helping you find out exactly how you function, because you deserve to see how you function at your absolute optimum. You deserve to experience that, and then you deserve to put it in place. And that last piece, Shay, is what you're going to learn, and what you're going to do is to condition it so that it becomes a natural extension of who you are. So you don't have to, you know, get up and pump yourself up so that it becomes who you are. And that's, you know, it's a real brief overview. But if you go to Megapreneur Now, then, you know, I made a video for you. I made things that gives you more detail. You can get more information about that particular program.
So head on over to megapreneurnow.com. Let's all make sure the website works. I mean, seriously, I mean, no offense, Joseph, I'm sure it does work. But you watching out there right now, you open up a browser. Just do this now. Let's just check it out. It's 30 seconds of our time. Let's open up a browser. I don't care if you use Google Chrome. It doesn't matter which one. Type in www.mega, M-E-G-A, preneur, now, now.com. And the site's going to come up. And this is something I know that you're doing very, very special for those folks that are out there watching to tune in. If the site doesn't come up, it's because the offer's down. Okay, but there is an opportunity for you to stay in the conversation over and beyond today and then improve where you are to get to your destination. And I'm going to ask Joseph to take a moment to talk a little bit about one of his other concepts, which is, I think, if I got it right, it's a process precedes progress. I think that's what it is. Process precedes progress. And so some of you right now, you need a process, you need a system, you need a structure that can help you proceed to the progress you're looking for. Joseph, if they're over there right now at www.megapreneurnow.com, check it out. Make sure it's a good fit for you. Look at it and go through it right now. Take a moment, if you would, and kind of frame that conversation around process precedes progress. Because many of them out there right now, this is what you need. You just need a system.
Yeah. It is this. Look, as I said before, knowledge is not power. You know, we can get all the information that we want, which, by the way, and this is certainly not to throw any shade on anybody or throw anybody under the bus. It's just that, you know, we opened up with this before, Shay, that there's so many people that have bought programs and courses and things like that they've not done much with, and a great deal they have not done anything at all. So it's not the knowledge. We live in a day and age where there's so much knowledge out there, where there's so much information out there. You're in the super information age. And so getting all that stuff is one thing. Process creates progress, or I like what you said, precedes progress. And what that means is, if you don't do anything about the underlying challenge that is keeping you from going forward, getting up early, staying up late, doing all those extra things that you need to do to create that business, we all know it. We all know that we got to work hard. We all know that we got to do things extra. And by the way, it's not that much more. Look, there's kids. And when I say kids, I mean the youngest billionaire now is 20. I think they just announced it a few months ago, 21 years old. Billionaire. Now, you may say, okay, well, she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and so on and so forth. Yeah, okay, set her aside. There are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of kids between 15 and 20 years old, 21 years old, that are multi-millionaires through internet marketing, through all kinds of stuff. You see them all over the place. And it is because, knowingly or unknowingly, they have the process. The process of getting themselves to do something. And when I say unknowingly, they don't have all of these steps that Joseph has right now. Something happened where they, along the way, either it was their upbringing or so on and so forth, they stumbled into the right place, the right time, whatever. But I guarantee you, if I was to peel it all back and take a look at them, they all have these attributes right now. All I've done was put it into a very, very simple, comprehensive process to create the progress that you want. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you're going to get everything that you want when you want it. But I will say that it's going to not only just stack the deck in your favor, it's going to increase the odds of you doing it 100-fold, 200-fold. And by the way, I'll say this. It's not because Joseph McClendon is so smart. I want to say that I've had throughout my life some unbelievable mentors and teachers, and they've taught me to do things. And the difference is they've taught a lot of other people to do things as well. And all of them will tell me, Joseph, you are excelling more than anybody else that I've taught. And it's not because I'm so special, it's because I have a process, because I have something that automatically, when something shows up, guess what my identity is? I hope this doesn't sound arrogant, but my identity is I'm going to be the best at that, or at the very least, one of the best at. And I go through the process. I set my destination, okay? Here's where I am. I go through that process every single time. It's a success formula. Most of us don't have that. And so, not to put too fine a point on it or to keep beating a dead horse, here's what I will say. If you have brown skin, if you got black skin, then you have a psychological wound. And that wound is, when I said, how we feel about ourselves, other people, the world around us. That is our psychology. And it's not your fault. It's something that was given to us and instilled in us, instilled in everybody. And by the way, this is not to eliminate anybody, for 400 years. And so, I hope I'm not overshooting this, Shay, but is that it's never too late to have a happy childhood. It's never too late to change that. All I want to do is give you the gift of you changing it for yourself so that you can have that 7-figure psychology. Whether you want 7 figures or you want 6 figures or whatever you want, remember, we're entrepreneurs. You're on this call right now because you're already an entrepreneur. Let's step it up. Let's step it up with process to be able to do that. Methodology, as you say, Shane.
Man, I love it, man. This is like super cool. This is super exciting. Everyone head over to www.megapreneurnow.com. Again, www.megapreneurnow.com. This is your moment. This is your time, or in the words of Joseph McClendon III, now is the time. Now is the time, and that's why let's go to Megapreneur now. And if you're ready, not only be a multimillionaire, and it's not about the money, okay? It's not about all the money you're going to make. It's about the meaning you're going to have in the world. It's not about the income, and not about the income you're going to make, because you're going to get a lot of income, by the way. It's about the impact that you want to make. You want to write a check to make some impact. And certainly, I love to say, it's all about making a dollar and a difference at the same time. And that's what being a multi-millionaire megapreneur will allow you to do. And isn't that why you got in business in the first place? To have more time, to have more freedom, to do the things you wanted to do, to change a little boy's life or a little girl's life or a big boy's life or a big girl's life, to really make a difference. And it's tough to be held back when you don't have the resources to execute the vision you have for the people you were called to serve. And this is a vision that's been given to you, and it's your assignment. And it's much bigger than you. That's why you need help, or you would do it by yourself. I'm confident of that. But you need to bring on others. Joseph, you have this whole thing called the 7-figure psychology. And I know you've kind of walked through it, and I'm going to ask you if you can wrap it into a bow for the audiences that are over at megapreneurnow.com. Again, www.megapreneurnow.com, because I believe this whole 7-figure psychology, this whole belief system, when you see it bundled, it kind of represents, in my opinion, a megapreneur.
Yeah, it does, because psychology is everything. Remember what I said. I love the way you put it. Like I'm stuck on, top down, head, thinking. And by the way, most people don't know what a thought is, how to think. So that's what I'm going to show you how to do. I'm going to give you an example. And I made a video about this a while ago, so maybe you saw it. I was walking through my neighborhood here, and I live in Newport Beach, California. Let's just say it's a fairly well-to-do neighborhood, because I got to practice what I preach, yeah? And so I was walking around, and we're in the middle of COVID right now. But I'm going to say and I live in a gated community, and I'm going to say maybe 150 houses in this community. The cheapest house here is probably $4 million, maybe $4.5 million here. It's California, so real estate's ridiculous. At the other end of it, there's $10, $15 million houses here. But here's the reason I'm sharing this. As I'm walking around, at least 10% of these houses, including the one that's right across the street from my house, are remodeling and are under construction, that are building, a whole another level. Across the street, they're building a whole nother garage and a room on top of that, all kinds of stuff. And it's beautiful. It's amazing. They're probably spending $250,000 to $500,000 to do that stuff. Why do I say that? Because these people have the psychology that other people don't. The rest of the world is going, okay, we gotta save up, we gotta be cautious, and these people are going, screw it, this too shall change. This is gonna be okay. Let me get going forward. They're doing it smart. Now you may be saying to yourself, well, they got a bunch of money. Yeah, they do, because they have that psychology, because they think of themselves and they've been doing it through time. You do not change unless you change how you feel and what you do. And so these people, as I'm walking around, they know that this too shall pass. And when it does, their investment that they made now is going to pay off tenfold. And all I'm saying to you is, it is your opportunity. Whether it's with me or somebody else, make the investment in yourself right now. Now is your time to do it. I got to tell you, through time, and I'm not saying this to brag or to boast, it's just the truth. In the 3 decades that I've been doing this, I have invested, and even though I'm the guy that's on the stage, I've invested in myself well over $250,000 in educating myself, seminars and workshops and things like that. And if I knew what I know now, I would have invested in the right things, because a lot of that stuff was a throwaway. But now, and that's the reason why I do what I do right now, is because I don't want people to go through that. Why? Because somebody did that for me. And as noble as that sounds, the reality is this: if we don't help each other and we don't help ourselves right now, then what is going to happen is that it is going to implode, and it's going to slowly implode. And what I mean by that is, at the very least, see, I'm not going to challenge you on this, Shay, but I'm going to say this. It is about the money to a certain extent. Now, I want, in the end, here's what I want for everybody: to make as much money as you need to, want to, should make. Because at the very least, my saying is, those of us that dare to dream while the rest of the world is having a nightmare, you're not only going to get the money, the abundance and the things that you want, but you're going to be a shining example for the rest of the world. And that's how we're going to change the world, because other people are going to look at you and they're going to go, they did it, I can do it as well. With your energy, with everything around. I want you to experience what it's like to look at your bank account and go, there's $1 million there. Because the day you do that, it's not going to be about, there's $1 million there and I did it and it's all about me. I promise you, what is going to happen to you at that stage is, long before that, you are going to have been giving away money and helping other people and doing other things as well. Because I'm here to tell you, there comes a point when you have everything that you want materially. There comes a point when you've got your child's college education paid for, when your house is paid for, when your cars are paid for, and you got all the stuff that you want. That's going to come, and I want you to enjoy that if that's your outcome. And I want you to know that happily achieving along the way is the goal. It's a voyage, not a journey. A journey is exhausting. It never stops. A voyage means you start at this place and you go on an adventure. You learn some things along the way, and then you get somewhere, and then you take that and you bring it back to your life. Shay, you said it at the very beginning. I love the way you just said right there with regard, there's that little girl, that's little boy that you can help. There's somebody that looks up to you. There's somebody that looks to you right now and goes, they're amazing. I get emotional when I do this, when I talk about this, because we have to do this now. It is our time right now. We have to do it. The world is ready to change. Are you? Are you? If you're ready to, at the very least, that's what the Comeback Champion Summit is all about, is to give you the tools, to give you the insight, to give you the opportunity to do something now. Now, I get excited about it, Shay, and I apologize. No, I don't. I unapologetically say that now is your time, and it's time for you to step up, everybody.
Now is your time. It's time for you to step up. And Joseph McClendon III, you've already stepped up, because one of the things that you've agreed, for everyone that's over at megapreneurnow.com, I want you to continue to do that, is that Joseph has agreed to not only stay in the conversation, but to show up and do what I would call a VIP bonus round.
Absolutely.
to go over and beyond this. And this is a gentleman that said, Shay, I'm here until I can give everything I possibly have, which I really, truly admire and I truly adore. And one of the things he's going to be doing is taking even a deeper dive than in the time he has now. And we'll be getting together for everyone who is a Champion Nation VIP member, or you can get a VIP pass. Just go get the VIP, go to Champion Vault, I think it is, Comeback Champion, or Champion Nation Vault, I think it is.com. We'll put that up there so you can see it. But head on over there now, and he's doing a special broadcast, a special conversation where you can engage and you can ask questions and you can be involved in this, so he can walk you through one or two of the processes that's going to help you not only create the breakthrough, because some people will stop at the breakthrough, but make sure it continues and it becomes a habit. One of the things that I love that's been said many times, but I hold on to it, is that people form habits and habits form futures. And so Joseph McClendon is helping you form the habits and become a multi-millionaire megapreneur following his systematic approach. So Joseph, take a moment and tell them, what they should expect when they come over, which would be more of an engagement type of style. I would call it a celebrity Zoom type of meeting, but I don't have any sponsorship by those guys, and we're doing this because we want to do it, by the way. So whatever platform we use, when you show up, Joseph is going to show out, and you're going to get what you need to get to the next level. So Joseph, tell them what can they expect? I mean, they're like, oh my gosh, Shay, is there more? I mean, is it possible? Look, I wish I could tell you that there isn't any more, but the best is still yet to come. Someone write that down below in the video. With Joseph McClendon III, the best is still yet to come. What should they expect over at the VIP bonus session, my man?
I love you, man. First off, one of the things that you said right there, because I didn't know we get to take questions, and I thrive on that. So you have between now and the time that this happens to ask me any question that you want. Now, this is going to sound incredibly arrogant. I'm going to pre-frame that ahead of time, but I want to just tell you the truth, the real, okay? I actually stopped taking them on because the clients that I have, high-end clients, if you will, they just keep re-upping, and I can't take on more than one or two a year. But I charge $350,000 a year to meet with them once a month. And most of the time now, because it's COVID, it's online like that. And I'm not saying that to brag or to boast, but I want you to know that guess what the biggest value that all of them say is they have the opportunity to ask me questions. Yes, I teach them things. Yes, we go through some things, but they have the opportunity to ask me questions. And so what I say to you is obviously what Shay said, we're going to teach you some more things. We're going to take a deeper dive. And remember, this is all about you personally. Don't look at this as just general information. I want you to do something for you. I want you to be selfish. But this is your opportunity to ask me questions, and I'll stay there as long as Shay will allow me to be on there. And that is this. Ask me questions about anything, about any of those areas, health, wealth, happiness, all that stuff. I am not saying that I'm the end-all and be-all. However, I am saying that my experience over the past 3 decades now, internationally, all over the world, my personal belief is, I feel this to my heart, there's nothing and nobody that you can present to me that has a problem or a situation that I cannot give you at least some tools, some strategies, and some processes to help change that situation. So come to that with your questions, come with your enthusiasm, come ready to make a change, not just get information.
Joseph, man, you're amazing. You're incredible. Everyone, make sure to get your VIP lifetime member pass. VIP lifetime is one time. You get to not only enjoy Joseph, who's going to be there, but you get to ask your questions. And some of you just want to be a fly on the wall. I get that. You get to be in there. And others are like, I can't wait. I'm engaged. Shay, I'll be there early. Well, I would be there early as well, because to be on time is to be late. To be early is to be on time, as they say, and I get that. Joseph, let me first say thank you so much for being a part of the Comeback Champion Summit. It was a way for us to connect and for us to do some good, man, for us to do this power partnership relationship that allows us to change lives. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. How can we serve? How can we add value? This is the second to last question, because I love to ask the question. And earlier we asked it again, and I think it's so powerful. and that is share the lesson from your father. Now, I couldn't help but to ask that, by the way. I got two requests. I got the lesson from Pops, and then from your dad, and then I have, of course, my favorite all-time new quote, a screensaver, by the way. My favorite all-time saying that I just plucked off of your Instagram page, by the way. Yeah, I'm a stalker, okay? Yes, I'm a stalker. I'm like all of you, man.
I'm out there to be stalked.
I'm a student first, by the way. I'm a student. So I saw it. I'm like, oh, my gosh. You know, when the question is asked, and I got to ask him a question. It's not about me. But when the question is asked, how many ideas do you need to change your life? I always hear one. One. You jot this down in your notes. One good idea implemented is better than 1,000 ideas you know right now.
Hello.
And
Preach,
how
preacher.
true is that? And Joseph's probably dropped about 200 golden nuggets during this conversation. So you should be like overloaded and ready to go. So Joseph, give us a story. I know we got so much time. Give us a story on your father. You know, that one story that I was asked. I got about 6 text messages, and Eric sent me like 4, by the way. And he's like, Shay, ask the story about the father. I'm like, what is he talking about? But I'm so glad I did, man. It's such a blessing.
First thing I'll say is yes. I just gave you a fire hose, like you're trying to get a drink out of a fire hose full of information on this. And I want to promise you that that's not what we're going to be doing. We're going to break it all down. We only have just this little bit of time, and we're going to break it all down, and especially if we go working together further. So be prepared for that. But here's what I'll say. The question he's saying about, and my newest book is called Dare to be Magnificent. And it is that magnificence means to magnify the essence that we have inside of us. And it's 5 key things that my father taught me that I credit him for my ability to do what I do, even when that person gave me the book and introduced me to personal development that allowed me to step up and actually do instead of just getting the knowledge. And they are these 5 things. I'll start off by saying my father was the most patriotic person I've ever known in my life. He loved his country. My father passed away in 2017. I know yours did as well, Shay. And my father was that guy that on Memorial Day, he was the guy that was out there at the unknown soldiers' graves, putting flags on their graves, you know, boots on the ground, things like that. He was just that kind of person. He served 25 years in the service. And because he was a military guy, he was very, very disciplined and very strict. And so he taught us some things. And here's the 5 things that he taught us. And by the way, this is, you know, the details of it are in the newest book. It's actually finished now. It's being printed as we speak right now. And by the way, I'll tell you, my friend Les Brown convinced me to write another book. I have 7 books now. I didn't want to write another book, but if you don't know Les, he's an amazing, amazing guy, and he wrote the foreword to the book. But anyway, here's the 5 things. Integrity is number 1. Integrity is number 1. My father would always say, you do what you say you're going to do, not just what you say to other people, but what you say to yourself as well. And by the way, I will say to you, that's part of the process. If you don't have integrity, you have a pattern of being disingenuous or not having integrity. That's just a pattern. You can change it. The second thing is tenacity, meaning that you are consistent about something, that you're doing it over and over again. My dad used to always say this: when you do it, you don't do it some of the time, not most of the time, all the time. My dad used to, you know, he believed in exercise and taking care of yourself. And he used to have all of his children. I have 3 sisters. And all of us, we had to do 50 push-ups, 50 knee bends, 50 sit-ups, and 50 pull-ups, 50 jumping jacks every single day. Not some days, not most of the days, every day. He put a chart on the wall. Now, this is a little obsessive, but I'm glad he did it. And my dad worked, you know, a couple jobs, and he went to school late at night. And so he'd come in late at night. And if we hadn't done our stuff, because we had integrity, we couldn't lie about it. If we hadn't done it, he would wake our asses up in the middle of the night. Get out here and do your push-ups. Dad, I don't want to do it. You only had to do that a couple of times before you learned. The next thing was energy. I talked to you about that before. And I'm not going to go deep into it, but my father believed, and he taught us to have the energy, to think about it, to know that you have the energy. The next thing was joy, to be happy, to be joyful, to be grateful about things. And again, all of these are processes to get them if you don't have it. And the last thing was kindness. Kindness. And it's one of the things that draws me to you, Shay, is your level of kindness. Kindness means, helping somebody, to give to somebody, to help somebody else. It's not about you reaching the top of the mountain and going, look, I did it. It's about how many people you bring along with you. And you don't have to do what we do, which is, standing in front of people and doing all this stuff, just being you and just reaching out and helping somebody. I'm going to say this, and I hope I don't steal your thunder when I say this, Shay. And that is, you said before, you said, what's the big takeaway from all of this? What's your takeaway from even what we've talked about right here? At the end of every day, you got to go, what is my takeaway from that? Because here's what you said. Your big takeaway could be somebody else's, I forget what you said after
breakthrough.
that. Breakthrough. Okay. And I'm going to put this on Instagram. I'm going to give you credit for it, just so you know. I said your big takeaway could be somebody else's breakaway. Okay. And what I mean by that is you're going to help somebody else break away from their patterns. And lastly, I'll say this. Please share this. She's going to tell you how to share it and things like that. But share it as though it's your own. Because as you do, then what happens is that you spread, not only you spread the wealth and you help change other people's lives, but you create more for yourself as well. It becomes a cybernetic loop. You don't have to give me credit for it. I don't need it. You have to give Shay credit for it. He doesn't need it. You can claim it for yourself. Or you just go, whether it's on Instagram, you just go, hey, here's what I learned today. I listened to this crazy guy and here's what he said. Give your takeaway to somebody else. Share it with somebody else.
Man, Joseph, thanks a lot, man. You're a rock star, man. You're super incredible. Certainly appreciate you being here on the on the Comeback Champion Summit, man. We did something, the Comeback Champion Summit. I want to turn over to you to have your closing thoughts. For those folks that are out there, once again, you can hit the share button, hit the like button right below, but pay this message forward. Pay it forward to your community. Pay it forward to your network. Joseph says, look, share this. You can distribute it. Don't be like, oh my gosh, is he okay with me? No, he's okay with it. No. He's okay with it because you're blessing someone else. And isn't that what it's all about? One of the things I told Joseph earlier, and I think we were talking the other day, I think he think I was joking about it. But I actually have now in my phone, I took a snapshot. There it is. Well, you can't see it because it's a lot of lights in here. But it's something he put on his Instagram page. You can find Joseph at I am Joseph McClennan. That's on Instagram. For those folks like my son, IG. I know that's so.
Us old guys still say Instagram.
Right. I'm on the IG. Hit me on the IG. But one of the things he said was strive to be. So strive to be the hardest worker in the room, the best attitude in the room, the most focused in the room, the happiest in the room, the most optimistic in the room. You might not always be that person, but if you make that your target, you will be even more amazing than you already are. Joseph McClennan III, thanks a lot, man. It's been an honor and a privilege, a treat and a treasure to hang out with you, by the way. We appreciate you so much. I want to turn over to you, man, to have your final thoughts, your final comments. Some folks right now, they're over at www.megapreneurnow.com. That's the right move. They're there. Some of those folks that are there and others have already said, no, I want to be at the VIP celebrity session. I call it a VIP session. I was saying celebrity, but Joseph, he's such a humble guy. But the VIP session, it's where the magic goes down and you can interact. You can be that person. And then others, you're like, man, Shay, this is really great. I appreciate it. Leave a comment below. But the comment is important. Your big takeaway is important. But more importantly, hit the share button. It doesn't cost you anything. Hit the watch party button and pay it forward. All right, Joseph McClennan, I turn over to you to give your final thoughts, your final comments, man. We appreciate you. You're a rock star, man. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I'm saying this to everybody. First of all, thank you so much, and thanks for this platform, and thanks for what we're going to do, and thank you everybody that's out there about what you're going to do. I congratulate you in advance, and I want you to write this down. You ain't seen nothing yet. Write it down. That's about me, what you're going to get from me and Shay and everything, but you ain't seen nothing yet with regard to you as well. This is your January 1st. This is your January 1st. And what you do now sets your trajectory going out. Second thing is this, is that the way that you have a debt that you owe to someone. And that someone is whomever it was, whomever those people were that took care of you and raised you. And I don't just mean, because some of you, I was fortunate to have, a dad and a mom and all those things. Some people didn't have that kind of stuff. But somebody at some point in your life cared enough about you to feed you, to clothe you, to take care of you, so on and so forth. And it may have not been that, great, amazing person, but you owe it. The way you pay them back is to pay it forward. And that's the name of the game. And it doesn't mean that you got to go out and, do selflessly give forever everything that you've got and be a Mother Teresa. That's not what I'm saying. But how you pay it, how you give back is you give forward. And that is you share the knowledge, you share the wisdom, you share your example, you share as Shay was just saying, hit the like button, hit the share button, do whatever it takes to constantly share, give, give, give. Your life will flow accordingly to how much you give. And it doesn't matter. Right now, we're in crazy times right now. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that these are crazy times, but you can always give something. And I'll give you a perfect example. There are people in my neighborhood right now that are, there's 6 couples that I visit regularly. I bring them food, I do stuff for them, I chat with them and things like that because they're scared. They're in their houses. They're so, they're old and they're in the high risk area. You do something as well. Give to other people. Write this down. Life is exactly what you dare to make it. And fortune favors the bold. Life is exactly what you dare to make it. Dare to step up outside of your comfort zone. Make that investment in yourself with your time, sometimes your capital, sometimes your energy. Dare to be different. You already are. If you're on this call, you're different than somebody that's sitting there, sucking in more Netflix. So the trick to life is to boldly dare to make your life magnificent. I'm Joseph McClendon III. Shay, I thank you so much. I cherish you. I look forward to sharing even more in the differences in the lives of people that we will make, and that you that's out there listening, the differences in the lives that other people will make as well.
Thanks a lot. And for you that's watching, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hitting the share button. Thank you for paying this message forward. And I want you to know, for you that's watching, for you, the best is still yet to come. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. My name, for the folks that are just tuning in, is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. And remember, time is long. Life, on the other hand, is very, very short. We got to live in the moment, and we got to make it count. God bless, and I wish you success. Peace. We out. Thanks a lot, Joseph. We'll see you later. Thank all y'all there for watching. Y'all are incredible. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? I'm excited to be hanging out with you comeback champions. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Jason Harris, and I'm going to have some fun today sharing with you just a few of the things that I have been using to help me make it through this amazing 2020. I know some of you all are here because you want to figure out, how do you build and cultivate trust within your teams? You're trying to figure out, are there some lessons that we can implement right now with ourselves and with our teams to get us through the latter part of this year? I know many of you have been going through some of the challenges of this year. In the current environment that we're in, some of us are experiencing not one, not two, but 4 different crises all at one time. What do I mean by that? We've got COVID-19 happening. We've got Human Rights 2020 happening. We've got economic challenges that are stressing lots of us. And a lot of us are experiencing relationship challenges. Right now, if any of you all are experiencing any of those, just throw something in the chat just to let us know. Not to expose yourself, but to share that we are in this together. And so I know that some of you are excited to hear what I have to say about how we make it through the challenges of these 4 different crises, as well as how do we get ourselves up from the setbacks that this year has dealt to us individually, as employees, as team members, as entrepreneurs, as business owners, and I'm excited to share some of those things with you. You see, a little bit about my background, just to help you understand who I am and how I came to start having these conversations with people, how I work with leaders, how I work with entrepreneurs, and how I'm working with high-performance teams to share some of these exact same things on how they can get up from setbacks, how they can build, cultivate trust, how they can create winning teams in the midst of chaos, in the midst of the challenges that many of us experience every single day in our businesses, that many of us experience every single day in our workplaces. See, I grew up in Oakland, California. For anybody who's familiar with Oakland, California, I grew up in East Oakland, just a stone's throw away from the Black Panther Party headquarters. So much so that some of the founders of the Black Panther Party movement, they actually would sit on my grandmother's porch and speak to my grandmother when they started the movement. As a child, I actually got to benefit from the Black Panther Party and what they did by the free lunch program that was set up at one of the parks in the neighborhood that I grew up in there in Oakland, California. The other thing that I love to tell people for perspective about who I am as a person is I'm number 2 of my mother's 6 children, the product of 3 marriages, 4 different fathers to her 6 children. And that is something that has helped to fortify who I am as a person. And it's something that has helped me to appreciate what it is that I get to do every single day, helping people, impacting people, and helping people to win in life, win on their journey of success. You know, for me right now, as I'm talking to you, a little bit more about what I've gone through this year. You see, I've experienced some of these similar setbacks, some of the similar challenges that you have in this year. But even before then, you see, what I went through in life to allow me to be able to bounce back is some of the other experiences. Some of the experiences that I've had in life is I went to the United States Air Force Academy. When I went to the Air Force Academy, I never thought I'd be able to go to college. I was the first person in my family to go to college. And in going to the United States Air Force Academy, there were a couple of times that I thought I was going to get kicked out. Literally, I thought I was going to get kicked out of the Air Force Academy. Thankfully, I made it through that place. I made it through the challenges and experiences that were put before me. And I was afforded the opportunity to fly airplanes in the Air Force. Through my journey of flying airplanes in the Air Force, I've deployed 11 different times in combat. And in those 11 times, 7 of those 11 combat deployments, I was in a special operations unit where we got to work with some of the most unique, amazing people. Yeah, you can let your imagination run wild right now. That's okay. But in working with those people, I learned some of the exact skill sets that I'm going to teach you today. Some of the exact tools that I'm going to give you today that has helped me to succeed in combat, helped me to succeed in my business, helped me to succeed with the leaders that I work with one-on-one, with coaching, with the workshops we do, and some of the different high-performance teams that my organization works with. But the first thing I want to tell you guys about is my business model, the idea, the principle that I stand on in my company, the principle I stand on in every single thing that I do. That is the concept of no-fail trust. Folks, in everything that we do, we have to figure out how do we cultivate no-fail trust. And building no-fail trust, that is an idea, that is an organization that is strictly built on commitment and trust. Period. That's what we want in our organizations. That's what high-performance teams have, and that's how high-performance teams win. We get that in our organizations with being able to trust the training, being able to trust the process, and then most importantly, we have to be able to trust the people. When you figure out how do you cultivate trust, how do you cultivate it in those people, and you empower those people, that's where you build an organization that is built on trust, that's built on commitment over compliance. And that's what's important. But right now, a lot of you are trying to figure out how do you get up from a setback. And I'm going to share how you can get up from a setback and how you can use these exact same tools, not only for yourself, but also for the organization, for your team that you're building, that high performance team. Again, we start with the training, start with the process and the people. What do I mean? In the training part of it, folks, right now, many of you are working jobs or you worked a job before you started your business. And even in your business, what was the number one thing that was required? There was a set of training that was required to get you to the point to be able to perform the basics of the job. Would you agree? If you agree, just give me a yes in the chat box. If you agree, then from training, then to solidify our training and to support our training, then we built a process, or the organization gave you a process. In the military and aviation, flying airplanes for an airline, flying airplanes for the military, we have these things called checklists. Many of you all probably have a checklist in your job to do your job. It says, okay, you start with this step, then you go to this step, then this step, then this step. There's a checklist, right? The training, and then a process, which is a checklist. And then after that, we move into the people. Right now, I've learned right now that I had to go back and review some of these things to allow me to take care of myself. That people part of that equation. for you all, some of you all are experiencing some of these same challenges. I realized that I was having some very challenging days, some very challenging weeks, challenging months over the last several months. And I realized that I had to actually go back to some of the exact same lessons that I teach. And in teaching those lessons, I had to reteach myself so that I can bounce back. And talking about our people, talking about myself, our people, they are the most precious cargo within our organization. For me, I am the most precious person in my existence in that sense, because if I don't take care of myself, then I'm not able to take care of my precious cargo, my people, my spouse, my daughter. I'm not able to take care of my team when I'm expected to do my job. For you all right now, bouncing back from the potential setbacks that you've experienced, you've got to be able to take care of yourself first and then get out there and take care of the team. Well, what are those 5 principles? I want to share with you guys 5 things. I want you to write these down. It's called cargo. Of course, C-A-R-G-O, cargo. I want you to write those down. The C in cargo, it stands for creativity. We're going to talk about creativity. The A, that stands for access, access to resources and tools. After access to resources and tools, the R, that's for responsibilities. After our responsibilities, we talk about goals. And then after goals, I want to talk about opportunities for success. Again, C-A-R-G-O, cargo. Because our people are our most precious cargo. And we have to give our most precious cargo, our people, the right tools and the right cargo to succeed. So I'm going to give these to you today, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about them so that you can put them into practice for yourself as you prepare to make an amazing comeback as we finish out this year stronger than ever, and as you finish out this year like a champion. Right now, if you guys are excited about this, I want you to put in there, just type in the text, type in the comments, champion. Because I know you're going to come out like a champion when this is all done and said with. That's C, creativity. The first thing we have to do is we have to give ourselves and we have to give our team members the space to be creative. When I was down and out, when I was struggling with those days that just seemed rough and challenging in the past few months and those weeks, what I realized was that I had not given myself the space to be creative. When I stopped, I slowed down, I took some time, I went outside, I went for a couple of hikes, climbed a few mountains, and what I realized was that I had missed giving myself the space to be creative. Right now, I want you to think about this. When is the last time you gave yourself the space to be creative? When is the last time you gave your team members the space to be creative? I want you to write down, if you know last time you did it, write it down. But more importantly than writing down the last time you did it, I want you to write down when you were going to provide yourself the space to be creative and how you're going to provide yourself the space to be creative. For some of you all like myself, it might be taking a hike. It might be going on a long run or starting to go on long walks in the morning to find that space to be creative so that you're not constrained by all the uncertainty. You're not constrained by all the things that are happening around us that's creating anxiety. Give ourselves space to be creative. The next thing, access to the right tools and the right resources. Once we realize that we need to give ourselves space to be creative and we give ourselves that space, then we realize, hey, I've now figured out after I've been able to be creative, what tools and resources I need. Then I look and see what tools and resources do I already have access to. For yourself, for myself, I realized that there were some tools that I already had. I didn't need to go out and buy new tools. There were some things that I had. I just had to go and think through what those tools were. And then there were some tools I need to go and buy. This is not about spending a ton of money, especially as business owners and entrepreneurs. It's all about the bottom line. It's all about the budget. But sometimes we need to evaluate what tools we already have and then what tools do we actually need and then provide the access. The same thing goes for our teams. The next thing is responsibility. As a business owner, as an entrepreneur, and even as part of a high performance team in the workplace, one of the most important things is the level of responsibility that each person has within the organization. As a business owner for myself, there are things that only I can take care of. And there are other things that my assistant, she is all over and she's got it and I will give it to her. Right? When I'm flying those airplanes, there are certain things that I can be responsible for at the controls of that aircraft. And so no one else can handle that. But there are other things that happen around that airplane that I need to relinquish responsibility. I need to empower somebody, let them know that it is their responsibility and allow them to own it. When's the last time you evaluated what level of responsibility is required in the organization? What level of responsibility you take on as the leader, as the business owner, or as the team lead? And then what level of responsibility do other people need? Very important. Then the next thing in the cargo model is G for goals. Seems so simplistic. I know a lot of people are like, oh, we've heard of SMART goals, Jason, whatever, got it, whatever. No, seriously, folks. When's the last time you reviewed your goals? When's the last time you had a conversation with your team about their goals? Right now, as we've had to shift priorities, as we've had to realize that things have changed, the dynamics of business has changed, the dynamics of our world has changed. So that means that our goals need to be reassessed. We need to evaluate, do we have the right goals right now for what we're trying to do? Do you have the right goals to finish out this year? Do you have the right goals in place for next year? For some, it might be reviewing the same goals you set for this current year. You're going to start doing some of those same things for next year. For some, it might be completely different. For me personally, I had to completely reevaluate my goals and I had to completely restructure them. And then I had to start sharing my goals with my team. I then had to begin to understand and appreciate what their goals were because I realized that their priorities also changed. Again, review what those goals are. Of course, we all know there's so much more. We can go so much deeper into goals and how we do that. When I work with various clients, we go through these workshops and we talk through how we look at those goals. We talk through how we evaluate them and how we ensure that everyone has put their goals on the table so that we can collectively support the entire team so that we can go after these big, hairy, audacious goals as a large organization. Then lastly, opportunities. That's opportunities to succeed, opportunities for success. I don't know about you, but for me, I need to find that I'm able to make wins each and every day. Some days I say, was there one thing that I did that was a win? And if I say that there was one thing that I did that was a win, then I provided myself with an opportunity to succeed. And I'm able to give myself a pat on the back, give myself that feel good that I need to know that I'm still in the game, to know that I had a win today, if it's only one thing. For you, for yourself, what are you doing to allow yourself to create opportunities to win each and every single day? Every week, every month, every quarter, whatever that space and span of time is, give yourself that opportunity. For your people, are you giving them the opportunity to succeed? Our people, they actually want to know that they're doing a good job. How do you do that? You show that you provide opportunities for them to win, opportunities to succeed, and you pat them on the back. Give them that feel good that they need, that they're looking for to be committed to the team. That's what people are looking for. That's how we build, that's how we cultivate trust. Again, cargo, C-A-R-G-O, creativity, access to tools and resources, appropriate levels of responsibility, goals, and then opportunities to succeed and opportunities for success. Again, going back to all the basics of what we talk about is no-fail trust. You've got to always be to trust the training. You've got to always be to trust the process. And most importantly, you have to be able to trust the people. How do you trust the people? You provide them with the right cargo. That builds a culture of trust. That builds a level of commitment like no other. And at that point, you cannot fail. You personally cannot fail. Your people will not fail. Your team will not fail because you have trusted the training, the process, the people, and you've given your people the most precious cargo, the right cargo to succeed. You've given yourself the right cargo to succeed. Again, I am Lieutenant Colonel Jason Harris. I am beyond excited to see what each and every one of you all are going to do as we finish out this year strong and as we get ready to be champions walking into the beginning of next year, ready to completely crush it. I'd love to connect with each and every one of you. If I can help you on your journey, walk with you on your journey, whether that's a text message, whether that's an email, whether that's a phone call, a shout out, whatever it is, looking over some deal, some proposal, whatever that might look like, let me know. Connect with me. Feel free to send me a text. You can text me at 719-203-7257. Again, text me 719-203-7257. Connect with me on Instagram at Jason O. Harris. Jason, O as in Otis, Harris. When you connect with me on Instagram, I'll connect with you back. Connect with me on LinkedIn. Shoot me a little note. Let me know that you want to be connected. I'm excited to connect with you. You can find me on LinkedIn the same way, Jason O. Harris. Again, I am excited about you all coming back from any setbacks that you've experienced this year. I'm excited about each and every single one of you being comeback champions. And I'm excited to see what you all are each going to produce as we finish out this year strong as champions and as we stand tall, ready to start the new year grinding hard as business owners, as entrepreneurs, as successful leaders in our homes and with our families and in our workplaces and in our businesses as we come out swinging as champions. Again, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Jason Harris. Shoot me a text, 719-203-7257. Find me on LinkedIn, find me on Instagram, or you can go to my website, nofailtrust.com. Again, nofailtrust.com. Thanks, and make the rest of this year an amazing year and be a champion.
Hello, comeback champions. I'm going to talk to you today about something you've been desiring to know about for a long time, whether you know it or not, and that is how to make big profits from a small business. And, you know, that's one of the things I think that all of us should desire to do, not just in business, but in life. How do we get a lot of output with the minimal input? Maximum output, minimal input. And making big profits from a small business is something that you can do. Our business does millions of dollars a year in revenue, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, sometimes seven figures in a month. And we do that with a very small team. We've got 5 employees in our company, 5 subcontractors, and a couple of companies that we outsource to, and that's it. And we generate a massive amount of revenue, and nothing compared to where we're headed. But you can do that too. I can remember when I first got started in business, I was like so many other people. I did so many creative avoidance activities because I thought having a business meant having business cards. I thought having a business meant having stationery. I thought having a business meant renting an office. I remember we used to spend all this money on office space and stationery and business cards and all this stuff that doesn't do anything to affect the bottom line. And there are a couple things that you can do that will change your life forever if you'll learn how to focus on making big profits from your small business. First thing that and so interesting, when I do consulting or coaching, I recommend that most of the people that I'm serving, that I'm coaching and consulting with, one of the first things I recommend that they all do is to raise their prices, because most people undercharge in the marketplace. And why do they undercharge in the marketplace? They undercharge the marketplace because their competition undercharges in the marketplace. And now I am effectively one of the highest priced service providers in my space, and yet we sell out our events not week after week, month after month, because we don't do them every week, but month after month after month. Our events are always full, our trainings are always full, we've always got plenty of coaching clients, and you can do the same thing regardless of whether you have a business, whether an agency where you do marketing for other businesses, whether you're an author, a speaker, a coach, a consultant, some other high-level entrepreneur, do you have a video agency? There are so many different ways you can start a small business and make big profits from it. There are even ways that you can do that in network marketing. I know some of you are probably involved in network marketing. The traditional way of doing network marketing, I think, is pretty outdated, but there are some ways that you can even use these principles that I'm going to share with you to even build a network marketing business if that's what you desire to do. So the first thing I want to share with you about how to make big profits from small business is this. You have to operate at the higher levels. You've heard me teach the 4 levels of value, and if you haven't, you're going to hear it right now, right? In the marketplace, there are 4 levels of value. Income is always the result of value. Income does not exist in a vacuum. Revenue does not exist in a vacuum. If you want to make a lot of money, you're going to get that money in exchange for something, right? Because everything is energy. Energy is neither created nor destroyed. It just changes form. And so you've got to figure out what value you're going to create for the marketplace that's going to change into the form of revenue for your business or income for your family. And so what you've got to do is you've got to operate at a higher value. Now, what most people do when they want to make more money, they want to get more income, they want to get more revenue, what they do is they work harder at the lower levels. Working harder at the lower levels does not produce more revenue. Working harder at the lower levels does not produce more income. You can work harder at doing something that the marketplace doesn't value and you still don't make any more money. What you have to learn how to do is you have to learn how to level up and start operating from higher levels of value. So what's the lowest level of value? The lowest level of value is called implementation. And implementation means you are the person who does the thing. And the resource you use down here on this level, this is the lowest level of value, the resource that you use down here, you use your muscles over time. So you usually get paid by the hour, and you're moving something, you're lifting something, you're driving something, you're cleaning something, you're painting something, you're hammering something. You are using your muscles over time. Your income is going to be limited if this is you. You are an implementer. You are the person who does the thing. And as long as you are the person who does the thing, the amount of money that you will make will be limited. Don't really have time to go into why that is, but it's just the way it is. If you go stay at a hotel, the housekeeping staff at the hotel are absolutely essential to renting hotel rooms. Absolutely essential. But guess what? They can't rent a hotel room to anybody unless the room is clean. But even though the housekeeping staff are the ones that keep the hotel rooms clean, and their job is absolutely essential, they still make less money than anybody else that works at the hotel. And more than likely, they're the hardest working personnel in the hotel. Can you imagine going in every day and looking forward to the same thing over and over? Cleaning the bathroom, cleaning the toilets, changing the sheets, and vacuuming the floor and wiping up all of other people's germs for whatever they make? Can you imagine just doing that all day, every day? It's hard work. But guess what? The marketplace doesn't value implementation as much as it values the other levels. The next level is called unification. Unification means that you are no longer the person who does the thing. You are now the person who manages the people who do the thing. And the resource you use here is you use your management skills. So you're managing other people. You're going to make more money. If you're operating down here, at the lowest level of value, you make somewhere between minimum wage and $80,000 a year. You make minimum wage if you're working at McDonald's or Taco Bell. You make $80,000 a year if you're a mechanic and you work on a Bentley or a Rolls Royce or a Mercedes, right? You might make up to $80,000 a year, but that's a ceiling. When it comes to your income, when it comes to your business revenue, you want floors but no ceilings. Does that make sense? So the next thing you want to do is you want to figure out, how can I level up? Well, you could become a manager, and you could manage the people who do the thing. Well, guess what? On this level, using management skills, you might make, on the low end, you might make $40,000 a year, right? And on the high end, you might make, what, $250,000 a year? If you're a middle manager for Lockheed Martin or Boeing or John Deere or one of those Fortune 100 companies, you might make $250,000 a year on the unification level. But what you really want to do is you want to learn to level up to the next level, which is, this is where the fortunes start to be made. Top two levels, this is the fortune threshold, fortune threshold right there. What is this? Well, this is the communication level. And on the communication level, the resource you use is you use your mouth to make money. This is where, on the low end, you might make $100,000 a year as a car salesman, or if you're an A-list actor, you might make $100 million a year. But you're using your mouth. You're creating a message that moves the masses, right? It's interesting that movies are called movies, isn't it? They're called movies because they move people. So you're using your mouth to move the masses. And so communication, that's an A-list singer, A-list actor. It could be a car salesman. It could be somebody who sells insurance. It could be somebody who's an author, somebody who's a speaker, somebody who's a consultant or a coach. You use your mouth to make money, and because you use your mouth to make money, you're going to make somewhere between $100,000 a year and $100 million a year. On the low end, it's $100,000. On the high end, it could be $100 million. And anywhere in that, based on where you are right now, I mean, seriously, wouldn't you be okay leveling up to the next level? Well, the highest level of value is called imagination. This is where you use your mind to make money. And the reality is, this is the highest level of value because people who come up with the best ideas, you're going to make on the low end $1 million. And on the high end, you might make billions because you come up with ideas. And you come up with those ideas, and you find people to communicate those ideas, or better yet, you're an Imagineer and a communicator, and you're really good at coming up with ideas and conveying those ideas to other people. When you master these two top levels, you can make big profits from your small business. So that's the first thing you've got to do. You've got to level up and operate in the top two levels of value. Stop starting service-based businesses. Start a business. Start focusing on your business selling products. And then when you're selling those products in your business, raise your prices so you can sell those products for high profit. I like the word profit. I love what Jim Rohn used to say. Profits are better than wages. If you make wages, you can make a living. If you earn wages, you can make a living. But if you earn profits, you can design a life. So that's the first thing you got to do. You've got to operate at the highest levels of value. The next thing you have to do is you have to make sure you are in the right business market. You say, Myron, what is the right business market? Well, the right business market is, before I tell you what the right business market is, I'm going to tell you there are three different kinds of markets, right? So you got three different markets. You got CMs, you got MMs, and you got PVMs. Okay, so those are the three types of markets. So CM stands for commodity markets. What's a commodity market? It's where you sell something that it's a commodity. It just does the thing it does. Got this pack of screws right here, right? So screws, right? And so let's say you have a hardware store, I have a hardware store, this pack of screws, I sell mine for $5. You say, well, I'm going to show you, I'll sell mine for $4.99 or $4.95. I'll show you, I'll sell mine for $4.90. And then you say, I'll show you, I'll sell mine for $4.85. And then we keep on lowering our price until one of us goes out of business. And we get in this race to the bottom because a screw is a screw is a screw, a nail is a nail is a nail, a battery is a battery is a battery. And eventually, if we're in the commodity market, we're going to price ourselves out of business and nobody wins. So commodity markets are not the best market to be a part of. When you are in a commodity market, the things that I don't like about it for a business is, number one, your competition sets your price. Why would I want to be in a business where somebody else sets my price? That doesn't make any sense. Like if I'm going to be in business, doesn't it make sense for me to set my own prices? That's why you're better off being in a business where you have no competition. And the only way you can be in a business where you have no competition is to come up with a better idea than everybody else who thinks they're in the same business as you, and then communicate that idea better. More on that in a minute. So the competition sets the price. Another thing that I don't like about it is a race to the bottom. Nobody wins that race, right? It's a race to the bottom. Another thing I don't like about this, no conversation, zero conversation happens with your customers until the point of sale. That's maybe the worst thing about it. You don't have any conversation with your customer until they get ready to buy. They come and say, hey, how much are these screws? And you say they're $4. You say, okay, here's them for $4. Like, this is a terrible market to be in. It's not fun. The margins are very low. I mean, you'd be doing good in a commodity market if you can make 15% on your cost of goods. That made my soul hurt just saying that, right? So the next one is main markets. What are main markets? These are things like houses, cars, things that you have to have, but I don't like this business because the price is set by the cost of goods. The cost of goods establishes the price. Again, why would I want to be in a business where someone or something other than me sets the price? I want to be the one who sets the price for what I sell. For instance, I'll give you a specific. So, if I were to go into the main market and I were to publish a book, which I did publish a book, but I published it myself. I didn't go to Random House. I didn't go to Simon & Schuster. I didn't go to one of the big publishing houses and ask them to publish my book because this book is 150 pages, 150-page book. It's a 150-page book, and it sells for $20. Now, if I would have gone to a publishing house, they said 120-page book, you can sell that for anywhere from $12.99 to maybe $14.95, right? Well, That's because they're basing it on the cost of goods. I'm basing my price on something else, which I'll share with you in a minute. So cost of goods sets the price. Another thing I don't like about it is the margins are so small. You might make 15 to 30% margins. If you're 30% margins on a car, on a house, oh my goodness, if somebody could build a house and make a 30% margin selling the house they just built, like 15% is good. 30% is, oh my goodness, this is great. Like, can you imagine building $1 million house and selling it and only making $300,000? Oh, that's so painful, right? Hey, this book right here cost me 75 cents to make, and it sells for $20. That's like a 2,000% margin on this book. 2,000%. I could literally give them away and still make money on them. So 15 to 30% margin, which I don't like that. The other thing I don't like is the conversation about your product happens away from you. This is terrible. What do I mean by that? Well, when you sell a house or you sell a car, what people do when they're getting ready to buy a house or a car, they're getting ready to buy a house, they go on Zillow. They look up all the houses in your neighborhood, they compare prices, and then they come into you, you own the house, and they come and say, will you sell me your house? And this is all I'm willing to pay for it. Whoa, baby, wait a minute, slow down. You're going to tell me how much I'm going to sell my house for? This is my house. Well, that's how it works because they already had the conversation about price before they knew anything about value with Zillow. If you're going to sell a car, they go to Kelley Blue Book or Carfax.com. They look up the value of the car on some other service that happens away from you. And when they do that, they come back and tell you how much they're willing to pay you for your car. I hate these markets. You can't make big profits from a small business if you're operating over here. The only place I know of that you can make big profits from a small business is if you operate in PVMs. What's PVM stand for? Premium value markets. What's a premium value market? Premium value market is a market where the result sets the price. For instance, we have a lady who just bought my $55,000 coaching program yesterday. $55,000, right? She bought it 2 days ago. So she bought this 2 days ago. Why? Because she fully expects to be able to 10x her results over the next 12 months from that $55,000 program. Well, she's so good, she might be able to 100x her result, right? So I've had people who bought that program and gone out literally and done $1 million for $55,000, have gone out and bought and done $1 million in sales, like in a day. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but it is what it is. $100,000, $200,000, $400,000, $1.8 million, $1.9 million, $5 million. Like literally, these are the kinds of results that my clients are getting. So if I said to you, hey, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll sell you this $50 bill for $5. Who would take it? Well, if your hand's not raised right now, and you say, well, I wouldn't buy a $50 bill for $5, then you are either confused in math or confused in logic, because that is a great deal for you. If somebody can give you 10 times the value for the price you're paying, well then, obviously, you'll take that deal. Nobody ever buys anything because they feel like it's worth the money. People only buy something because they believe it's worth more than the money. The thing they're buying is worth more than the money to them. That's why people buy. So, your result sets the price. Well, I've got students who are producing all kinds of crazy, amazing results, and those results are setting the price. Next thing that happens is the conversation, the margins. The margins are, at worst case scenario, margins, 10 times markup. 10 times markup. Worst case scenario. You create a home study course, you mark it up at least 10 times. That's 1,000% markup. You write a book, 2,000% profit on a book. What? So I love the margins. The margins on premium value markets are the best margins in the world. Why? Because they want the result so badly that the price becomes nebulous. Well, what's the next thing? The number one reason that I think premium value markets are the best and they work so well is because the conversation about the value, which, by the way, is the result, happens long before you ask them to buy. That is what makes premium value markets work. You have a long conversation with your customer. You give them value upon value upon value upon value upon value, and then you say, hey, by the way, if you want some more value, I'll sell it to you. That is how you create, how you operate in premium value markets. I've got, for instance, my Instagram page, at Myron Golden, right? I post, like, I could literally, in fact, I'm probably going to do this. I could literally take all of my Instagram posts with the image and the Instagram, the content under the post. I could literally take my Instagram post and turn it into a book. And people would buy it. Why? Because when I do an Instagram post, it's not just, hey guys, I'm here at the beach. No, when I do an Instagram post, it's an image, it's a quote, and then it's a couple of paragraphs. Why? Because I want to give so much value in the marketplace that when I ask for something, people feel like, man, he's giving me so much for free already. I got to have this next thing. I've got a Bible study group on Facebook called Bible Success Secrets. What do I do in there? Well, I go there. I show up in there every Wednesday. When I'm in town, I show up in there every Wednesday. And what do? I teach people some mind-blowing success principles from the Bible, and they join that, and then they begin to seek me out. I get interviewed on podcasts. I have my own podcast. And so what I'm doing is I'm making myself findable by creating value in the marketplace. And so I'm having long-tail conversations with people long before I ever ask them to buy anything. In fact, a lot of times I'll have a long-tail conversation with somebody, and they'll come ask me if they can buy something. See how powerful that is? So you got to have the right market. The next thing that you want to do is you want to make sure that you have the right business model. And so you want to have the right business model. And what is the right business model? I would go into a big dissertation about all the different business models, about the entrepreneur business model. I'll tell you what they are. I'm not going to write them all up here. I'm only going to spend time writing on the one that is most important. So there's the entrepreneur business model. What's that? LP times LV. That's LV times LP, that's a entrepreneur business model. LP stands for low profits. LV stands for low volume. So you get low profit times low volume. That's a entrepreneur business model. That is a person who wants to be an entrepreneur, but they don't know how to be one. So they go around selling low price products, low profit products, and they only sell a handful of them every now and then. And so they want to be an entrepreneur, but they're really a entrepreneur. Stay away from the entrepreneur business model. Okay, then you have an actual entrepreneur business model. And that is high profit, low volume. High profit, low volume. Okay, so you have something that sells. Maybe you have a $997 webinar product. And maybe you do your webinar every now and then. And maybe you do your webinar 3 times a month and you make 3 sales every time you do a webinar. And so you make $9,000 a month. You're a real entrepreneur. You're making money. And you're making $9,000 a month. But guess what? You're not going to get wealthy on $9,000 a month, and maybe where you are right now, $9,000 feels like wealth, but you will find out in short order that it's really not that wealthy. So you say, okay, so the entrepreneur is okay. The entrepreneur is like stay away from it. Then you have a business model called the Waltrepreneur. What's the Waltrepreneur business model? The Waltrepreneur business model is the Sam Walton business model. What's that? That's LV times LP. That's HV times LP. HV is high volume times a low profit equals Waltrepreneur. This is what people who are e-commerce sellers on Amazon and on Shopify and all these other sites, Etsy, they sell a lot of a low profit product, but they sell so many of them, they make up in volume what they lack in profit, and so they get rich. Sam Walton on what I call the Waltrepreneur business model, right? Because Sam Walton, Waltrepreneur. So Sam Walton, the Waltrepreneur business model, Sam Walton became the richest man in the world. He was 3 times richer than Bill Gates before he died. He was so rich when he died that when he died and he split up his wealth between his heirs, his wife and his children became the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th wealthiest people in the world. That's how rich Sam Walton was. Bill Gates moved into number 1. Sam Walton's family moved into 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's crazy town, right? So why? Because he had a good business model that he understood. And Sam Walton said, I never want to make more than 30% of my customers. but he had customers all over the world. He would go into rural areas and he would put up these discount stores and he would bring these people these great deals and he'd shop around for the best value and then for the lowest price, and then he'd bring that low price into a rural area, and then he built the Walmart chain, which is was for a long time the largest retailer in the world until Amazon came along, right? So that's the Waltrepreneur business model. And then you have my favorite business model, which is the Wealthtrepreneur business model, and that is this: high profits times high volume. Let's say you've got a program. Let's say you've got a program that makes you $20,000 profit. Let's just say. And let's say with that $20,000 profit, let's say you sell one a week. So you sell 52, well, take 2 weeks off, you sell 50 a year. Guess what that is? That's right. That is $1 million per year because you had the right business model. This is the Wealthtrepreneur business model. The road to wealth is paved with high profits and high volume. High profits times high volume equals Wealthtrepreneur. If you have a $20,000 profit program and you sell 50 of them a year, one a week, you sell one of those a week, it's going to give you $1 million a year. Well, if you sell 2 a week, it's going to give you $2 million a year. You sell 4 weeks, it's going to give you $4 million a year. See how powerful this is? This is the concept that can take your life to the next level. But there's one caveat, and that's this. You have to have the right message to market match. You got to learn how to say what your deal is, what your value is, what the result is. You got to learn how to say it so well that when people hear you say it, they say, I have to have it. What is your value proposition in the marketplace? See, most people who got a bad message, they think their prices are too high, but the reality is it's not that their prices are too high, it's just that their value is too unclear. And so what they do is they keep lowering their price, and then they finally start making some sales, but they can't provide good enough support for the amount of money they sold it for, so they end up pricing themselves out of business, all because they didn't have the right message to market match. What you've got to get good at is you've got to get good at using your mouth. We're going back now to what? We're going back to the highest levels of value, coming up with a great idea, but what? You got to be able to say it well. It's not enough to conceive it. You got to be able to say it well. I love the fact Steve Jobs is like the ultimate example of this. Why? Because Steve Wozniak invented the Apple computer, but I go around the world and I ask people, I'm going to name a company. You tell me who's the first person who comes to your mind. I say Apple Corporation. Everybody says Steve Jobs. He's been dead, I think, for 11 years. That's kind of mind-blowing. He's been dead for at least 8 years, but people still say Steve Jobs. Nobody says Tim Cook. Nobody says Steve Wozniak. People say Steve Jobs. Why? Because he was the guy who imagined what Apple could be. But not only that, he knew how to say it. Do you remember what he said in 2007 when they came up with the iPhone? He said, it's a browser. It's a browser. It's a music player. It's a telephone. It's a phone. It's a browser. It's a music player. It's a phone. It's a browser. It's a music player. It's a phone. It's a browser. It's a music player. And he said that over and over again. He had a message that matched his market, and it was a simple message. It's a phone. It's a browser. It's a music player. Do you remember what he said when he showed that it had no buttons? He said, yeah, we got rid of the lower third. The guy was brilliant at crafting messages that moved the marketplace. Maybe the biggest problem you have is you haven't put enough effort into making sure your message matches your market in a way that causes them to move. Like people ask me, so Myron, what do you do? Well, I teach people how to sell high ticket from the stage. For instance, teach people how to sell high ticket. I teach people how to sell high price products because you have to convey the message of a $30,000 offer differently than you do a $3,000 offer. A $30,000 offer is not harder to sell. You just have to use different messaging. In fact, a $30,000 offer is easier to sell than a $3,000 offer. And it's way easier to sell than a $300 offer, and you get a better clientele. But that only happens when you craft your messaging properly. And see, I know what my clients want. You don't know what your clients want. I know what my clients want. See, people who are broke, they sell price, right? Because they think everybody cares about price because they care about price, right? But the reality is, people who are wealthy, they don't want more price. They don't want a lower price. They want more time. They want more time. More time. They want greater value. They want less hassle. I think I spelled that right. No, I didn't spell that right. Less hassle. I think I spelled it right. They want less hassle. This is what people who have money want. So when I'm talking to people about a high-price program, the price becomes nebulous. The price is, in fact, I was talking to this lady who just bought this program. She said, you know, you just said $55,000 like it was $55, didn't you? I said, well, what's the difference between $55,000 and $55? A couple zeros, right? Right? And so I de-emphasize the price, and I emphasize that they're going to get a fast result. I emphasize the fact that they're going to get great value. I emphasize the fact that it's not going to be hassle. And when you do that, then you can make big profits from your small business. You don't have to spend a lot of money to make a lot of money. You just have to figure out how to be profitable fast, early, and over a long period of time. And when you do that, you can make big profits from your small business. I hope this helps.
Hi, my name is Sean Harper. Man, you know what? I played 7 years professional football, blocked for some great running backs and quarterbacks, and I was blessed to take the same concepts that I learned playing professional football to the boardroom, from the locker room to the boardroom. I've been a CEO for close to 20 years now, owning a security firm and other companies. It has been an absolute amazing ride. COVID, though, wow. That was a paradigm. And if I have time today, I'm going to talk to you about how to profit in paradigms. Welcome to my portion of the Comeback Summit. We are going to play to win. I believe each and every one of you are not just winning, but you are a born winner. That's a difference. One is action. The other is a state of being. Now, you say, well, you know, Sean, it's easy for you to talk about winning. You know, you play professional football. You know, you're a business owner, CEO, executive, motivational speaker, coach. You know, I've heard it all, but you know what? Nothing could be further from the truth. You're looking at the results, but the come up, there's a lot of pain, adversity, pressure. You know, the main thing about pressure is that without pressure, you can't have diamonds. Adversity can break you, but it also can make you a record breaker. I remember standing in the second grade line. First day of school in the second grade, man, I was so excited to be in the second grade. And, you know, I had my friends, just like it was yesterday. And, you know, we're all talking about what we're going to do this year. And we know we're high-fiving. And to the left of me was my teacher. And she's talking to the principal. And they're looking at me. And after about a minute, I'm looking. She walks over and she grabs my hand and she pulls me back into the first grade line. And my friends from the second grade, they're now looking at me. They're not laughing anymore. They're frowning. When one guy, he out of nowhere, he just says, Sean, you failed. Sean, you're stupid. Sean, you're dumb. No, you can't hang out with us no more. You're a special kid. You're the dumb kid. From that day forward, I was the dumb kid. From the first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade, I was the dumb kid. One day, I'm struggling in class, and the teacher walks over. She asked me to stand up to read, and I'm stuttering because I could not complete a sentence till college. She was horrible, and I'm struggling to complete a sentence, a simple sentence, and all the kids are laughing. She silenced the kids, and she went on with class, and at the end of class, she said, Sean, stay behind. And she said, you know what? I got something for you. The next day, I'm in a room with a psychologist, a sociologist, you know, all these ologists, you know, and they're testing me for 3 to 4 days. And at the end of the test, I remember that doctor's face. He looked at me, he took off his glasses, he put the pencil down. He said, we have to meet your mother immediately. And she said, or he said, ma'am, your son has 4 to 5 documented learning disabilities. And we have to, you know, put together systems and special classrooms and, you know, segregate him with tutors, and the list goes on. And finally, after about a minute or so, my mom stands up, longer than a minute. She stands up and she says, no. She slams her hand down. No, you will not label my son. And she pulled me to the side. She said, baby, I didn't raise no dummy. Baby, it's in you, and you have to dig deep to find it. Okay? Continue to struggle. Kicked out of not one school, but 2 schools because of disciplinary issues. You see, after that moment and other moments of abuse and physical abuse, I grew into a mad boy, not a bad boy. See, in the streets, you know, we all look at the bad boys, but you have to be really careful of the mad boys. I went from 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. I left high school with a 1.62 cumulative GPA, 9 on my ACT. Out of 154 seniors to graduate, my academic ranking was 154. Graduated last in my class, voted most likely to fail. Oh yeah, the athletics, right? Listen, I wasn't even honorable mention all conference. I was the guy in the back. And the guys are up front and getting all the awards with their parents. I was too embarrassed to bring my mom. This guy's all state. This guy's all Franklin County. This guy's all American. That guy's all universe, intergalactic, whatever you want to call it. And then there's me in the back, eating that nasty cordon bleu, you know? Like, who made that, right? And Sean, come up and get your participation award. But underneath all of that, man, was this dream. This dream. And it was pounding, you know? Have you ever had a desire? Have you ever had an urge that was so strong it could explode from your chest? And I had this dream of one day playing professional football, one day being, you know, just doing great things. But all I saw was failure. I had this dream of getting to the mountaintop, but all I saw was misery. The thing about a dream is this: you can often count the number of seeds in an orange, but you can never count the number of oranges in the seed. The dream is like a seed. You have no idea what's in you or the potential that's lying within you. Never allow people to crap on your dream. Never allow circumstances to define your dream. Your dream is not the outside in, your dream is the inside out. Your dream moves in elements or situations and circumstances that produces manifestation greater than creation. I can't see it. All I see is failure. You see, it's one thing for them to say I'm stupid. It's another one I say I'm stupid. Last day of school, I'm sitting in the kitchen, the phone rings. There's a junior college calling, a 2-year school in Mason City, Iowa. Sean, come play football in Mason City, Iowa. I'm in the middle of 2 cornfields. I was like, no, I'm not going. But that dream began to speak. Nothing, I can't do nothing on the hood. Might as well go up there. First year at that junior college, you know what? I sat the bench the entire season, not one play. I would carry water for the starters, right? I would hold the dummies for the starting tackles. And guys are joking, man, why did he even come here? I'm on the bench. I'm watching the coach look for a substitute player. He makes eye contact with me and he looks past me. He looks off. He looks away. Now I'm getting discouraged. In the last game, I went home to the dorm and I picked up the phone and I called my mom. And I said the 2 words, man, I thought I would never say. I'm like, Mom, I quit. Mom, I give up. Mom, I want to come home. Now I'm expecting my mom to say, oh, baby, come on home, you know. But my mom just, that same fire that I saw in the 5th grade rose up again. She's like, no, go back. I hung that phone up. I said, you know what? You're right. You're right. I don't have the smarts. I don't have your intelligence. I learned later I have a different level of intelligence. But at that moment, I don't have your intelligence. Yeah, you're right. I'm not starting here. Yeah, you're right. I'm one of 6 kids in the South Side, single parent. Yeah, you're right. According to what you have told me And according to what I've read and what I've seen, you're right, I will never be successful. I said, well, baby, I can win. And I created a distinction in my mind, a breach between success and winning. I know nothing about success, but I know everything about winning. See, I've been raised to play football since the 2nd grade, so I understand the concepts of winning. And so I begin to merge winning overlaying success. I said, oh, let's go, baby. But I created a separation between success and winning. You're right, yeah, I won't be successful, but I can win. I understand winning. I've been playing football since the 2nd grade. I was horrible at it. My mom made me play. I didn't want to play. She just put me out there because I needed a male role model because my father left when I was 3 years of age. But I know how to win. I studied winning, and I took the laws and the concept of winning from the football field, and I brought it over to the success room, to the success platform, and I've been killing it. I've been killing them. I made the separation. See, we're groomed to be successful, but we're not called to be successful. We're encouraged to be successful, but our whole flesh and being doesn't move on a success model. It moves on the winning model. Draft day in the NFL, 3rd pick in the 4th round. Full ride to Indiana University, blocked for a Heisman candidate. Played years in the NFL Europe. Retired, took the same concept. Now I put it into the business world. I applied it to life itself. And it's been sitting there and in our face the entire time. We're not called to be successful. We're called to win. The challenge is that most of us don't know how to win. It was stripped from us around the 3rd or 4th grade. By the time you realized or you were taught or told that Santa Claus is not real, they introduced another concept called success. See, before that, we were playing the win-lose games like hide and seek, race you in the street. That's based off of winning because that is who you are. It's the essence of your being. What do I mean by that? Well, I explain it to you. You're 1 to 2 or 3 million sperm cells. One of the sperm cells, which is you, fertilized the egg. Now you're born. Years later, you're playing the games. The games that you're playing is win-lose games. It's not success games. And then you get a little older. You're playing video games. Oh, I remember video games. I would go to the store in the 80s. I would take a stack of quarters like this big, right? And I'll put it on the video thing, and I'm just waiting to play a game that enticed me for hours. Level after level after level. I've never seen the end of Miss Pac-Man, Defender, Tempest, Galga. Never seen the end of it. I just kept playing it over and over and over. Why? Because I am addicted to winning. I was born to win. My DNA resonates with winning. Gambling is a multi-billion-dollar industry. I fly into Vegas all the time. As soon as I get off the plane, I hear the boom, boom, boom. People at the slots playing all day, waiting for the win. I bet you if those slots were free, they would still play because that pulls the win out of you. Football is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Think about it. Sports, multi-billion-dollar industry. Why? Win. I'll prove it to you. Take your favorite team, NBA or NFL. I'll give it to you. No, NHL. Why not? Let's throw that in there too. Let's say your favorite team lost every single game for the next 5 years. You're a fan. But are you going to the game? Are you going to wear their gear? You're not. Why? Because you can't identify with losing. You're not. Same team wins every game for the next 5 years. You can't find a ticket. Winners. You see, we talk about your why and man, listen, your why is so important, but there's something deeper than your why, and that's the win. You see, your why is your motive. The win is your perspective of who you are. You are a winner. You see, first actions. And then if you want to go deeper, You look at the motive of your actions and they're based off of your belief. And that's where a lot of the speakers and a lot of the trainers stop at. You have to believe, and you have to speak the affirmation. That's fine. But there's one more, there's actually two more. There's one more level deeper than believing, and that's being. That's why you can give a lottery winner millions of dollars and 2 years later he or she's broke. Why? Because they have it on the outside, but they don't have it on the inside. Being. And the being is the winner. So winners always manifest winnings. Before you can become, you have to be or believe. Before you believe, you have to be. And that's what I'm attacking now. Is Sean, who are you? Victim or victor? Sean, who are you? I'm a winner. If I'm on a roller coaster 300 feet in the air, right? And I'm 300 feet in the air and I'm looking down and I know that it's a ride, I mean, I'm not gonna scream. I might yell like, oh, right? Scream. But if I'm 300 feet in the air and then there's an announcement, the brakes are broke, the ride is broke, it's a different type of scream. I know it's a game. And I know how to win the game. And since I'm a winner, and if life is a game, you play the game to win, the rule number one in winning is that there's always a way to win the game. That's very important. Because what happens is that they show you what winning is. First of all, winning is more than money, way more than money. It's the fullest expression of who you are mentally, physically, socially, economically, and most important, legacy. This ain't no race. This is a relay. The baton was handed to some of us, we got to pick it up, but we still have to run. So check it out. There's always a way to win the game. So I'm playing video games with my son. I'm trying to bond with my boy, right? A couple years back. And we're playing Star Wars Battlefront, right? And we're like, man, we got to level 12. And we're stuck at level 12. And every day I would come downstairs. Son, before dinner, 45 minutes, level 12, let's go. Get to level 12, smashed, broke down, beat up. I'm like, man, day after day, week after week, month after month. Finally, my son's like, Dad, come on, man. Let's find something else. I'm like, no, we're gonna beat level 12. We're gonna kill that stormtrooper. We're gonna win. Every day, my son's getting frustrated. I don't care. I'm like, one day, I'm playing this game, right? And I'm running from a stormtrooper and I hit like the B or whatever button and I jump behind these barrels. I'm like, oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. The stormtrooper runs right past me. I'm like, he didn't see me. Oh, this is crazy. He runs the other way. They don't see me. So this time he ran across. I'm like, pow, pow, killed him. They don't see me though. I'm like, oh, son. I tell you what, you go around, you run kind of slow, whatever, and you bring them all. Let them chase you. And when they get right past me, they're going to run past me, and I'm going to pick them all off. We did it. Bam, 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 bam. I'm like, wow. Level after level, the same strategy, same barrel. I'm like, this is amazing. We beat the whole level within a couple days, right? And my son looks at me. There's a glitch. There's a glitch, Dad. And I almost break. No, it's not a glitch. In order for them to legally, morally, and ethically call it a game, in the program, they have to put away the win. They know all the glitches. They know all the codes. That's what we got beta testers for. They put it there so they can call it a game. So this is what they do. They introduce the game to us. They change the name of the game called CCS. Then they give you the rules. And then you watch and you'll spend the rest of your life trying to become who you are. They devalue you and try to give you what you already got. There are other rules out there. And I'm gonna share them. I gave you the first one. There's always a way to win. Rule number 2 is that once you realize the systems and how to win, then you have to go all in. Now, I watch some ESPN, right? I watching ESPN, and and I love the whole gambling shows, right? It's amazing gambling shows, the gambling programs on ESPN, and it always happens, right? It's this guy has a whole bunch of chips. This guy has millions of dollars in chips, and this guy got the funny glasses on, and there's always one person, and he has about maybe like 12 chips left, and they're all laughing. But then what he does is he takes two hands, and he doesn't yell, and he pushes it to the middle, and he says two words that puts fear and anxiety in every single one of those guys. They have millions of dollars. It's kind of like a badger going up against a tiger. He says, I'm all in. And those two words, everything stops. They are second guessing themselves now. The millions of dollars, and they're nervous. 13 chips, $13,000 is backing down $13 million. Because when you are all in, you are dangerous. And so the reconciliation process, or the reconcile process of bringing your body, your mind, and your beliefs to a point that you are all in, you're unstoppable. Most people are not all in. I study body language, right? And they'll say something. I don't listen to what they say, I watch what they say. And when I see that they're talking one thing, but their body language is saying something totally different, I know you're not all in. Waste my time, you're not ready. But when a person is all in, fully invested, spirit and soul and body, they're in agreement. There's so much power in the word agreement. There's so much power in the word agreement that when you have internal agreement, the world reacts, the universe reacts, people around you reacts, because you're all in. I love my country, right? The Declaration of Independence, think about that. These guys signed the Declaration of Independence under the penalty of treason. That's all in. You gotta have that mindset, because the atmosphere will not respond if you don't. Next is you gotta move into the 212. What do I mean by that? Water is water at 211 degrees. It's just water. It's hot water, but it's water. But at 212 degrees, water boils. It changes forms. And from there, that water can turn to gas. And so much has been done with boiling water. 212 degrees. That one extra, that inch extra, 212 degrees, changed the world. The steam engine. People who are running and racing, winning a tenth of a second. They're not huge margins between first and second place. It's not. They're both training, but one wants it more. I know basketball players who trained in the 212. What extra are you doing? My coach told me one day, he said, Sean, the only thing I'm asking you to do, after he yelled at me on practice, right? The one thing I'm asking you to do, Sean, is get this much better each day. That's all. It's much better. And over a year, it's going to turn to this much. That's it. Flow in the 212. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, okay? It's very hard for a person to operate in the 212. It is. This is why we have coaches. This is why we have mentors. This is why we have people in your face. Look, you don't have a coach. If you don't have a trainer who's pushing you, whether in business or other areas of your life, you can forget it. You have to have someone on your team. It's a bonus. Your team to take you into the 212 and keep you in the 212. Next, you got to know the rules. If life's a game, play to win, okay? What are the rules? Everywhere you go, you have to know the rules. So when I want to win in a certain area or in a certain environment or a new group or a new business setting, the first thing I learn is the rules. The second thing I learn is the words. I can exist in many circles. Why? Because I know the rules or the etiquette, and I know the words and the language. You have to know the rules of the game. In the game of life, they don't have rules, they have laws. and you have to learn the laws. And if you really want to get really good at it, you stack laws on top of laws. When you see a plane fly, all that is thousands of laws working together. The law of lift, the law here, this law, the law of gravity, 32 feet per second in the vacuum, stacking laws on top of each other. Now, bend the rules, break the rules, never break the laws. Know the laws of the game. Man, I tell you what, we fight so hard and you can just wear us out. It can wear you out. Because the laws don't care. The laws don't care if you know them or not. If you break them, it's gonna spank you. Period. Know the laws. I talk about that. I share laws. I live by laws. Speaking of laws, my last point is very important. I talked about becoming, being, believing, reversed order. Excuse my ADD. By the way, I'm not disabled. I'm uniquely enabled. But the last point is that I belong. This is where you have to get to. That we are all a part of a community. Yeah. Before you can become, you have to believe. Before you believe, you have to be. But in order to really be, you have to belong. It's deep. You belong to a community, whether you acknowledge it or not. You belong to a spiritual community, whether you acknowledge it or not. See, when you belong, it tempers your successes, or your wins. It tempers your wins. It gives perspective to your wins. See, if you walk around and you're living life and it's about me and my wins and my wins and my wins, then it sets you up for a fall, because pride will destroy you. Arrogance will crush you. Self-centeredness and myopic thinking will just derail you. But when you belong and you're attached to something greater than you, I belong to God. And that's who I am. I'm not ashamed of it. And that gives me the balance, and that's my core. And that makes up my core. And when you have a strong core, it balances your muscles. When you have a strong core, it allows your muscles to transfer from your legs to your chest when you play football. I have a core, and my core is Christ. Period. And if you don't like it, cut it off. I don't care. I'm gonna give you a bonus though. And the bonus is, winners know how to prosper in paradigms. Paradigm. That's where you win. Let me explain this to you. Hold on. I need to explain this to you. The paradigm is where winners prosper. In 1983, a bunch of guys stood up and they made a rap video. In 1983, it was called the Super Bowl Shuffle. They made the rap video before training camp. They made the rap video before any game was played. Do you know what are the odds of a team predicting that they are going to win the Super Bowl? Go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl? Think about that. And they're putting it on national TV. They're speaking it in the atmosphere on national TV. It's called the Super Bowl Shuffle. Look it up. Now, how is it that they were able to announce, declare, and predict a game that they were going to win at the beginning of the season? Well, Sean, it was positive thinking, yeah. Well, Sean, they were all in agreement. The law of agreement. It's true. But there was something deeper. They had a secret. And the secret was that the year prior, they invented a defense. It was called the 46 Bear. Up until that moment, last season or 1982 a little. But up until those 2 years, that defense was never introduced. Before that, before the beginning of football, no one knew about the 46 Bear. Rex Ryan, Tolbert, they created a defense, a brand new defense the NFL has never seen. They created a paradigm shift. And they were going to profit from the paradigm shift. Well, Mr. Harper, what's the difference between 1982 and 83? Well, they had to add on one more player, and that was the refrigerator. He was a rookie. And once you put it in there, the 46 was complete, unstoppable. They created a paradigm in the NFL, and they went to the Super Bowl. You profit in paradigms. 1990, the internet was used for the first time for public use. That was a paradigm. Look at the companies that went up. Look at the companies that went down. 9/11, it's a paradigm. Why am I saying this? It's because COVID is a paradigm. COVID is probably the greatest paradigm shift in the history of America, of the world almost. And in that moment, unbeknownst to some companies, they were given a termination certificate. Companies are going to go away, but other companies are going to explode. Winners don't look at the circumstances and say, oh me, oh my. Winners look at the circumstances and the changing paradigms and say, how do I win? How can I win? There are some stocks that are going through the roof right now. And there are some stocks that are going to file for, or companies are going to file for bankruptcy. Paradigms. You're in the midst of one of the greatest paradigms in the history of the world. And if you have a winning mindset, you'll kill it. You will kill it right now. You will kill it right now. I'm glad you're watching this summit. We have 60 to 70 speakers, and they're all bringing all types of nuggets. Lock in. Chew on the meat, spit out the bone. Be teachable. I'm gonna bless you again on my way out the door. I'm gonna give you access to my book, free book. You go to Sean Harper, ShawnHarper.co. There's a book right there, man. You can just log in. It's yours for free. ShawnHarper.co talks about the winning strategies and the winning laws. The winning strategies, laws like the 212, laws like capacity. These laws you have to understand and capitalize on if you're going to win. Bless you. Thank you. You guys are amazing. God bless you. And listen, you will get knocked down in life. But if you can look up, baby, you can get up. That's what we do. We play to win all day.
Okay, success is for suckers. You know that I am out to win. No holding back, I'm giving my all and going in. With Sean Harper, it's time to get up off the bench. You got the potential, it's time to rise to greatness. Go for what you want, there is not a comfort zone. Dream big and never stop till you get it done. Eradicate the negative and keep on climbing. You are a winner, remember, if no pressure, no diamond. Yeah, get off the bench and play to win with Sean Harper.
Hey, this is Dr. Willie Jolly, and I want to welcome you to my office, to my studio, and I want to welcome you to this special session on how to grow your speaking business, your speaking enterprise, and how to grow and go to the next level. How many of you are ready to go and grow to the next level? If you're answering yes to that, then I want to say you've come to the right place, and I've got a special session for you today to help you to do that. For those who don't know, I'm Dr. Willie Jolly. I'm host of the Willie Jolly Wealthy Ways show on SiriusXM, which I'm proud to say is the #1 self-help show on that network, as well as the Willie Jolly Wealthy Ways podcast on iHeartRadio and C-Suite and Spotify and TuneIn, Stitcher. And then I'm the author of a number of books. It only takes a minute to change your life. A setback is a setup for a comeback. Turn setbacks into greenbacks. An attitude of excellence. Make love, make money, make it last. And I am grateful that I have been able to be a professional speaker. A professional speaker. What does that mean? That means I get paid to speak. And I've been able to be a professional speaker for over 30 years. And so I am grateful for this opportunity to kind of share some tidbits, some tips, what I like to call techniques, ideas, principles, strategies, TIPS, techniques, ideas, principles, strategies to help you to grow your business. Why is that? Well, because somebody helped me. Somebody helped me when I was a new speaker. I was struggling. Somebody blessed me, gave me insights. Somebody gave me opportunities and taught me how to grow a business. And so I want to return the favor. And I've learned that you must have an abundance mindset, abundance mentality. My dear friend Les Brown always said, Willie, always remember there's more than enough for everybody. And I have learned that over the years with Les as we've traveled on the Get Motivated tour. I replaced Zig Ziglar, he replaced General Colin Powell on the tour, and we would open and close for many years all over America. And so I am in complete agreement with Les that there's more than enough for everybody. So if I can share something with you today that will bless you or help you grow your business, I will be very excited about that. Well, let me start with this, that the speaking business is an incredible business, has blessed me tremendously. Tremendously. I have done things and been places I never dreamed I would be. The opportunity is incredible for the speaking business. There have been millions of dollars generated through my office, millions of dollars that we have been able to generate right through this office, to come into our office and to come into our operation and our organization. Millions of dollars from clients and customers all over the world. We've been able to travel. My wife and I have been able to travel to places we never dreamed we would ever get to. We were able to go to South Africa for Coca-Cola South Africa, and while there, go on a safari and get to go to where Mandela was in a prison cell, to get to many cities around South Africa. We've been able to go to Dubai for Johnson & Johnson, Middle East, and to be able to fly first class to Dubai and to have an experience like I've never had in an air flight, and then to get there and stay in the tallest hotel in the world and to speak 1 hour speech, but yet to be able to be feted and taken care of for a week on their dime. And they were grateful. They said, we're so grateful. Do you want to stay longer? I said, no, I got to go back. And to be able to go to Japan and the Caribbean and Paris and to see and experience things that I could not believe. And to be able to generate more money in 1 hour than I used to make in 1 year. Wow. See, I used to be a nightclub singer. These are some of the awards I won as a nightclub singer, best jazz singer, best entertainer. And to be able to make now as a speaker more money in 1 hour than I used to make in a year. It's mind-boggling. But this is from a guy who showed you that I did not come from a place where I had a golden, silver, bronze spoon in my mouth, but someone who learned how to grow a business from some wise mentors. And that's what I want to talk to you about. And it almost didn't happen to be. It didn't happen. It almost didn't happen to come to be because I almost messed up. See, when I was a new speaker, I kept hearing about this guy who was helping speakers become millionaires. I kept hearing about him, I'm making $150 a speech at that point, speaking to schools and a couple education groups. $150 a speech. And I kept hearing about this guy who was making millionaires, and I kept hearing about it over and over. And I called his office, and the lady said, yes, it's true. And she named some of the people who had been through his course. I said, what? And she said, they weren't millionaires when they came, but they're millionaires now. I said, wow. I said, you know what? I got to come to that course. And I said, ma'am, when is the next event? She said, we got one coming up in about 3 weeks. In fact, it's the last one of the year he's going to do. And we got 2 seats left. I said, what? I said, one of those seats is mine. One of those seats is mine. How much is it? And I'm thinking it's going to be $500, $700, $1,000 maybe. She said, it's $10,000. I said, what did you say? She said, $10,000 for a couple of days. $10,000. Yes, sir. And I was getting ready to hang up. I said, forget that. I learned it on my own. I learned it on my own. I don't need it. But something inside of me said, don't do it. Don't mess up. This is not the time to make that decision. I said, ma'am, tell me a little more. She told me a little more about what I would be involved in and what he would teach me and how he would mentor me. And I said, ma'am, I'm coming. I'm going to send you a deposit. Now, I only had $200 in my bank account at that point. I'm going to send you a deposit. I'm going to send you a check, and I'll send you the rest shortly. And I sent the $200 check, and then I went to work. I begged, I borrowed, I didn't, well, no, I didn't steal. I almost stole, but no, I didn't steal. I begged and borrowed, but I didn't steal. But I got that $10,000 up. And I went to that event. And I came back with a new mindset. And I quickly made my first $100,000. And then from there, I was off to the races. And the next year when he had the seminar, I not only went, but I took my wife and I wrote a check for two of us. You hear I say I wrote a check for two of us and sent it. And when it went up to $15,000, I wrote a check for two of us and sent it. Because I learned in that process that I almost hurt my own future. I almost killed my own possibilities by being small-minded and cheap, to be honest with you. And I was able to make a wise decision. What I learned in that is this: there's a price for success. There's a price to go to school, price to go to college, price to go to any kind of trade program. There's a price for success, learning how to be a success. And then there's a cost for not being willing to pay the price. The cost of staying the same, being in the same place next year as you are this year, wasting time. Let me tell you something I know about everybody who's watching right now. I know about you. I know that you can make more money. You can make more money, but let me tell you what I also know. You cannot make more time. You cannot make more time. You cannot make one more second per day. There are 1,440 minutes per day. You can't make one more minute, one more second. So when your time is up, your time is up. And so you got to make the most of this time that you've been given, every moment, because you don't know how long you're going to be here. And you can make money, but you can't make time. So you got to make the most of it. And I'm grateful that I had a wise moment where I said yes, and I went to that seminar. And so today I want to give you some basics, some of the basics that I teach in my Speaker Basics program that will help you. Now, I'm going to start with this. This is a football. This is a football from Florida State University. My son was a Florida State fan, and Coach Bobby Bowden signed it, and my son has kept it. And I want to tell you about this football because this is a football. Now, Vince Lombardi, the great coach of the Green Bay Packers, who the Super Bowl trophy is named after, the Vince Lombardi trophy, he did something very odd after winning the first Super Bowl. The next year, at the first day of training camp, when these guys come in, they just won the first Super Bowl. They were all pumped up. They're all excited, ready for a new season. And he started with the first thing out of his mouth that he came to the guys and said, "Gentlemen, this is a football." They said, "We know it's a football. We won the championship." He said, "I know, but we're going to start at the basics like I did last season. I started with the basics that I want you to know this is a football and we are football players. And let me tell you how the game is played and the bylaws and the rules and the regulations." And how, they said, the basics. Because if you don't have the basics and you don't remember the basics and you're not clear on the basics and you're not sound in the fundamentals, you'll never win a championship. And so today I want to give you some of the basics, the foundational points that will help you grow your success and your possibilities and understand how powerful it is. One of the basics that I've learned, and I told you the story about the guy who became my mentor, is that you are in a place right now where you could be the next big multi-million-dollar earning speaker. But there are a lot of people who can give a great talk, who got a gift for gab, who can just spin a message, but don't know how to monetize it, don't know how to make money from it. And that's where I want to talk to you, because you need mentors. Two ways to get to any goal. Write this one down. Two good ways to get to any goal: mentors and mistakes. Now, both will probably get you there eventually, but one gets you there quicker, faster, with less heartaches and headaches, and that's a mentor. And that's why I'm grateful that I have had great mentors over these 30 plus years who have empowered me, inspired me, and taught me, and showed me where the potholes were, where the bumps in the road were. So you got to get good mentors. So remember, mentors versus mistakes. Another thing you must understand is that where there's an opportunity, you understand that there will be some challenges. Now, here's some of the challenges. Now, I told you the opportunity that you can make millions of dollars in this business. You don't have to be the brightest bulb in the pack. I was a nightclub singer, but I was willing to learn from wise mentors. But then there's the problems that will come as a result of the opportunities. One of the problems is that most people who start out in the speaking business fail. Yeah. Statistics show, as I said, I'm a leadership position with the National Speakers Association, and I'm with the Speakers Association. Let's look at what I've been able to accomplish in these 30 years. I've been named one of the top 5 speakers in the world by Toastmasters International, 175,000 members of Toastmasters. Only 50 people have been given that award. Colin Powell, Norman Schwarzkopf, Nelson Mandela, Margaret Thatcher, Christopher Reeve, Les Brown, Zig Ziglar. I've been inducted in the Speaker Hall of Fame. I've been named one of the legends of the speaking industry. I've been named one of the top 5 leadership speakers in the world. I've been grateful for all those things. And now I'm the chair of the NSA CPAE Hall of Fame Leadership Council, first African American to be able to get that honor. Okay, so we got that. Now, here's what I've learned. That of the speakers who come into this business, 30% fail in the first year. Give up. Done. 30% more fail in the second year. Give up. Done. Can't sustain it. And we find that in getting to the 6-figure, 7-figure level, less than 10% are able to do that. And that is what I want to talk to you about today. I want to talk to you about the basics and the ABCs of speaking. First, I want to talk about the ABCs. A stands for attitude and action. Yes, it's critical about your attitude. There'll be some setbacks, but I've written it. A setback set up for a comeback. You got to understand, wherever there's an adversity, there's an equal and greater opportunity. So there'll be adversities, there'll be challenges, but you got to have a positive attitude. Critical. Now, most people who start speaking typically have a positive attitude. It's the action that goes with that attitude, a positive action, what I call faithful courage, a action that says, I believe in what I'm doing and I'm willing to take action on those steps. So there got to be consistent action. Number 2 is B. B is for belief and behavior. You got to have a positive belief that you will make it, that you will sustain yourself. When I was just getting started and I was talking to a friend and he said, what are you going to do now? I said, well, I'm quitting my job. He said, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to become a full-time speaker. A speaker? You think people are going to pay you? I said, yeah. He said, I don't know if that's going to work. I said, let me tell you something. I said it with such a belief that within a decade, I'm going to be one of the best. I spoke it before it became a reality. I spoke it into being. I spoke it into existence in my mind, in my spirit. That was 1991. In 1999, I was named one of the top 5 speakers in the world by Toastmasters. Within a decade. So you must believe it. But then you must have behaviors that go along with your belief, which is different than the action. It's the behaviors you do every day. Every day I would get up at a certain time. Every day I would make a number of calls. I would make a number of sales calls. I would check it out. Even when I was tired, I'd always make that number. Oh, I got to hit that number. I'm tired. Keep going, because these are the behaviors you got to get to that will make you successful. You've got to market. You got to network. You got to get the word out. You got to write the books. You got to do the television and radio. You might be tired. Got to do it. These are behaviors you got to do over and over again until they become habit. So A is for attitude and actions. B is for belief and behaviors. And C is for your content and your character. Content. The content that you're developing, that you may be able to give a funny story or a great message, but can you sustain it? Can you create more great messaging? Can you create more content? And then what about your character? Your character can either lift you or kill you. We've seen people who were superstars who had a character flaw, and that character flaw ruined them. So you got to have a consistent character. In other words, I cannot be talking to you about high level thinking on the stage and then backstage tell you these dirty, nasty, racist or homophobic or any kind of those kind of jokes. That's not character. No, it has to be consistent. I can't be one way out there and one way in here. No, no, no. You got to be consistent with your character. And that's one thing I've always talked to everybody I know. I try and make sure they know that if you hear from me, you hear from my mouth, you can take it to the bank. Because I want people to know that I'm a man of character and a man of integrity. And I'm going to treat people, no matter where they come from, no matter where they're stationed in life, I'm going to treat them with dignity and respect. About your character. So content, what you're going to talk about, and your character, what you bring with that talk. And so you're going to have the ABCs. You're going to have some understanding about what it's going to take to understand the basics. And then you're going to need to know about how important it is to speak, not to impress, but to speak to inspire. Oh, that's one of my catchphrases. I've had speakers who've come up to me who've been speaking 20, 30 years and said that one line changed it. That was worth it while I came to hear you speak at a chapter for the speakers or for events for speakers. Speak not to impress, speak to inspire. You know, when you're speaking, often you'll have some nervousness. You'll have those butterflies flying around. You know what I'm talking about, the butterflies. And what I've learned is many people are nervous and they're trying to impress the audience, to make people like them. And there'll be some person over in the corner who doesn't like them, or they'll be working hard and they're trying to impress them, make them like them. And what I learned is that my career exploded. It shot up like a rocket when I learned this principle. Speak not to impress, speak to them, inspire them. Because see, if my goal is to impress them, I might give them a lot of fluff, but nothing of value. But I speak to inspire them. They'll leave with a confidence that they can do some of the things that I've told them that they could do. And that they'll do it with a spirit and a commitment to excellence. See, those butterflies, when you speak to impress, the butterflies will fly. But when you speak to inspire, the butterflies will fly in formation. And then when you do that, you won't be worried about impressing. Let me tell you something, in fact, about impressing people that my friend Les Brown, this is something that all speakers should know. Many young speakers don't know. They see that one person over in the corner, arms folded. You tell them their jokes and then nothing happens. I'm giving them and they take all their energy trying to make this one person or these group of people who are not feeling them, love them, and ignore the rest of the group. Well, let me tell you what I've learned over the years. That if you speak to 10 people, 3 of them are going to like you because you showed up. 3 of them are going to like you because of what you say. 3 of them are going to like you for the way you say what you say. And 1 of them is not going to like you no matter what you do or say. So with that in mind, speak to the ones who are already in your camp. Focus on them. Don't dwell on the one who, no matter what you do or say, they're not going to like you. That 1%. That 1%. 10% or 10% actually. 1% is 1 person out of 10, but 10% of that audience. So 10%, 30% are going to love you. Well, no matter what. 30% are going to love you for what you say. 30% are going to love you by the way you say what you say. And 10% are not going to love you no matter what you say or do. So just go forward and have a mindset. I remember speaking one time and I was in a room and a lady was, and I kept that in mind and I kept on speaking and inspiring other people. And at the end of my speech, when it was time to sign books, this lady was the first one in line. She said, that was the best speech I ever heard. I said to myself, why don't you tell your face? So don't dwell. You never know. So finally, I want to talk to you about the fact that as I started with impact, Because wherever you have impact, you'll create income. Write that one down. If you ever have impact, you will create income. And I've been trying to impact people, but not just my audiences on television and radio and my speaking, but also I've been trying to impact people who are doing this industry, who want to be great speakers. And I'm very grateful. I've had the influence on a number of great speakers who were not speakers when they started with me, who came to me, or I mentored, or came to my speaker boot camp, or took one of the programs I recommended from my office and get that, do that. And they did it. And then they came to my boot camp and they did that. And they came and maybe got some personal coaching and they did that. Well, let's look at a few of them. Simon T. Bailey, met him at Disney. I was speaking at an event. He was working for Disney. He said, I want to do what you're doing. I told him what to do. And he listened. And he did it. Today, he's in the Speaker Hall of Fame. Walter Bond was a former basketball player with the Timberwolves, who called me on the phone one day and said, I want to do what you do. I've heard nothing but great things about you. Everybody says you're willing to help. What should I do? And I told him what to do. He did it. He's in the Speaker Hall of Fame. Delatoro McNeil. Y'all know Delatoro McNeil. Delatoro was a student at University of South Florida, and USF. And he came to my event when I was in Tampa, speaking for the Martin Luther King City program. He saw it in the paper and he called my office and said, can I come and meet him? And he said, I'll help at the table. And my assistant who was with me said, oh, sure, we'll happy have, and we developed friendship. I told him what to do. He came to boot camp. He's gone to programs. He's done everything I've told him to do. He now is the youngest certified CSP, certified speaking professional ever. And I believe he's on his way to the Speakers Hall of Fame really soon. And he has spoken all over the world for the $1 Million Roundtable, the highest level speaking opportunity that many speakers try for years to get on that stage. He's done it not only in America, but in Korea and Japan. He's one of the top speakers around the globe. Bernice Armour, former military lady who was a Marine helicopter pilot, called me and said, I want to do what you do. I told her what to do. She's now one of the top female speakers in America on the corporate circuit, making $20,000 per speech. I'm loving these stories, and that's what I want to say to you. I want to help others. I want to help others who are really ready to grow and go to the next level. So here are two things I want to give you. Two things. I was in Los Angeles with Les Brown. We were doing an event, and we're backstage, and he said, Willie, look at this. And he saw an email of this guy who was charging speakers this outrageous amount of money to learn how to be paid 5 figures. Now, the guy might have been sincere. He might have had written some books or read some books or learned about it somewhere, but he hadn't done it. See, that's the difference between a coach and a mentor. Now, coaches are good. Coaches, Tiger Woods has a coach who has never won a Masters, who coached him through it. There'll be some good coaches, but a mentor is someone who's done what you want to do and can tell you what to do, how to do it, and how to get there quickly. And so he said, Willie, and they're charging like 50 grand to teach him just the basics. I said, wow, I know if I had tried to learn the basics that way, I would have never been able to do this. Initially, I needed help. I said, I'm gonna do something about it. So I went back home and I did a training, a 3-hour training, and we recorded it, called Speaking Basics, 3 hours on the basics of speaking, marketing, media, books, publishing, all the things I've been able to do, basics. And I said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take all of that stuff that others might be charging $50,000 for. I'm gonna charge $100, $97 actually, $97, because that's all I would have been able to afford. So if you go to youcanspeaknow.com, youcanspeaknow.com, go there and get that training, $97, and bless somebody else after you've done it. Turn somebody else onto it. Tell them, hey, look, go get Willie Jolly's training. Others charge $50,000. He said he understands the pain, the challenge, the hurt, the difficulty getting up and going and growing your business. He just charges $97. Go get it. The other thing is that some of you want a little more time with me. So you might want to come to my boot camp. Now this year, we might have to do it virtually. But if you will reach out to my office, then we'll tell you how to register for the upcoming programs we're going to do. And you can do that if you send us an email at info@williejolly.com. info@williejolly.com. Info, I-N-F as in Frank, O at WILLIEJOLLEY.com. And say, hey, I want information on the boot camp that's going to happen, whether it's virtual, real, or live or not, or when it's going to happen or whatever. And then some people say, I want coaching. I had a guy who saw one of my television programs, just sent me a LinkedIn message. He watches me on LinkedIn every day. He said, I want coaching from you. I want personal coaching. I want it, and I'm willing to pay for it because I know that that's how I'm going to get to the next level. I want one of the best to teach me how to be the best. So we have that option as well. So again, that's info@williejolly.com, and my team will let you know about that. So, but you know what? Those are all options. My recommendation, just start with youcanspeaknow.com. Just go there, youcanspeaknow.com, and get started. And if I can be of more help, if I can be of more service, if you need more from that, we got options. But I want you to just get up and growing and going and do it at a reasonable rate so that you can then help somebody else along the way and along the path. And that you will be part of that 10% that gets to the 6-figure, 7-figure incomes from speaking. So I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for this opportunity to share some ideas with you. I want to let you know that I'm confident that if you do these things, these techniques, ideas, principles, and strategies, and you take full advantage and believe in yourself, the ABCs, I will see you doing great things like those others who I mentioned. So I will close like I began. You have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. It's forced upon you. You can't refuse it. You didn't seek it. You didn't choose it. But it's up to you to use it. You must suffer if you lose it. Give account if you abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but your eternities are wrapped up in it. This is Dr. Willie Jolly. Thank you for your time. Hope you enjoyed this, and may God continue to richly bless you. And remember, for sure, as I say at the end of my XM show, for sure, your best is yet to come. God bless you.
Living in the fast lane. It used to be the alarm rings and you hop out of bed. A quick shower, grab a cup of coffee and hightail it on the highway, and another day is off and running. It seems we all have experienced, one time or another, a full throttle sensation of doing what we enjoy. However, today, facing many challenges that you've never experienced before has created a feeling of being stuck. So wouldn't it be amazing to wake up feeling accelerated with determination and self-motivation as you reach your destination? If your answer is yes, stop being in the pass lane when you can be in the fast lane so that you can awaken your inner champion to lead and succeed. How? As a competitive swimmer and performance expert, I'm always intrigued with new techniques and strategies that help accomplish this type of task. Recently, I was getting ready to compete for my home swimming team pool and saw something remarkable posted on the wall. It was this sign that read, "How to get better." As I looked closer at the sign, it had 3 key points. Show up to practice, listen to your coach, and be a good teammate. I thought, how easy and basic are these? Until I said, well, Deborah, are you doing them? Right now, you may be asking yourself the same question. How to get better? Not easy to do, right? Well, I'm here today to share with you it's time to believe that to get better at anything important to you is possible. Nothing changes until you change. It's just a matter that we need to slow down to speed up and look at each of these 3 key points so that even during challenging times, you can live and accelerate in the fast lane. So let's drive your ambitions forward to what's important to you. Better at living the life you want. Maybe as a better friend, better at your job or your career, being a better person, or even better as a comeback champion. Show up for practice, or practice showing up. 80% of your success comes directly from showing up to practice. Champions are made in practice, not just on game day. Now, I understand just the thought of practicing may hinder many of us from showing up. I get it. The truth is, we are practicing all the time, whether consciously or unconsciously. Right now, you're probably practicing in the workplace without even being in the workplace. But the best part about practicing, you gain confidence, which in turn helps you get better. What are you practicing right now? You're going to need it in order to get control of any situation. As a young kid, I remember growing up in a small trailer, a small 16-foot aristocrat trailer with my family of 5. Okay, not as cute as this trailer, but it was this trailer. My dad, who just got out of the military, was looking for a job, and he could not afford a trailer for our family to live in. But as kids, we actually had fun living in a trailer. Sometimes we thought we were actually celebrities, and we would just say to our friends, you know, step into our trailer. However, the longer we lived in the trailer, the harder it was for all of us. It was crowded. So crowded, our refrigerator had to be on the outside of the trailer. There were times I would even cry because I couldn't have my own bedroom or my own bathroom like a lot of my friends. But my parents would tell us, we understand how you feel. But sometimes in life, things happen for a reason. But if you reframe the situation by taking what you learn and believe things will get better, they will. And then they said, be proud of what you have accomplished. Now be proud of what you're about to accomplish. Looking back at my childhood life, living in a trailer actually turned out pretty good. A wonderful family memory that I enjoy talking about today because it helped me prepare for life. And it all came down from what I practiced every day. Discipline, self-motivation, being positive, organized, resilient, appreciative, and even being vulnerable. Life skills that awakened my inner champion to lead and succeed today. And an interesting word that continues to remind me to take practicing seriously was what my parents said. Things happen for a reason. See, having a reason is the key to help awaken your inner champion. You must have a reason to show up for practice. And if it's something new you want to do or discover, just know you're not starting from scratch. You're starting from experience. So do something different than what you expect, because champions are made in practice. So tell your friends and family, what is your reason? And what better way to get better than to listen to your coach? A coach that will share their knowledge and experiences so you can take a shortcut to lead and succeed. Coaches have the quality of thought and action to help you see what you can't. They can give you the feedback needed to help you reach your destination. And trust me, they want to tell you. They will find the little things that matter in more ways than you possibly could even expect. I experienced that firsthand back in my old college days. As a student athlete in college at Arizona State University, I didn't get a chance to have a regular job, but the athletic department did take on student athletes on campus. And my job was to actually be the PA, the public address announcer, for the games, the basketball, football, volleyball games. And the first job that I had was in the activity center on campus that sate 14,000 people. I call this my very first speaking gig. The night of the game, I walked in to this huge arena packed with fans from all sides of the world, it seemed like to me. The team, Arizona State University Sun Devils, against their rivalry, the University of Arizona Wildcats. And as I walked in, I also noticed not only was my voice going to be heard around the arena, but CBS Sports was televising it nationwide. I was so nervous. But I looked at the official in the middle of the court, and he looked at me and said, "Start the game." And that's exactly what I did. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome your Arizona State Wildcats. And then I just noticed I announced the wrong mascot. You could not hear a pin drop in that entire arena. And then all of a sudden, boo, boo. Pepsi cups were being thrown at me. Popcorn was being thrown at me. I was so embarrassed, completely embarrassed, to where I crawled underneath the table. And then all of a sudden, my coach actually put his hand on top of mine and said, "Deborah, it's okay. It's okay. Just keep going." Which gave me some strength and some confidence to come from the bottom of the table to the top and put my big headsets back on and continued the game. And little by little, the boos subsided. And before you know it, everyone forgot. If you don't have a coach, how about a mentor? Either way, they're there to support you in the good and the bad. And I'm not just talking about a mentor that is close to you like your mother or your father or your boss. I'm talking about a mentor that could help you see a more objective side. If you are in the world of sales, this would apply to your client or customer. Ask yourself this question: who is your favorite client or customer? They like you, you like them. Ask them to be your mentor. Now, here's another question, but I want you to be very honest. How many of you have a nightmare of a client or customer? Yes, we all have experienced a few of those, right? We may even been one before. Well, ask them to be your mentor. Yes, think about this. How much you have learned from them, and what better way to have them on your side? If you ask your nightmare of a client to be your mentor, watch how they respond. Me? I would be delighted. Who would you like as a coach or mentor? Tell them. Allow them to show you the way but please remember, you must listen to them. And thirdly, be a good teammate. See, no matter how good you are at your craft, you need to be good and helpful to your teammates. It's great to be a leader, but you don't have to be a leader all the time. Being a good teammate plays whatever role is needed. Being flexible within that role, or when it's time to change that role, helps everyone win. My speaking coach, Lou Heckler, mentioned a great example the other day. Think of the comedian Jerry Seinfeld and his popular television show. Now, although Jerry was the lead actor, who happened to be the funny characters that stood out among everyone? Elaine, George, and Kramer. To be a good teammate, you don't have to have the lead role. Play a role that fits for everyone. Now, Here's another great example. I'm standing here at a very highly prestigious production company called Video West. Looking around me, I see cameramen, I see set directors, I see designers, I see the assistant producer, and so much more. The magnificent creativity that I have experienced here during this virtual event that now you are experiencing right now is being accomplished before our eyes because of a dynamic team effort. Everyone knows their roles. And being a good teammate and knowing their roles makes everyone better and successful. See, to be better today, it's never just one thing. When there is something you really want, you will have to work hard for it. And when things don't work out for you, well, the first time in particular, keep trying. That's what a comeback champion does. They keep trying. And sure, failure is an option. But if you're afraid to fail, you will never know what to learn. When I was a little girl, I dreamed of being a princess or a beauty queen. My first pageant was something I've never experienced before. And you could probably notice I'm a big athletic girl. And competing against well-trained, polished, beautiful contestants, I quickly discovered being inexperienced in this type of competitive arena was an understatement. I still remember walking across the stage with people glaring at me. I froze. And at that moment, I knew I had blown it. I lost. I was devastated. I cried while telling my family that I'll never do this type of contest again. Right then, I quit. Well, until a few months ago. I posted a big birthday milestone celebration on social media because I was eager to set new goals. And I thought, I'm going to put it out there to the world to hold myself accountable to see what happens. At this time of my life, I figured there's no age limit to living in the fast lane. It was time to wear my confidence crown by believing and proving to myself that if I can compete in a pageant again, maybe, just maybe, I could become a comeback champion. And sure enough, looking at this sign, how to get better, every single day, I wanted to make that happen. I showed up for practice, and I practiced, and I practiced. I listened to my coach and held hands with the contestants who I considered my teammates. And then all of a sudden, I heard my name. Deborah Gardner. I won! Why do I share this with you? In life, things around you will change, and they will challenge you. You will be fearful. You may even be completely terrified to try something you want or even what you want to become. But bottom line, if there is something truly important to you, just try. And then try again and again and again. Reflecting on my first pageant as a young girl, I felt like a complete flop. But the truth is, it was just my time to learn and grow. The hardest races are the best races. And now I consider myself a comeback champion. What about you? What can you do to become a comeback champion? Determination applies to all of us. What is your desire? I know you can do amazing things. In life, the biggest risk is standing still. Instead, keep moving. You just have to put things into action to determine what really works for you. Action equals results. No action equals results. It just depends on what kind of results you want. Today, there is no need to live in the fast lane. Live your life in the fast lane. Accelerate in the fast lane. Believe in you. If you believe, you will receive the power to make things happen. So get up and dive in with these 3 key points. Show up to practice, listen to your coach, and be a good teammate. And like my wonderful parents said to me, I'd like to say to you, be proud of what you have accomplished. And now be proud of what you're about to accomplish.